people change things. But, yeah, it's all getting ready for Halloween, not me. But the papers are even fuller today than they have been over the last week, with everybody talking about Halloween. It's either that or they're talking about the American presidential elections and whether or not, it's going to be the respective wives who are wandering up and down, sort of looking forward to going to Capitol Hill. Or failing that, it'll be... I'm not even now sure. Before, it was a 50-50 split, I think, between Trump and Biden. And to be honest with you, I can't stand Trump. I cannot stand him. But I've just got this sneaking feeling that the American public are going to vote for him. That's what I think, because Biden's had a few lapses of memory where he can't remember certain things that he should have remembered. And that's what worries me, that he's not even got into the White House. Do you think the pressure might be... I mean, he's 71. I'm not saying there's anything the matter with being 71, but can't they find presidents who are somewhat younger, give them a bit of longevity? Because if he started forgetting things already, we've all done it. I sometimes sit here and think, who am I? What am I doing? What's my motivation? Why am I here? Things, you have to appreciate all these different things. We haven't done that. Are we going to do the texts and emails? Do you need my code? Or is it still up? Is my code still up there? You got it there? It's still active, is it? That means that people have been able to access all of my emails. Oh, right. You got special access? Oh, God. It's a bit worrying, isn't it? What? Big day today. I can't tell you why it's a big day today, but you have chosen wisely. We are the king of early morning radio. And we don't say that lightly. I mean, we are the most popular programme in the history. Something's happening later on. And I can't tell you what it is yet, but you'll need to keep listening to the programme to be in with the rest of the Groovy Gang, okay? If you're not in with the Groovy Gang, you ain't nobody, okay? And not even Luke knows, but there again, there's not anything that Luke knows at all, so it doesn't actually make any difference, does it? Just mention the word apple bobbing, and he's off. There he goes again. At Christmas time, they're going to be apple bobbing in his household like there is no tomorrow. He's going to be going home going, Mum, apple bobbing. And she's going to go, ooh, so excited. Because she's like that. It's like the other day, I brought in some toffee apples, which are very nice. And so I had one yesterday. We had to explain to Luke what a toffee apple was. But even more exciting is the fact that Corey's girlfriend, Brian, he had to explain to her how to eat a toffee apple. And I said, because I thought he was joking. So, of course, I'm being sort of fairly, yeah. And he said, I had to explain to the girlfriend how to eat it. I said, it's an apple covered in toffee. What's complicated about that? You don't teach somebody how to... But then I suddenly realised he's been defeated by bananas before now, and oranges, and anything where you need to peel the skin off the fruit, and then you can eat the fruit underneath. And so toffee apples have become like boxes of toffees and chocolates and things like that wrapped is a nightmare in their household. And he's from Northern, and they don't do... I mean, if you go round to somebody's house up north and they've got a tin of Quality Street, they're shoplifters, because there's no chance anybody would have bought the blooming thing. Why would you have them with gravy, mashed potato? I gave him some chicken Kievs. He said, oh yeah, we had them with mashed potato and asparagus. Have you ever heard of such a thing? Mashed potato. I said, that's... Oh, and Lincolnberry jam, whatever that is. I've never even heard of it before. It doesn't sound very exciting, and so I'm not sort of too sort of... I wouldn't be having it. And it's... is it a savoury spread? Lincoln... Oh, it comes under Meridian peanut butter, crunchy. Tesco's finest cranberry sauce. Tiptree little scarlet strawberry. That sounds... I say cottage strawberry jam. There you go. Wild lingonberry jam. Is that it? That's it. I've never even heard of it before. Lincolnberry. Is it savoury or is it sweet? Oh, it's a super berry. Oh, it's one of those ridiculous things. Oh, we're eating a super berry. That's what it says there. It's a super berry, which apparently is from Swedish forests. Yeah, from IKEA. Yeah, they can't wait to get rid of it. They've got tons of it. Quick, let's feed it onto them. It's a super berry. Is it? Yeah. We find it in the forests. Wow, let's have some of that. Yeah, handpicked by pixies and hobgoblins and fairies and everybody else. Yeah, they all go out there at night and they float among them. It's all tinkly, tinkly, tinkly music. And then they just pick these berries and we pack them up here and send them over to IKEA. And all the people over here buy them. I got, oh, I have to tell them in the break. Sorry, I'm thinking out aloud. Warren says Cliff will be on the One Show tonight. So I can't, Warren, but it's a lovely offer. Thank you. Lovely offer, but you know me, in bed very early. Very early. I go to bed earlier than most people even think about. But I will be watching the One Show tonight. I shall do it on catch-up. And my friend Ian says it's a nippy morning, folks. I'll warm you up at 4. Don't be late. So, actually, all he was doing was sort of repeating mine, which was quite sweet. I did that the other day because this important thing that we... Do you know, I love emojis. Do you like emojis? You know, where you do something and either you do a big thumbs up or a glass of champagne or something like that. But we have got a surprise for you today. We have got a little surprise. And you need to be listening to the programme to know what it is that's going on, OK? And it's very apropos for you, and it's also very apropos for me, and it's very apropos for this time of year and for the time that we've been having, or not, as the case may be. Okay, so that'll be happening a little bit later on this morning. Don't worry, I'll give you plenty of advance warning. Joe Biden, 78 on the... Well, I mean, he's too old. Much as I don't want Trump to get in. I could say that, actually, because we don't have anything to do with the American elections. It's nothing to do with us. I couldn't care less who you've only got a choice of two. It's either going to be Trump or it's going to be Biden. And if Biden has many more lapses... I mean, 78 is not easy. I mean, I've got people at 24 who struggle. You know, where they can't remember things. And I say, I'm Steve. Spell it. S-T-E-V-E. But then, of course, sometimes they can't do anything. So, S-T-E-V-E. And then finally, the penny clicks. Finally. I think Trump's going to win. I've just got this... I don't think Biden, if he makes many more cock-ups and he looks a bit doddery... He's 78. You're allowed to be doddery at 78. But the trouble is, in America, they have so many... They're so groomed with an inch of their life. They've been through a dry cleaning machine. They take them through and then... there he is. But he's 78. You have to realise that in his body, he's 78 in November. I mean, that's quite old by most people's standards. I get a bit doddery at my age, late 40s. You can imagine just how bad it is for him. And lovely here. Desiree... Apparently, she has to write down female. Unfortunately, Desiree, I don't know any blokes called Desiree, unless they're drag queens, in which case I could probably pick out loads. And says, as a Yorkshire bird, I should find your humour offensive. However, I'm sat here laughing my buttocks off. Oh, you don't want to do that. That would be terrible. Imagine laughing your buttocks off. What a dreadful... I mean, it's a northern expression, that. It basically means you're screwed, doesn't it? Every which way but, you know, it's all gone pear-shaped. And Ted says, people do what they do to get through life. They're not breaking the law. Well, you can't do things like that. I'm afraid you've got to follow the law. So we had Victoria Derbyshire, who's obviously desperate for a bit of publicity. Shame she can't get it for her own programme on the BBC, but there you go. Ian says Trump isn't much younger than Biden, although way more alert and with much more energy, regardless of what people think of him. I know, I mean, it's a difficult one. But the hatred towards Trump, I just don't like him. I just don't like him. Can't help it. It's just, we're all entitled. Apparently, I'm a Finnish listener. Lingonberries, polukka in Finnish, grow in forests in Finland. How lovely. That's so exciting. He had that with his, Kievs, his chicken Kievs. See, already I'm forgetting what they were. And mashed potato, which was quite sweet. You know, if you like that kind of thing. And who was at Wimbledon yesterday? It looks like it could be Warren and Cliff. Cliff said I look good. He's got a towel over his head. Have you seen the picture? No, it's not for you. It's only for people like me. You don't know celebrities. Steve, it is with great sadness that I have to tell you that the Brentwood Centre closed last night, says Mark. And the staff, including me, will not be paid today. My time there over the past couple of years, building up all the events with Brentwood Live and putting on Joseph and Godspell with the one and only Chesney Hawkes will be dear to me. My mental health 3 years ago was poor, and they built me up. I shall be forever grateful. The council says it hopes to reopen the centre soon. So to all those people that he's worked with, he says, may our paths cross again soon. I tell you, my heart bleeds for not just you, Mark, but for the people who it becomes a way of life. Especially at the Brentwood Centre. I've been to the Brentwood Centre on numerous occasions, as you can well imagine. And we used to live in Brentwood, Warescott Road. long time ago when I was a little lad. When we came back from Hong Kong, and that was where we went back to our house. And the bloke who should have moved out, times don't change, do they, was a doctor living with another doctor. They hadn't moved out. And of course, I mean, normally you'd say, right, get the bailiffs in, chuck them out, can't pay, we'll get you out. We had to go and stay with my grandmother. We just arrived in on a flight from Stansted Airport from Hong Kong, and we were tired, cold, miserable, fed up, just wanted to go to bed, and my grandmother in Ilford had to put us up. We turned up on her doorstep in the early hours of the morning, and then we had to wait for the doctor to vacate the house. I mean, they knew when we were coming back. You wait if I could find him now, although he must be, I should imagine, his 90s by now. But no, sad news about the Brentwood Centre. I mean, I hope that the council are right when they say they hope to reopen it soon. We're all praying for that. We're all praying for everywhere to be open soon. There's pantomimes which are going on in certain parts of the country, but you can't, if the council say we've got to close it and we've got to socially distance, then you have to do it. But, I mean, you must be gutted. And the worst thing is, the staff and you will not be paid today. Which is even worse. I was talking to my driver this morning, and we were talking about how bad it is out there for people to try and make a living. Very, very difficult. Very, very difficult to make a living. And it's a case of, what do people do? We've got Christmas around the corner. There's lots of people who'll be suffering. But I might have a way that we can help some of these people. With your help, we can help some of these people. Because that's what I think we have to do. I think now, more than ever, out of all the things that we've ever done on the programme, now we need your help more than ever at any other time. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Warren's got a picture of himself on a flight. They're all gowned up and masked up. It's hilarious. I mean, I say it's hilarious because it's not supposed to be funny, but to be honest with you, I said this morning, drivers who are driving around desperately trying to pick off jobs so that they can actually make a little bit of a living. I said to my driver this morning, I said, if you don't laugh, you'll be crying because people have got to exist. So that's why, I try and look after the boys here. Not an easy thing, as you well imagine. It's like sort of wet nursing people. What are you drinking? You're just drinking the water again. That fasting is going so well, isn't it, Lou? Sparkling. I think that's a fake sparkle in there. I think it's a fake sparkle. I think it's been injected. It doesn't come naturally. Sorry? Well, there is some water that comes, with sort of bubbles already in it. Of course. Hello, do I look like I do fake news? I don't think so. Not like the last person who phoned Darren. Thank God he never calls this programme. What was he on about? Mars bars and packet of crisps. He sounded northern. Was he northern? Is it southern? Portsmouth? Oh, right. It's where the Mary Rose is, isn't it, in Portsmouth? That's quite an old thing. It's one of my favourites, though. I want to go down there again, but I suppose we have to socially distance. We've got to pre-book, which actually doesn't bother me in the slightest. I'm feeling in such a nice, pleasant mood this morning. It'll change, though. Watch. In about 10 minutes, I'll be in a foul mood. And, but I don't care. I really don't care. Listen, it's coming up to Christmas. In a matter of days, I'll be able to erect my Christmas tree, so I'm looking forward to. I'm looking forward to getting it out the box. I just want to see it. I've seen it on the television. I've seen it on QVC, but I've not actually seen it in real. It's 6 foot. Yeah. I don't know if that's from the bottom of the base or the top of the base. I've got no idea. But I can't wait to see what it looks like. And it's got 116 settings for the lights. You just push the little button and it goes into another, it probably sings and dances, I should imagine. We were singing earlier on. We were feeling very festive, singing Deck the Halls with. Really wound Selena up. Oh, Serena was in a terrible state. Terrible state. It's not Christmas yet. She was astride her broomstick out there, getting ready for another circuit of the room. I think she thinks she's at the Isle of Man, the TT race or something like that. She's the only one who entered the Harry Potter film and didn't get the job. Everybody else could play Quidditch. She couldn't do Quidditch. She just got there and they said, OK, we're going to do Quidditch as your audition. And she went, I don't do Quidditch. So she didn't get the job. So she had to go home with her broomstick on the bus. You can imagine how embarrassing that was. Everybody else on the bus is sitting there with their shopping, and she's sitting there in a complete outfit, holding a broomstick, which was going nowhere. Talking like this had got me drummed out of the Boy Scouts. But, I lived to fight another day. 19 LBC, with you till 7 o'clock this morning. Somebody says, have you heard any more about the government changing the law about travel passes? For the over 60s, I don't know. No, what did they change with the over 60s? I don't have an over 60s one. I've got a Freedom Pass. And they're valid from later. They're 9 o'clock now in the morning as opposed to before. They were sort of all the time. Steve, have you seen Steph's packed lunch? Ghastly. Too many to be honest with you, she's obviously such a weak presenter. They've got to pad her out with comedians. And the one thing you don't want is comedians or people who do after dinner speaking co-hosting a programme with you, because it makes you look like a complete divot and it upstages you and it shows all her weaknesses. And the weaknesses are she's just about capable of reading an auto cue. I mean, she had some comedian on the other day whose name I can't remember, Ross, somebody, and he just wiped the floor. It was if you were listening to it and hadn't seen it, you would think that she was being interviewed as a guest for the programme. It was all very disappointing, as they say, very disappointing. And then I got one from, because we were talking about the old Cheshire cheese the other day, little Julie, and says, you mentioned the old cheddar cheese pub yesterday. Well, a couple of years ago with my friend Janet, I did a walking tour of the oldest pubs in Fleet Street and surrounding areas. We had a very knowledgeable guide and had a drink in every pub. So you can imagine, she said, I was fairly tiddly by the end of it. The Cheshire cheese, if you go into, there's the Cheshire cheese and then they've got their cellars. And we had a Christmas party there about 35, 40 years ago in ye old Cheshire cheese. And in the cellars, and I think they used to use it as a church. And it's a bit of ye olde worldy London. It's so old. The old Cheshire cheese, the bar is about the size of this room. It's really tiny, because in those days they didn't have big bars like they've got now. They were small. It's actually quite a small little bar. There's enough room for the bar in there and probably about 6 people, I should imagine. You'll find pictures of it on the internet. It's well worth looking at, and you'll go, oh wow, it's really tiny. Yeah, there you go. So that's the... Yeah, some of them are... Look at that, the one there, inside the old Cheshire cheese. And it's got it's really lovely. I love it. I love old... Sorry? No, it's not deep. No, it's not... No, it's down a little alley. Little alley just off... No, the pub's normal ground, but there is obviously cellars. All pubs had cellars. Trying to explain cellars to Luke. Also, we could be here for all day, couldn't we, really? But, and it's nice. I mean, there are lots of places like this, but you can eat there as well. And it's nice. It's a good place to go to, but you're not going to go there and get tiddled, well, unless you're little Julie, because it's little. And if you're doing a walking tour around there, it's quite nice. There's loads of things to go and see. Well, there's just loads of pubs, aren't there, down there? I don't personally... I mean, do I look like Luke? I'm the sort of person who hangs around pubs. I don't do pubs very well. I have been in pubs. When we were in Fleet Street, we did the Cheshire Cheese, and we did a few others. But that was about it, actually. Actually, if Chris Lowry's listening, I could... What was the name, Chris, of the pub over the road where you and Steve used to go and meet? There was a pub over the road, and it was part of a building. Then gradually they knocked the buildings down either side, and it was just left there, which I thought was actually quite nice. And what? Naturally sparkling water. You can settle the argument. There is no argument. I'm sorry. There isn't. Let me just put it down. There is. I mean, there is one here, which is Apollinaris, which is an example of a naturally carbonated water. Volcanic activity in the Eifel region of Germany enriches the water there with minerals, and magma gives off carbon dioxide. I mean, there are other naturally carbonated waters, including Badoy, Gerostina, Wat Willy, and Borsec. They are natural. So, for Lynn's benefit... sort of Lynn, Luke's benefit. I don't know why I've changed your name to Lynn. But for Luke's benefit, yeah, they do naturally carbonated waters. You didn't know it. Have you ever climbed up a volcano? No. Ever fallen in one? Do you fancy it? I was working out the other day, if you fell into a volcano, into a magma lake, how long would you last? And the answer, it would have to be less than a nanosecond. It would be absolutely instant, because I've seen them and I've looked at them and just look, the power of the earth is phenomenal. The power of the earth is phenomenal. It really is absolutely amazing. Steve, and if you haven't opened the Christmas tree box yet, how do you know it doesn't contain a giant cactus? I don't. I really don't. But I mean, to be honest with you, I'm quite looking forward to it, because you literally just assemble it, pull the branches down to give it a bit of depth, and I'm really looking forward to it. My friend Callum Hyder's up already. I'd love to know what time he gets up. He's got a picture of me standing outside the Cheshire Cheese. He's so mad. Seriously, he's so mad. If anybody would be the person who would be the maddest person around the station. I mean, the old Cheshire cheese was rebuilt in 1667. Just imagine, people were boozing even then, Callum, weren't they? And what if he must drive in. He must drive. Where does he park? Where do you park at this time of the morning? It must be a multi-storey car park. Perhaps he cycles. He's fairly fit. So, get a bus in. Well, I shouldn't though. I don't think he does buses. No. Do you do buses? Yeah. What, coming in you do buses? Oh, right. Tube in and then bus out, yeah. I mean, I actually do the bus out. I leave Corey. He sort of escorts me because he's a bit like my carer. So we sort of get round to the bus stop by Charing Cross. He then sort of, goes, so I'll see you. And the moment he's left me, on go the headphones. And there he is listening to ABBA, and singing and dancing along the pavement as he crosses into Charing Cross station to go and lose himself completely in the train network, whilst I stand there waiting for a bus with about 3 other people, which is great. And then I get the bus, and then yesterday, because I wasn't sure if I was going to make the 7:28, but, blow me down, I did. I got on there, I had 2 minutes to spare. 2 minutes to spare because I've started picking up my heels a bit, and I could walk up, and there's hardly anybody at Waterloo Station. It's not that busy. And I remember walking a bit like that, and I thought, and then I thought perhaps I could run down the platform. No, I can't run. I've discovered I can't run. I think it must be something that sort of all of a sudden left me. And yet, really, when I was younger, when I was about 14, 15, I was a champion hurdler. And 100 metres. I was, in fact, you put me on a piece of grass and I'd run forever. I mean, seriously, I was very good. 3, 2, 1, bang, I was off. It was like a greyhound race. And I love it now. I don't know why I've not run for years. There's nothing I really need to run for. Perhaps I need to get some trainers or something like that. Have you ever been in the Blind Beggar pub? Oh, God, have we ever been in the Blind Beggar pub? Yes, me and my 2 friends, Rich and Ian, we used to go there all the time. It's closed, we think. We think it's closed. I don't like talking about things closing. I found the Glenfiddich mince pies at gretnagreen.com arriving today. Oh, you won't be disappointed. You will not be disappointed. I brought the mince pies yesterday, and little mince pie, because mince pies have been on sale for the past few weeks. Oh yeah, and today it's Viscount mint biscuits, which is, if Corey was explaining this to his girlfriend, he'd have to explain, you have to take the wrapping off, and then you eat the biscuit. Perhaps you have to explain a toffee apple to somebody. Their evenings must be cracking, mustn't they, really? This is a tap. No. Yeah, you turn it. For what? Turn it. Water! When we came back from Hong Kong, it was interesting because in Hong Kong, you couldn't turn on the tap and drink the water. So you boiled everything. So you filled up the saucepan or the kettle, put it on the stove and then boiled the water up. And then you had to wait. So you never got a glass of cold water anywhere unless it was bottled water. And in most places don't have ice. Like if you go to India on holiday, don't have the ice. There's a very good chance it's made with contaminated water. It can make you very ill. A lot of people become very ill when they go on holiday to a place that maybe they've not been to before. So when we came here, the idea that you could turn on the tap and drink the water was absolutely staggering to us. I can remember doing it and going, oh, can we boil some water up? And my grandmother said, no, you can drink out of the tap. And we'd never drunk out of the tap before for 2 years. For 2 years. Isn't that amazing when all of a sudden you discover things like, the toffee apple? And mind you, watching him trying to eat the toffee apple yesterday was the biggest disaster of the world. He couldn't get his teeth into it. So he took them out and it worked quite well after that. Yeah. Plonk them on there. Like that, which was good. A tiny thing, says Mary. Well, there you go. I can't do anything about it. And 84850, Danielle says, I love you, Steve, but you already said the C word. It can't be nearly Christmas already. It is nearly Christmas. It is nearly Christmas. In a couple of days' time, we're into November. And what happens after November? Christmas. All right, so we've got Halloween. But, let's face it, given the choice, let's drop the H word and go for the C word. The C word's better. C word is much, much nicer. Little Julie says, I've not heard from our Kevin the Milkman. Hope he's okay. I thought we heard from him a few days ago, didn't we? Very nice. Somebody else says, who did you like working with on Fives Company? All of them. Who got on your nerves? Nobody? Nobody at all? No? No? John Barrowman? No, John Barrowman was sickeningly good looking. When he came in, because up until then I'd been the good looking one on the team. And then John Barrowman came in, and I remember thinking, oh, God. Because he was slim, good looking, nice hair. And by the time he put makeup on, his skin was perfect. Absolutely perfect. Very good looking boy. In fact, better looking, in the flesh than he is in photographs and stuff like that. So we all kind of paled into insignificance. No, I got on with everybody. Somebody else talking about the Christmas tree. And somebody else has got a Christmas tree. Dexter, and says, our Christmas tree's already up. Arrived from Amazon the other day, so we had to check it worked and couldn't be bothered to put it away. You see, I could probably do the same kind of thing. But I've not opened the box yet. I've not opened the box at all. Rose in Lichfield says, listening from hospital with your youngest fan. 2 days old and already heard 3 podcasts. That's what I like to hear. The more podcasts, the better, as far as I'm concerned. And another one which says, this was a nice one that came in. And it's from Mary Killen. You know Mary Killen from Gogglebox? And she says, because she wrote a nice article about me in The Lady, saying that she loved listening to the programme. And then she sent me an email yesterday, or was it a text or an email? My friend Tom told me you mentioned me this morning on your programme, but for once I was asleep, and so I missed it, although, of course, I had the radio on as usual. Although we've never met, I think of you as a friend because I've spent so much time in your company and never a dull moment. And she signs it, your fan, Mary Killen. Oh, nice. Producer was very excited, Mary. Very excited. It's Mary Killen. Very excited about that. The only sort of sensible person on the whole Gogglebox programme. And she never swears. Never swears. But I quite like the sitting room. I like the comfy chairs and everything. So we were very, very sweet to do something like that. We thought that was lovely, actually. I used to go for lunch, Steve, at the Wigan Pen. Did you ever go there? No, I didn't. It's turned into a restaurant, isn't it? I think it's a Thai restaurant, the Wigan Pen. I'm pretty certain. But one of the people who used to work in our record library when we were in Fleet Street used to be a member of the Wigan Pen Club. And it was directly over the road from the law court. It's a fascinating old building. There you go. Thai Square, Wigan Pen. Yeah. With bronze Buddhist sculptures and traditional carvings. It's at the Strand, but it's sort of temple, really. I mean, it's... I love Thai food anyway. It used to be a private club, the Wigan Pen, hence... over the road from the law court, Wig, Pen. I was watching Jacob Rees-Mogg. They had him on at Have I Got News For You, and they wanted him to put on a wig. And he said, I'm not putting on a wig. And I thought, honestly, come on, they booked you for this gig. At least enter into the spirit of it. No, I'll put it on the desk, but I'm not going to wear it. I thought, what a shame. But, the Wigan Pen, very famous. Very, very famous. And also, pumpkin picking. Neil went pumpkin. This is what Corey wants to do. He said, we had a great afternoon yesterday with grandsons Teddy and Stanley at the Essex-based Camas Hall Farm pumpkin picking, not far from Hatfield Heath. And, look. Oh, you've carved it very well. I'm very impressed, actually. He says, I'm sure you went to the Checkers pub with the God family. I must admit it was a bit dreary and I didn't fancy going, but so glad I did. Very well organised and a fantastic place for the kids to go and pick some homegrown pumpkin. Look at these pumpkins everywhere. Aren't they amazing? He says, I thoroughly recommend it. Take care and stay safe for. Isn't that nice? Do you can't believe that there's that many pumpkins in the entire universe, can you? Will you be having a pumpkin? I have to explain it to the girlfriend. It's pumpkin. Yeah? And you carve, and then you've got to take the inside out, and then you put a night light in there, or a tea light, or something like that. Is she impressed? Well, she's got to be. Heavens above. I mean, she picked you, didn't she, out of a whole bunch of strangers in that lineup at the police station. So that was fairly good, But will you be having it? Because you can get little tiny pumpkins. I've seen little tiny ones, about 70p, or they do the big ones, and they're about £1 a kilo. You've got to pay for them, £1 a kilo. So some of them can work out 15, 20 quid. If you want a really big, it'll last forever and a day. Have you never had a pumpkin, Luke? No, probably not. We shouldn't be surprised, should we? Okay. Well, it's for children. It's not really for people of your age. Although, I don't know, mentally. People just have them outside the front door. And well, I don't know why either. You're asking the wrong person. Yeah, no, we don't like pumpkin pies. We've already decided. It is a lot of hassle. To be honest with you, I wouldn't bother. I'd just stay in with your door locked and the lights off. Like you did last year and the year before and the year before that. Makes it so much easier. Then when anybody comes knocking trick or treat, you just don't answer the door. They can stand there all day and bring your house down, whatever. Break their way through. Give us some sweets. No. Yeah, we don't have sweets. I'm vegan, all right? Oh, my God, a vegan trick or treater. Can you imagine how that goes down, can't you? Have you got anything for us? No. Why not? I'm vegan. I'm not going to give you anything. But I know people who used to keep baskets of sweets by the door, or find that little packets of sweets. You don't want people to touch things. You don't want kids to put their hands in. You don't know where they've been. So what you want is little packets of sweet. And they do them. What are those jelly-type things that we... Sorry? Haribo. You can get little packets of Haribo, which are quite nice. Then you could put those in so they wouldn't be touching everything. You just pick them up with a pair of tweezers. There you go. There's your Haribo. Now go away, you ghastly little children. Go and make a guy, so we can have a guy on the bonfire. But nobody has bonfires. We used to have one at the end of our garden, but it wasn't a huge bonfire. And by the time you'd let the first rocket go off, the thing had fizzled out anyway. A little bit disappointing. So, Neil, I'm glad you're all well and good. Oh, I didn't tell you. I did it on the podcast yesterday. If you didn't hear the podcast yesterday, I'm going to tell you. I got a phone call day before now, wasn't it? Day before yesterday. And no, I didn't. I tell a lie. It was a text message. And I was looking at it actually, and I'll read it to you. Wait a minute, because I'm like that. I like sharing things, which was very good. And it said, "Hi Steve, hope you're well. Noel Britton from the Magic Circle here." He says, "I assume you have all sorts of unusual sleeping times to cope with a 4 a.m. start. So if you could let me know a suitable time for me to call you, that'd be great." Noel Britton is the current president of the Magic Circle. Okay. And so I thought, yeah. So I sent him a text back. I said, "Yeah, call me about 2:30 if that's okay." And he called me at 2:30. And I thought, what can I do my shows at the Magic Circle every year. Even with social distancing, we're not sure what we're doing this year at the moment. But they have a show this Saturday at the Magic Circle for a few select people. I'll give you details probably tomorrow. And so he said, we had our meeting. They have meetings all the time with all the committee and all the rest of it. He said, and we would like to ask you if you would accept honorary membership of the Magic Circle. Well, when I picked myself up off the floor and tried to prise the bottle of Prosecco out of my neighbour's hands, I thought, yeah. So I've got honorary membership of the Magic Circle for what I've done for magic, which is nice, isn't it? And it's what? I get a certificate and everything, yeah. An honorary member of the Magic... I mean, there's not a huge amount of people on the list. You don't have to stand. Thank you. They're standing up, bless their hearts. Obviously, those are the things they've had fitted at the hospital, are sort of kindly working, sort of pull a little bit of traction, all of a sudden, and they stand up. Like, have you seen them at the fun fair where they have the shooting gallery and they're little things in a box and you shoot it and it ping and it falls backwards, ping and it falls backwards. I love those. I'm quite good at those. I'm very good, actually. I didn't realise I was so handy with a gun. But obviously, yes. But yeah, so I've accepted honorary membership of the Magic Circle. Quite nice. Yeah, all right. And every time we mention it, you don't understand that. Mind you, it's the only exercise, Luke, you're going to be getting, is it? This side of Christmas. You're not going to be getting anything else. You have stairs to get to your place. Yeah. It's not just like a fireman's lift outside or something, is it? A lot of stairs. See, I mean, really, you should be unbelievably fit, shouldn't you? 10 or 11 stairs? That's a small step ladder, 10 or 11 stairs. That's not a proper that's not exercise. Do you do the lift here or do you do the stairs? Yes, I do the lift as well. I'm trying. And yet, strangely enough, we go down the stairs at the end of the programme. We go down the stairs and nip out that way. Well, I say nip. I'm trying to keep up with Corey, who's sort of like powering on ahead, thinks he's in a greyhound race at White City. And so I sort of have it. It's like going out with Charlie Girling. Charlie Girling power walks. Seriously, I cannot... I have to slow down, please. Seriously. Weak heart. Weak everything, actually, to be honest with you. 17 minutes to 5. I only mentioned the time. It's not for any particular reason, apart from I have to keep reminding you need to listen to the programme this morning, because I've got something for you that I think you will find interesting. Okay? But you have to be listening to the programme. If you don't listen to the programme, you won't know. Nicholas says, what's your favourite firework? The ones that go off. The ones that go off. I don't sort of have favourite fireworks. They don't have names. 84850. Apparently you can make good pumpkin soup when you're done. No, I just don't like pumpkins. I don't like Swede or anything like that. And Roger says, I like the way the Spikers care about each other. How is little Julie today? She's very well, thank you for asking. Also, another one said, a lot of people said you should see me running for the bus, says Shane. Funniest thing you've ever seen. Yeah, see, I can't run for the bus. I'd rather let it go. I would rather let it go. Somebody says, if you're outside Charing Cross Station, why don't you get the overground train into Waterloo East? Only takes a couple of minutes and a short walk into Waterloo. Yeah, but no, the bus is quicker. Much, much quicker. You get the bus, it drops me outside Waterloo Station, I walk in, up the escalator, turn right, and there's the train. Much quicker than going to Waterloo East. Waterloo East, you've got to walk for about 15 minutes to get from the train platform, and I don't do that. No, much quicker on the bus. I can get the bus either outside the Garrick Theatre or round the corner. Corey always makes sure I'm on the right bus, you know, for the caring side. And then it drops you literally right outside Waterloo Station, you know, on the lower road. On the lower road, so it's absolutely perfect. But no, I've tried the Waterloo East one. It's the 28th of October, you can imagine. Up comes an auction, live streamed, and it is for Pokemon cards. Now, Pokemon cards, in case you did not know, are do you know this story? You know Pokemon cards, highly collectible. Highly collectible. So here it is, billed as a record-breaking deal that would make serious investors buy 20-year-old trading cards featuring pictures of cartoon monsters. The buyer opened the box. He paid $375,000 for this box of Pokemon cards. And it was supposed to be rare first edition Pokemon cards. He did it live on YouTube, but he found out when he opened the sealed box, they were fakes. They were fakes. Confused? So was Chris Camillo, a social arbitrage investor and one of the hosts of the YouTube channel entitled Dumb Money. His confidence was helped in part by eye-watering purchases by celebrities like the internet personality Logan Paul and rapper Logic, who paid $226,000 for a single card, a pristine Charizard card, which was $19.99. The sellers, led by Jake Greenbaum, a blockchain entrepreneur who uses the Twitter handle JB the Crypto King and was billed as Logan Paul's personal Pokemon consultant, had themselves bought the cards from an unnamed third party and flown into Dallas, Texas to complete the deal. They'd asked to be paid in cash. The alarm bell should have been ringing. And so a silver briefcase full of $100 bills sat on the table during the live YouTube broadcast. The idea was to check on the contents of the box, hand over the money and sell the cards off next year to benefit charity. That was the theory. But a mood of anticipation as the box was opened quickly turned to bewilderment. Oh, the colour's wrong on that one, and that one, says somebody. That one's not a first edition pack. That's an issue, says Greenbaum, before getting on the phone with the original seller to seek a refund. Yep. That's a major issue. When The Guardian reached Camillo shortly after the broadcast, he said he was still in shock, but still had his money. Can you imagine? I mean, people get fooled by these things all the time. All the time. So, fakes, not right. They did that years ago. Do you remember there was a thing which they've done on the television? What was the programme? It was about Beverly Hills, and it was a woman who goes in there, Middle Eastern type woman, so they had no reason to doubt her authenticity, and she wanted to buy diamonds, very expensive diamonds. So she goes into, they have a separate room for what they call high-end customers, you know, customers who they know can spend an awful lot of money. And so she's in there, and they go through the diamonds and all the rest of it, and then she wraps them up. She wraps them up in this special room in this jeweller's in Beverly Hills. I think it was in Rodeo Drive. She wraps them up, and what she's done is she switches the parcel of diamonds. So she's got an identical, because she wrapped them. Why are they allowed to do it? Anyway, they did. And so she's got two parcels. She's got the fake ones, which are in her bag, and then the real ones, which she's just wrapped up, and she's switching them. And they know she's switching. They can see what she was doing. So the bloke who was handling the transaction goes out of the room and locks her in. So she can't get out. So she's stuck in this, like, vault thing. So she's got the two and they called the police and she got arrested. You know, because you get people who do that. Do you remember there was that bloke down in Richmond? Not far down the road from me, and some people came along on one of those little moped type things and started smashing a jeweller's window with baseball bats, and he went in and had a go, and he managed to kick one of them off his little scooter. That's what I'd do. Put your walking stick into the thing, get these tow rags out, because we had a lot of those breakages in London. The trouble is now, of course, there's so many shops closing, it's hardly worth it, is it really? Steve, I remember on the buses when Olive was on the motorbike sidecar and it flew off. Yeah, she went off down the hill by herself, which I thought was very sweet. Bless her heart. Loved Olive. Jane says, how wonderful regarding your honorary membership of the Magic Circle. How wonderful to be recognised for all that you do and with such a special place. Made my day. Enjoy every moment. Yeah, I couldn't be more chuffed. I mean, I said to the president, I said, you know, I mean, it's a bit of a thrill because I can't tell you, but I'm a magic geek. I love anything like that. Anything involves, you know, legerdemain or cards or boxes or glitter, or you name it, I'm there. Have been like that, you know, for a very, very long time. Ian the Skip says, I'm feeling a bit left out. Could you tell little Julie I'm okay? Mary Killen's okay as well. And hopefully everybody else is as well. Other stories which we're going to be running with this morning. Piers Morgan says his bosses told him to apologise to Kirsty Allsop. He told them to do a running jump. I'm not apologising at all. She broke the lockdown rules. Also, The Wanted's Tom Parker. We mentioned Tom the other week. Remember, he's got this inoperable brain tumour. He's been told it's terminal. But anyway, he's become a father 3 weeks after this reveal about this brain tumour, poor soul. And he's become a father again. So I think that means, 2 children. Mrs. Brown's Boys actor Brendan O'Carroll says the show must go on, even though they've lost 2 members of cast, but they were going to lose them anyway. And they sort of discovered, that they were earning less money than other people. And so they sort of did the usual, you know, we want more money, and they went no. And so one of them decided to jack it all in, and the other one decided he was going to stay, and then changed his mind, actually. And I remember you bending a spoon yesterday morning. Very impressive. It's not a spoon, it's a key, Henry. I bent a key. I've left it on the desk, actually, just to prove to people that I've got the power to change the molecular structure. Just don't let Steve Allen get his hands on anything of yours. There is the chance I could bend it beyond all recognition. Matthew says, who do you think will win, Trump or the other one? I think it's going to be Trump. I don't know why, because I'm just worried that Biden is becoming a little bit forgetful. And the more forgetful he becomes, the more you think this is actually... I mean, I know they don't have to do anything if they're presidents. Let's face it, Ronald Reagan didn't manage to do anything at all, did he? Apart from upset a load of people, and nobody liked Nancy Reagan. And so they've got their advisors. Their advisors do everything for them. They just have to sit there and pose and then sign documents, and that's about it. But it's all done for them. You know, you don't have to know too much about it, because all the speeches are written for you. As long as you've got a rough grasp of it. But, I mean, Ronald Reagan didn't have much at all. I'm not totally convinced that Trump knows what he's talking about. Steve, remember the sweets you could buy from the joke shop? They had mustard in the centre. No Halloween door knocking at my door anymore. Thank you. Also... what was the other one I've got? Oh, we'll have the news headlines. We've got the news coming up at 5. I just realised, honestly, race through. Classic Toys have the monopoly at Christmas. The clue is in that. So, in other words, because people are saying, let's go back to the old-fashioned toys. Shall we? Let's go back to old-fashioned. You don't want all this sort of modern stuff. You don't want it. It's 5 minutes here, 5 minutes, you know, sitting in a cupboard, and then you just throw it away or get rid of it. So what we want are the old-fashioned toys. And you can't beat a good game of Monopoly. Or Twister. Twister's good. You ever played Twister? Yeah, Twister's very good. Nude Twister's hilarious. That's very funny. Very funny. We like Nude Twister. Well, it depends who you're playing with, I suppose. You wouldn't play with Luke. You'd never get him on the mat, would you? It's only a small mat. Have you ever played Twister, Luke? No, not nude. I bet you thought about it now. Now you're having a think. Henry says you're Uri Geller. Henry will be out there at the moment, you know, getting himself ready for the day ahead. Everybody else sort of just arrives, you know. But Luke, my God, they've set up with Luke this morning. I'm not even looking at him, and I keep mentioning his name, which is not very good, is it, really? No, Henry's sort of, he always looks a bit smart, so you know he lives at home, because only people who don't live at home look unkempt. You know, they don't bother ironing their shirts, or they don't bother doing things like that. Do they, Corey? You don't really. You know, it's a case of, shall I iron it? No, it's only radio. There's no point. Whereas Henry looks as though he's walked out the dry cleaners. He's been hanging there. It looks like a scene out of Wallace and Gromit. They've sort of walked him through the barn and he's emerged the other end pristine. His little shiny skin, his hair immaculately combed, and then he sort of tosses his head back like that. Makes it look interesting. Nigella Lawson says she's glad to have made it to 60. I don't think 60 is anything to sort of start crowing about, do you? I don't think so. And the ultimate insult, the ultimate, I hope they find you very quickly, is 2 graves were defaced by vandals, Cilla Blacks and Ken Dodds. They wrote things, and I'm thinking, if that had been my mother's grave, I'm afraid I'd be taking the law into my own hands. You cannot, I don't care who you are, unless you're some drug addict or you're somebody who really is disgusting, go and write things on people's graves. It's not like a cremation. They're buried there. That's where they are. And for 2 people so iconic as Cilla Black and Ken Dodd, I hope they find you and they throw you in prison and they throw away the key. Because, you're frankly a complete and utter waste of space. What was the other one? Oh, Sean Williamson from EastEnders. Remember Sean? He says it's tragic he can't get hired for big TV roles. See, I could see him in Midsummer Murders, all sorts of things like that. There's loads of things that you could put him into. I would like to think so. Also, new police search powers see arrest rise by 28%. And how in love with your pet are you? When your pet passes on to pet heaven, which we talked about the other day on the programme, would you spend money on a funeral? Proper with a car and everything else. One couple in Richmond did. They spent £2,000, £2,500 on the funeral for their pet Simba. They spent £13,000 on medical bills. After the news, I shall reveal a clue about the product that I'll be releasing for Global's Make Some Noise this Christmas. Now, am I doing this? Can I say this next bit? Oh, right. Oh, sorry. I became quite authoritative there. I felt like the schoolmaster. Right. You're all in trouble this morning. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. It's LBC. So, have you been to my Twitter? Have you been to the Twitter? Because that's what you need to do. It's clue number 1 for Global's Make Some Noise. And we filmed this the other week, actually. And for those people who don't have Twitter, and I appreciate there might be a few of you, I'll play it to you at about 5:15. Okay. So and this, how do I explain it? This sort of came about because, as you know, the stuff that we've done on the programme before, we've done the tea towel, which we did very well with. We did even better with the tote bag. And now we've got something else. It's because we, in keeping with everybody else, didn't know how this whole pandemic was going to pan out. And it's panned out badly. It's panned out badly for a lot of people. A lot of people who can't afford to survive, who can't afford to do all sorts of things because they've either lost their jobs or there's been restraints put on them. All sorts of reasons that people are having a really, really awful time. So we thought if we could raise some money, we could sort of help people out who otherwise wouldn't be helped out. And so we raised a staggering amount of money. You raised a staggering amount of money just for this programme. And so then they came to me about month ago, 2 months ago, something like that. And they said, how do you fancy doing something for Christmas so that maybe we can put a bit of Christmas cheer back into some people's lives who might not be enjoying the world as it is at the moment? And so we said yes. And they said, well, have you got any ideas? So, yeah, so we asked you, basically, and you came up with all sorts of ideas of things that we could do. We were sort of inundated with gloves and, face masks and all sorts of things. But what we've come up with is, and I've seen them. I've seen it. I've seen it. Or them. It doesn't matter. But I've seen them. So what we've done is we've done 3 little films, as they say, and each one is a clue to what it could be. And the third one, which you will get Friday, will be the reveal. Okay? And then with your help, we can change people's Christmas, which otherwise might be an absolutely horrible, miserable time. And you end up with something, as a result of your ideas. It was your ideas that you came up with this one, and then we got some prototypes made up and stuff like that, and so we had to come up with something. And the reason we're doing it now is that so we can make sure that the orders go out before Christmas. Okay, that's the reason. And so there is a little clue today, and so you have to go to @SteveAllen Show. Is it at the Steve Allen Show or at Steve Allen Show? Just Steve Allen Show. Okay, and you'll find the little video on there. Somebody says you look so much slimmer. Somebody says, is the clue that you're selling Corey? If we thought we could get money for him, believe you me, we would do. But I think you'd only get him as part of an apple bobbing deal. I don't think you'd actually get him any other way. Apple bobbing, which then turns into toffee apples. Imagine. The Steve Allen Toffee Apple Club. Carol, you might be right. And and Globals Make Some Noise have said, exciting news coming from LBC's @SteveAllen Show. From tea towels to tote bags, likes to keep us on our toes. But what could be revealed? What could be revealed? But you were the ones who came up with this idea. We didn't think of this idea. We were thinking of sort of things which are sort of a bit lower down the scale. And Alan says, you love the pumpkin pie we had at Paul's all those years ago. Is that Alan Dodgen? It's bound to be. I hated the pumpkin pie. I've still got a tin of it. I've still got a tin of this blooming pumpkin pie stuff. I hated it. I couldn't bear the taste of it at all. Mind you, I don't think Paul liked it either. I'm pretty certain. Shane says, you're looking good. See, now you get to see what I looked like 2 weeks ago. Was it 2 weeks ago we filmed that? We're in a little studio. Everybody's self-distancing, socially distant, except me. Because otherwise you wouldn't have heard, you wouldn't have heard anything. So it's on this. You can have a look at it now, but for those people who don't have Twitter, then I'll play it to you. It's only short. It's only very short, but it's just that sort of when you get the moving pictures at the same time. It's amazing actually how dark it comes out, isn't it, in that studio? I didn't realise just what it looked like, because it looked lit to me. I didn't realise that it was like that. In fact, you can't see what's actually round me at all, which is, I think it was a blue curtain. Was it blue? Something like that. Whatever it is, it didn't look like that, did it? That's the skill of the editing department here, that they can do everything. I wanted maybe the sort of Niagara Falls behind me or something like that, cascading and then clouds of steam and all the rest of it. No, not Miami Beach, no. I got a houseplant, yes. I got a houseplant. Is that my houseplant? No. Well, it's part of the set furniture. It's a set, isn't it? Well, it's still there, but it's just in another part of the studio. It's only small. The studio is small. It's smaller than this. Oh, no, it's probably about the size of this one here. But I'll play it to you in a minute. So, somebody says, I hope it's another live show. Do you know, I mean, I can't wait to go back to doing a live show. We haven't seen each other for a long time, so I think we need to see each other. But you can't really do it when we're socially distancing. We don't make enough money for the charity. Somebody said, is it a set of Groovy Gang mugs, says Carol. Ooh, I can't say. But I'll play it to you in a minute. So for those people who don't have access, I'll play it to you, and then you can play along as well. Because it's with your help and your stunning generosity, and I know I keep saying it all the time. I mean, I am truly in total admiration for how many tote bags we sold. I couldn't believe how many tote bags we sold. It was thousands, wasn't it? Thousands and thousands and thousands. And then we did the tea towel before that. So it's all looking very good. Will Guyot has said, we need more Steve Allen in a leather chair video. It's always somebody who's got to take it to a different level, haven't they? Really, honestly. Or Steve Allen inside one of those arcade machines. What were those things again called from Despicable Me? Minions. I could be a minion. Minion. There was an advert on the television the other day from some kid who's playing with the crane, and he pulls out what looks like a robot from the middle of it. But the minions, I thought they were great. Very funny, actually. Steve, are we all getting crash helmets? I don't know. But I'm still trying to find out, actually, whether or not the Magic Circle and I can do something together at Christmas or January or something. I just, seriously, really seriously, with all of us together, we really just want this thing over and done with. But unless we all play the game, it's not going to be over and done with. It's not going to be happening. We've got to make sure that we try and cut it back as much as possible. And if that involves wearing masks, which when Ian Dale and I were doing our show out at Twickenham the other day, not an easy thing to do. Not an easy thing to do. But, you did it, and well done to you lot. But, of course, by that time, we'd moved up a notch. And we were in Tier 2, which meant that you had to socially distance, even from the people you'd booked a seat with if they weren't in your family. So you can understand how it makes it difficult. Remember I told you about Les Miserables? Cameron's bringing it back, sold out. They're socially distancing in the theatre, so it'll be half the amount of people, but it's sold out for the run. It's only in for a limited run, but it's sold out already, which is good news. Let's try and get things back together. Please, God, let's get things back together again, for everybody's sake. Gary says, is it that you're going to be broadcasting 8 days a week? Groovy Gang Hawaii shirts? I don't actually think you could ever put the Groovy Gang in a Hawaiian shirt. They're just, they're not fashionistas, which is what I am. I'm a fashionista. I can wear fashionable items. I've just seen my friend Callum, and he's wearing a very similar shirt to me. Mine's obviously his is sort of a bit newer than mine is. You can't sit, don't peer through the window at him. He's trying to put a programme together through there. Goodness sake, honestly. People are so nosy, aren't they, nowadays? But, so what we do... So should we have the news and then play it, or we want to play it... Oh, the travel, yes, the travel. So funny yesterday, wasn't she? Joanne was so funny, honestly. All the things that we wanted to do, and she never responded. Never responded, but I said... So today, I might see if I can make her laugh. I'll see if I can make her with a joke. They don't like that. So what are we going to do? Steve, nice video, but a black shirt against a black background makes you look like a floating head. I wasn't wearing a black shirt. I can't remember what shirt I was wearing, actually. What was I wearing? I can't remember. It was a pattern shirt. Yeah, it was pattern shirt. I don't have any black shirts. I tell a lie, I've got one black shirt, but I didn't wear it for that. But I've been liked. Not only by Will Guy, but also by my friend Mr. Moyles. He's liked it as well, which is quite nice. I'm expecting him to help me out on this one. I went in there yesterday because I was telling him off because they've got one of their newsreaders, Dom, who, because the other Dom is away, they swapped it, because I think he only got the gig because they both got the same name. If the other one had been called Steve, they'd have had to find a newsreader from our place called Steve. Otherwise it gets... I could be a newsreader. Could be a newsreader. So... let me play you this thing. For those people who've only just joined us, you're late. We start at 4, but so we were thinking, how do we raise money for Make Some Noise for this Christmas to help people out? The whole idea of this year's Make Some Noise was to raise money for people who've had a terrible year, and we can do something to change it with your help. And so you sent in ideas of what we could do, and it came in everything from sort of camel rides in the Sahara to, going inside the Great Pyramids, all sorts of different bits and pieces. But we came up with this item, which is the one that we're running with this year. And so every day, today, tomorrow and Friday's the reveal. So today and tomorrow we're offering you clues as to what it could be this year that we're going to entice you with. Sounds like something from Sale of the Century, doesn't it? What is the first thing that we tempt them with, John Benson, today? And then he used to say, today, for this much money, you can have so-and-so, so-and-so. But it's all for charity, and it's to help people out who are less fortunate. People who've really had a rough year. People who've had an awful lot of troubles, and we can make a difference with your help. And so that's why we're doing it. So we've got the little video which goes up, and it's up now. You can view it on @SteveAllenShow. But for those people who do not have access to that, here is the vocal version of the video. Hello, I'm Steve Allen. I'm here to let you know we have a very exciting announcement coming your way this week. I say we, as this announcement includes not only me, but the whole Groovy Gang. There's your first clue. We're an optimistic team, and I like to think of the glass being half full, so we're confident that you might work this one out. Keep your eyes peeled for more information coming very soon. And the very soon will be tomorrow for the clue number 2, and then the final reveal on the Friday. What can it be? What can it be? We're very excited, very, very excited. And I know... well, I hope anyway, with your help, because I never take anything for granted. I've learnt through bitter experience that don't ever prejudge. Somebody said, Judy said, is it Groovy Gang membership? Oh, if it were, it would be so simple. Wouldn't it be so simple? We just give you Groovy Gang membership, and then people go, I'm a member of Steve Allen's Groovy Gang, the king of early morning radio. I only thought about that one today, actually. I wasn't sure if I liked it or not. Other people have made up their own versions of it. So, second clue coming tomorrow, but you can check it out. You can, if you want to see what we look like. Some people have got no idea what we look like. And those people we love even more than everybody else, because it works better if you don't know what people look like. You know, if you know what people look like, oh, I didn't think you looked like that. You know, far too attractive to be on the radio. And also filmed from about, through sepia and from a distance of about a mile by the look of it. But another clue tomorrow at about the same time. No, different time tomorrow. I've decided I'm going to do a different time. Even my friend Toby Tarrant, who I've not seen. All these people are up at this time of the morning. What is everybody up at this time of the morning for? It's ridiculous. Toby Tarrant, sickeningly good looking. Seriously. And slim. Mind you, Mr. M is now very much slimmer. I'm a bit slimmer. My friend Callum thought that I'm skinny mini now because I've lost a bit of weight, mainly due to not drinking alcohol at the moment. I'm having a dry month, which somebody said to me, why don't you try it and do it? Can you do it? That was the big quiz question, So how long can you stop booze? Some people can't. Some people find it very, bye, see you, love you, looking great. I don't know who she is. She just pops up. She waves through the door and I wave every morning at her. I've got no idea who it is. Could be anybody. Could be Toby Tarrant in a wig. Could be anybody. and Rich Waters is up as well. What is going on today? Everybody is up this morning, which is quite nice. But I'm still going with Will Guyot's idea. He said we need more Steve Allen in a leather chair. Probably also manacled down. Would that be the next line that you missed off? With a toffee apple hanging in front of me. Apple bobbing with a toffee apple. You imagine you'd never get it. Your teeth would fall out first. Love it. Love it, love it, love it. Steve, did you know November the 4th is Mischief Night? Will Guyot says, what's Toby up for? Paper round? Oh, so cruel. Mind you, to be honest with you, he's very young. But, we have lots of things in common. But the one thing we don't have in common is his love of cricket. He loves cricket. I think he's played for Lord's Taverners. I'm pretty certain, and because I think his dad played for the Taverners. I couldn't get excited about cricket if you paid me a king's ransom. Mind you, somebody's won 79 million, haven't they? I think somebody last night won 79 million on the lottery. So I don't know if it's me. I did buy some tickets. But whether or not I actually won anything, I've got no idea. I don't think I have, because I've got no things going, congratulations, you won a prize. So, and it is now 5:20 in the morning, so there's no chance of me winning 79 million, but I don't care. Gina says, we're all up listening to you. Oh, thank God for that. Little Julie says, the video's on the original Spikers group, as per the instructions. I was sent by the Make Some Noise team. Honestly, they become more devious by the minute, this team. Did you know about this? No? There you go. I'm telling you something new. And Matthew says, talking about Chris Moyles and weight loss earlier, well, Chris has lost so much, practically unrecognisable. Oh, no, I still recognise him. I still know who he is. He never mentioned my weight loss. My friend Callum mentioned my weight loss. But it's one of those things. I'd quite like to just sort of wake up and be as slim as Toby Tarrant. Or anybody, really. I don't really care. It's one of those sort of things, isn't it? Mum was sworn at over a refund. She got a refund, but they used a very rude word. Twice talking about her. What do Geordies see more than anybody else in Britain? Geordies, YA. What do Geordies see? Answer, ghosts. Ghosts. Apparently Geordies see ghosts. Where they see them, I have no idea. Presumably in the snug bar. Protesters in Turin have launched petrol bombs. The BBC have been plunged into a racism rout. They can't get it right, can they? This time, a comedian described Rishi Sunak as being what Prince Charles would look like in brown face. Oh, the BBC have gone, this was a comedy show. I don't think so. They can't get it right, can they? They can't get it right at all. James Bulger's dad is demanding that killer John Venables never be released. Apparently he is now totally reliant on pornography. Somebody's got the world's largest collection of Manchester United badges, which is being auctioned off. But mind you, the other day we had that... What's the matter now? What's the matter? Badges. Do you have... Is it funny? Oh, right. I don't think it's funny at all. I think it's just a collection of badges that somebody's collected. I've got up the Villa, yeah. Up the Aston. Yeah, I have a badge from them, which I cut out of a newspaper, just to make sure I'm sort of in with the team. You know, they've offered me the opportunity of being a mascot, but I've had to turn it down. It apparently involves travelling, and I'm not very good at travelling at the moment. Dicky tummy at the moment. Steve, is it a Groovy Gang calendar, says Jane? Can't say. Would be quite good though, wouldn't it, really? And somebody said, Patricia says, I hope it's a Groovy Gang t-shirt. A Groovy Gang t-shirt. Never thought about that one, actually. It was one of the ones that didn't come into my mind. But don't worry, there'll be another clue tomorrow, and then we can all find. And then on the Friday, we will then tell you what it is, and I think it will be available from Friday, as far as I know. This thing. Kazakhstan has adopted Borat's catchphrase "very nice" for a tourism campaign, and Basil Brush has joined forces with a national top newspaper. He's also starring in pantomime this year, I think with Britt Ekland. Basil Brush and Britt Ekland. There's one that's interesting. Dominic West's wife has called crisis talks. This is over the kissy thing. It might be. And what was the other one? The tiny tugboat that could sail inside human hair. Inside human hair. I mean, how small are these things? Phone companies told to stop selling locked mobiles. And the TV historian investigating the royal palace's links to slavery. Ooh, interesting. All of those and more. Gary says it's Toby's birthday tomorrow. Toby Tarrant has a birthday tomorrow. We'll have to... What have we got we were throwing out? We'll have to leave something for it. Oh, I'll tell you what I've forgotten. I've only forgotten the poem. Goodness gracious me, honestly. The things that we try to remember all the time. This is one... I think we've actually had one from this woman before on the programme, Corey says. And she's very well known for writing poems. And her name is Emily Dickinson. Straight away, you only have to mention the name and immediately people go, of course. And this is one called By the Sea, by Emily Dickinson, read by Steve Allen, on Wednesday the 28th of October. I started early, took my dog and visited the sea. The mermaids in the basement came out to look at me, and frigates in the upper floor extended hempen hands, presuming me to be a mouse, aground upon the sands. But no ban moved me till the tide went past my simple shoe, and past my apron and my belt, and past my bodice too, and made as he would eat me up as holy as a Jew upon a dandelion sleeve. And then I started too, and he followed close behind. I felt his silver heel upon my ankle. Then my shoes would overflow with pearl, until we met the solid town. No man he seemed to know, and bowing with a mighty look at me, the sea withdrew. I think it was the verse before that didn't rhyme. There's this one that goes, and he followed close behind. I felt his silver heel upon my ankle. Then my shoes would overflow with pearl. Which bit rhymes with pearl? Do tell me. Is Emily still alive or with us? No. Did she pass on some time ago? Thank God for that. So we can't go back to it and go, I'm sorry, which bit? Because the rest of it all seemed to rhyme, didn't it? Most of it, but even you sort of went a little bit... Oh, most of it rhymed, didn't it? Oh, I thought so. Until we met the solid town, no man he seemed to know, and bowing with a mighty look at me, the sea withdrew. Nope, you're right, there's another one that doesn't rhyme. That's two verses. Can you not find... I think, actually, from next week, we should start having Christmas poetry as we head into the... It's not early. We'll be in November by next week. Of course there are loads of Christmas poems. You'll just have to start using your imagination, Luke, and going through, and typing in Christmas poems. And then, it came across a midnight clear, when Joseph met young Mary, they booked into a stable and then had a child. Something like that. I don't know. I don't write poetry, for goodness sake, honestly. You ask me all these daft questions. Steve, is it the Groovy Gang? Oh, somebody else has come up with the Groovy Gang Advent Calendar. Yeah, it'll be the nude Groovy Gang Advent Calendar. We could do that for Christmas. Luke gets all excited. You only have to mention that and apple bobbing in the same sentence, and his world is complete. Absolutely complete. The Sun this morning, on the front page, we'll come round to in a moment. And they've signed up for I'm a Celebrity, Get Me Out of Here. Why that should be front page news, I can't imagine. Mo Farah. But he will go into isolation this week for the ITV show. He will join the people in North Wales next month. A telly insider said, this will be his agent, it's a massive coup to bag Mo. Everybody's really excited. Are they? Why? He's a runner. He's not known for personality, is he? Is he known for... Does he do juggling? Does he do magic tricks? No, he's a runner. So why is that? He won't be doing any running inside this dilapidated old castle in Wales, thank you very much indeed. How are they going to do the Bush Tucker trials? OK, here we found a Welsh mouse. You'll have to eat a Welsh mouse. It's not like being in the jungle, is it, where you've got loads of witchetty grubs. They don't have anything like that in Wales. Oh, I don't know, there was a girl in Bangor once I saw. And, she looked like a giant witchetty grub. Nice to have your company. It's 25 minutes to 6. Hope you're well. So Mo Farah, I have to be honest. I feel a bit mean actually. They always sort of say, "Oh, everybody's really excited about Mo Farah." Well, he's never done a reality show before. I mean, is he entertaining? Is he interesting? Does he do juggling? Is he going to read to us? Well, what's it all about? The answer is they're just filling up numbers, aren't they? So they've got pictures. He's one of the favourites. You imagine if you were one of the other people on that programme and they go, "Excuse me, I thought I was one of the favourites." No, it's Mo Farah. His bid to be the king of the castle. No. Let's make him do all the Bush Tucker trials. Let's see how clever he is at the end of that one. Because they've used other people before. Rebecca Adlington. They've used Fatima Whitbread, Linford Christie. So, he's in the running to be crowned king of the castle. This is his first reality show. I thought he'd have sort of tackled something a bit easier, actually. But it makes no difference, the fact that he's got medals or anything else. Very nice, but that won't serve him very well. What we're looking for in this thing is somebody to be a complete and utter wuss and to sort of scream and throw tantrums every time they get nominated by the public. You don't want somebody who goes, "Yeah, I'll have a go at that." That's boring. We want to see people suffering. That's the whole idea. That's the whole idea of I'm a Celebrity, Get Me Out of Here. Who wants people who's going, "Oh, that's very nice indeed. Can I have that with chips?" No. And it's in a castle, which apparently Nick Knowles once tried to buy this castle for £5 in the hope of his DIY team putting it back into full use. So they get £5. Well, they can't believe... I think they've been paid about £1 million for using it. It's a total disruption, but it's a wreck of a place. I don't think it makes any difference at all. Pictures of protesters. This is in Italy and Spain, complaining at the coronavirus restrictions, which is not so good. More faked posed pictures from Katie Has-Been-Price and poor little boyfriend, Carl Woods. Poor old Carl, honestly. I thought he'd have gone to the gym before he had the pictures taken, or at least bought some new shorts. Looks a bit dated, doesn't it? So here they are on holiday, 1,400 quid a night in the Indian Ocean Island, but all the pictures are posed. Every single one of them. So they're obviously out there with a photographer. Which is a little bit worrying, isn't it, really? But she was having a thing, because people are saying if she's bankrupt, how could she afford to do this? And then she comes up with, she says, when she was talking to the court, and it wasn't a particularly good line yesterday, she was saying that she'd been a massive taxpayer. Yeah, let's see some evidence of that, shall we? Because once again, sloppy journalism, and once estimated to be worth 45 million, never, ever worth 45 million. Ever, ever, ever. I wish they'd stop telling lies. It's cheap, shoddy journalism. And they should have learnt this a long, long time ago. The graves of Cilla Black and Sir Ken Dodd have been defaced by graffiti vandals. Just absolutely appalling. People had previously, thieves, stolen a plaque from Cilla's grave. I find that absolutely disgusting. And if I was sitting on the bench as the judge and you came up before me, you go to prison for life. I'm sorry, I think filth like you are just disgusting. Absolutely terrible. So. Less than half of drivers know the rules for using smart motorways. Am I being ignorant? What the hell's a smart motorway? What's that? They've got signs over it saying what? Electric signs. Oh, right. That's called a smart motorway, is it? We've had those for years. What's new about that? No, my shoulder's not hard. It's okay at the moment. No. How did you know that? It went a little bit stiff the other day, actually. First time in a long while. And, so, yeah. I've discovered a bone in my arm. I'm not sure it's supposed to be there. I discovered it the other day. I was thinking, what the dickens is that? And then I realised it's holding up my wrist. How unbelievable. The things you find out. Well, both of them. I found a bone. Oh, up here. The bone is up here. Here, I can feel it. It's very odd. No, up higher, up here. Look, you're here. Look here. Can you feel it? Oh, you've got one as well. A bicep? No, your biceps here. That's the thing that when you get the big bulge. Well, in my case, you don't because it's a muscle. But here, I've got these bone. I can feel this bone. Triceps. What are you on this morning? Really, honestly? Goodness sake, pull yourself together. There's proper people listening to this programme. But no, I only discovered it the other day, and now I can't stop touching it. Seriously. I mean, I think, well, that's very odd. Where's it come from? I didn't know. But I've now discovered. Baby for Tom Parker. We love Tom Parker, and of course he was diagnosed as having this inoperable brain tumour. It's terminal. Whichever way you look at it, it's not brilliant news, but he's had a baby together with his actress wife, Kelsey, and it's their second child last week. So he's doing great, says Max George, who's appearing on Strictly Come Dancing, and he started radiotherapy and chemotherapy. Unfortunately, Kelsey, the wife, was unable to be with him in hospital when he got the diagnosis because of coronavirus, and he said they pulled the curtain around the bed and said it's a brain tumour. I was in shock. It's terminal. Lot to deal with by yourself. It is a lot to deal with. It is a lot to do. But by God, I tell you, you grow up fast when they tell you things like that. Jane Moore does a piece. Now, I know that Nick Ferrari did this some time ago. And when a school in Coventry, she writes, was told that a 15-year-old asylum seeker was joining in year 11, those in charge just accepted it, which they did. Do you remember? Because Nick went on this morning to argue the toss with somebody. Thankfully, kids aren't so daft, says Jane Moore, particularly as their new classmate is balding, looks about 40 and has no birth certificate or passport. Yet when a female pupil privately questioned his age and the photo later got distributed on Facebook, the girl's mother was called in amid concerns that her daughter's actions were bullying. For now, the pupil remains at the school, which says they have now verified his age without revealing how. Because do you remember, Nick Ferrari went on and said, look at the picture of these people. This is a 14-year-old. This is a 50-year-old man. What are you on about? Bald and 40 is not a child, and kids know these things. But then, they called her mother in. Particularly as it bears all the hallmarks of the 15-year-old boy, thought to be Iranian, who spent 6 weeks in classes at Stoke High before his photo appeared on Snapchat with the caption, "How come there's a 30-year-old man in our maths class?" It turned out that this boy sported a full beard and chest hair while swigging beer. I mean, perhaps people who are sort of coming over here are sort of, thinking that we're complete and utter idiots. But I tell you, it's quite amazing. Because I remember distinctly Nick Ferrari arguing this on television. Some woman who went, but some of these people have had... He said, they're not children. These are adults. You can see they're adults. You can see it. Also, Victoria Derbyshire, she's openly admitted that if strict COVID rules are still in place at Christmas, she plans to break them by having the grandparents round. Just having the grandparents round... that's a significant chunk of the country quietly rebelling too. As I said a few weeks ago, says Jane, those in charge have lost the room. Regretfully, they've still the power to impose lockdowns on businesses and lose billions from the economy. But it's given her a bit of publicity for all the wrong reasons, because she now turns out to be an idiot. Victoria Derbyshire, oh yes, I'm going to do this. I'm going to break the rules. What a buffoon. What a buffoon. And there's another girl. And where is this one? This one I found in the papers earlier on. And this particular girl didn't do lockdown. She was supposed to have done lockdown, and she didn't. And so they took her to court. She obviously thought, in her tiny little mind, that she was going to be okay not doing the lockdown. She was supposed to have done it, but she didn't, and she's been fined a huge amount of money, and she pleaded guilty, only going to prove that you can still be rampantly stupid and yet cough up for the for the fine. In this particular case, I think it ran into thousands. Also, Twitter users fooled into thinking Woolworths was making a comeback by a hoax tweet. No, Twitter users weren't fooled by it. The newspapers were. The Daily Mail published this as a news story. Woolworths is making a comeback with 3 other stores. The rest of it, they fell for the fake news. You know, somebody says Woolworths thing is a hoax, as if 2020 couldn't get any crueler. I mean, to be honest with you, we don't really worry, do we, about Woolworths coming back? Do we really need it? I mean, our one was shoplifted by school children on a regular basis. Dawn Neeson, writing in her column today, talking about, this is, I don't know which story to pick on. There's so many different stories. But she says the privacy-hungry Ginger Whinger has given yet another woke sermon from his millions of dollars worth of mansion. I had to walk in Meghan's shoes to understand unconscious race bias, Harry intones on his ignorance of prejudice. Never was the sharpest tool, but no real surprise. He's wearing the missus's heels. She's been wearing the trousers from day one. Which is absolutely the way it is. You can see by the way he sits there looking all... He's hardly the butchest thing, is he? He might have done the army thing and all the rest of it, but unfortunately, she's pulling the strings on the puppet. Absolutely. Brian May says he's very grateful to be alive after his recent heart attack. I'm telling you, people who've been through heart attacks are very, very grateful when they come through the other side, and that's purely thanks to family and to the NHS. And God bless them for that. And old school favourites like Lego, Barbie and Monopoly are tipped as top gifts for children this Christmas. I mean, the Barbie 3-in-1 Dream Camper is £79.99. That's nearly £80 for a Barbie. I nearly bought a light for my brother today. It's the snowman character, you know, with his hat on and everything else. And it's acrylic. It stands about yo big. So it's quite big. And I thought, I'll buy that for my brother. He put it in the garden. And it sort of lights up. And I thought, that'd be quite nice. And I looked up, it was 80 quid. I thought, he'll whistle. He's right, I mean, that £80, I couldn't believe it. If it had said 35, I might have bought it for 35, but not £80. If they just put it and they, you know, blow it, and then the mould comes out, and then they just paint it in different colours. I mean, I'm not mean, for goodness sake, but I'm not spending 80 quid. Lots of ways to do your makeup. Hilarious with my team, honestly. You'd think they've been practising makeup for Halloween for the last, 3 or 4 years. Look really good. Really, really good. The eyes are particularly good. Look very good. Very scary. He sort of replaced the eyeballs with Brussels sprouts, and it's quite remarkable, seriously. Will you be trick-or-treating this weekend? No, too much hassle, is it? I think best that you stay in and stare at the walls, which is what I said earlier on in the programme. So I've just realised I've repeated myself. I thought it was funny first time round. It wasn't as funny second time. Second time I did it, and I thought, that's not as funny as I wanted it to be. Because you have to be a comedian to work on this programme. Oh, talk about desperate. I forgot we had a desperate story this morning. Gemma Collins, the talentless one, has signed up for the new series of Celebrity Supply Teachers. What? She can barely speak English. Good Lord above. The reality star, the failure, will be hosting a lesson on business studies. She said, I've been passionate about business ever since I was a child. We were quite poor growing up. We didn't have luxuries. Do you know, honestly, she lives in some delusional little world, doesn't she? She's a complete and utter waste of space. Complete and utter waste of space. Lorraine Kelly's been thrashed in the ratings by Morning Live. I find that difficult to believe. This was Gethin Jones and Kim Marsh. I watched them the other day. Do you know the first thing I thought of? Sherwood Forest. She is as wooden as Sherwood Forest. No, nothing. Cannot present for toffee. It's charisma. No. It's really embarrassing that, she comes off Corrie and, just about passable on Corrie, and then so she comes off Corrie, and then they all go, I think I'll be a presenter. And you suddenly realise that when you watch Frank Boff, there was the consummate professional, knew exactly how to do it, how to link stories together, to look, no rushing, nothing fazed him, nothing at all. And yet there you get somebody on there. It was like watching rank amateur time. It was terrible, Okay, so she'd read an auto cue, but the trick to being a television presenter is not to be able to read an auto cue. It's to make it look as though you're not reading an auto cue. That's the whole idea. Otherwise, it is coming up on the programme for... It was as bad as that. It was literally listening to a little bit of staccato. Not very good at all. Steve, a smart motorway doesn't have a hard shoulder, says John. I seriously, I wouldn't know. I really don't know. And did you remember, says Martin, to bring in your Carry On DVD box set for Corey? I didn't, actually. I remembered it yesterday, And I didn't actually get round to... what I'll have to do... I can't bring it tomorrow because he's not here tomorrow. He's... let's just call it away, shall we? And on Friday he's away, and then Saturday, Sunday he's away, and then Monday he's away. In fact, we don't really see him until sort of Easter of next year, when he might pop back in and deign to sort of have a couple of words with us. Steve, is it either, neither, neither, says Joe? Well, I think you can use any of them. I don't think it makes any difference. Some people say either, some people say either. Some people say neither or neither. It said, I think it's aluminum. Blackberry. I couldn't think which one it was. Was it gooseberry or gooseberry? Gooseberry and gooseberry. That was the other popular one. Tomato. You know. Potato. Nobody says potato, do they? Steve, have you seen, talking of shoddy journalism, I think the journalism as television is terrible at the moment. It really is. You know, to watch Kim Marsh the other day struggling, you know, she can read an auto cue, she can read words. But the whole effort, if I read a script, the whole idea is that it's not meant to sound like a script. Some people can't read like that. This entire programme is scripted from top to bottom. You know, it takes them minutes to throw it together before we start the programme. You know, what do you think you're going to be saying at sort of 7 minutes to 6, Steve? I don't know. So we have to make sure that I time this at 7 minutes to 6, otherwise it sounds a bit sort of vacant. But at least I've done my best. But it was a heartbreaking tale of a single mum of 2 who was struggling to feed the kids. I kid you not, they had to survive on roast pigeon or rabbit with foraged potatoes or fruit, and for afters they only had apple crumble from the apple tree in the garden. Anyway, it didn't take the public long to find her Instagram account. She was in the Seychelles last month having a holiday, as it's apparently living an idyllic lifestyle. Why aren't journalists better at their jobs? The funniest one was years ago, and it happened on LBC. And they launched a magazine for women called For Women. And it was nude men. It was the version of the men's magazine, which had naked women in. This one had naked men in, and it was for women. And they had somebody in to be interviewed on LBC. This is 36 years ago. And they had the person in, and they were talking about what it was like to take your clothes off for a photo session. It turned out, and they only realised once he'd left the studio, he'd been an adult model for donkey's years. This was nothing new at all. And he was just lying about the fact that this was all new to him. And it's things like that, because you don't know, do you? You know, sometimes journalists get told things and they go, oh, that must be right. And they never bother checking it up, because I think secret in their heart of hearts, they go, oh, I'm not sure about this. It's like when you look at all the pictures of Jordan and her little Boise friend on holiday at the moment. They're all posed pictures. They're not even paparazzi. This is a posed picture, pointing into the distance. Look, it's posy stuff. But she said that he's paid for it, and she has paid a lot of tax in the past. Not that anybody's particularly bothered about that. So do please go to at Steve Allen Show, and you can have a look at a little video. It's only short. There's going to be one today, one tomorrow, and we're dropping you clues as to what we could offer you for this Christmas to raise money for Make Some Noise, for those people who've suffered very badly this year. And it's been a horrendous... I don't think you'll ever get a year like this again. I mean, it could not have been worse for so many people. I've known so many people affected by it. So with your help, and we've come up with the tea towel, the tote bag. Have we surpassed ourselves? Each day there's a clue. Today and tomorrow, and then on Friday, the reveal. Okay? The reveal. So go and check it at Steve Allen Show. I've got the vocal bit of it. Would like to hear the vocal bit. This is without moving pictures. You'll just have to imagine the moving pictures. But if you go to at Steve Allen Show, you get the lovely picture of me sitting in a chair. Very sort of animated as well, and in colour. We've spent no expense. But this is the vocal, the audio soundtrack of it. Hello, I'm Steve Allen. I'm here to let you know we have a very exciting announcement coming your way this week. I say we, as this announcement includes not only me, but the whole Groovy Gang. There's your first clue. We're an optimistic team, and I like to think of the glass being half full, so we're confident that you might work this one out. Keep your eyes peeled for more information coming very soon. And the very soon will be tomorrow. Very soon will be tomorrow. What can it be? Can't wait for the reveal. Very nice. Steve, a Brit has scooped 79 million on last night's lottery. It isn't me, says Dulcie. She says, will you still be here in the morning if it's you? Oh, I would think so, yes. Yes. Jez says, I thought Jordan was declared bankrupt. Yes, she was. That's why he's paid for it, apparently. It's 1,400 quid a night. He doesn't look like the sort of person who can afford 1,400 quid a night. That's quite a lot of money, isn't it? I mean, you know, you'd expect 1,400 quid for a week, not per night. Not per night. OK, maybe Jodie Marsh will try for your job. Oh, Lord. She's not still around, is she? I don't think so. David in Liverpool says, this castle for I'm a Celebrity is not a castle, it's a folly built in Victorian times by a rich person based on Conway Castle. Right. Didn't know that at all. The bone is called the humerus, says Jeff. Whatever it is, it's in my arm. It's in my arm, which is good. Roger says to see somebody scream and throw tantrums, Nicky Graham springs to mind. You remember Nicky Graham? Some of those famous tantrums. It was so funny. My favourite was everybody had these little things that they were listening to with the music, and hers didn't work. And she would go, it doesn't work, it doesn't work, it doesn't work. Oh, it's working. All of a sudden, she sort of came back with this thing. It was so funny. You'll find her on YouTube. You find her on YouTube. It's well worth it. Well worth it. Steve. Listening to you as we always do. Today it's from Gretna Green. Say Paul and Zoe. We got married yesterday. Oh, Lord, is that absolutely necessary? Do people have to get married? Why do people feel the need to get married? I only ask out of a curiosity. You know, because sometimes you get sort of, you know, you can live together quite happily, and then you get married and things change. And so there is a sort of a movement afoot to sort of say to it, don't get married, just live together in sin. And then you go, but the parents wouldn't like it. You've got to do things for the parents now, haven't you? And also people like a wedding. Goodness sake, you know, a wedding with all your favourite people invited, and some not. And then they say, you know, you can come to the evening thing, but you can't come to the wedding ceremony. Well, sod you, I'm not going to come to it anyway. You know, and then they go, oh, and by the way, can you not bring children? There's a lot of bans on children, and also there's only 30 people allowed. Easy to go to a funeral twice. At least you get more people out. Nice to have your company. Welcome along to LBC. If you're a new listener, it's nice to have your company. It's blooming cold, isn't it? Definitely. Yesterday, we walked out of here, and I remember saying to Corey, I said, you could feel it was cold. You can absolutely feel it. Tudor wants to know, what is it with TV weather presenters that they feel the need to update us every 15 to 30 minutes? Or is it that the weather changes that quickly in their world? Why can't the anchors or Steph McGovern give the weather out just once for the day and that'll be it? Yes, I mean, I remember somebody complaining years ago because I'd missed doing the weather on the programme, and somebody wrote into the management and they said, I listened to Steve Allen's programme this morning, you know, as people do, and he didn't give the weather out. So the next day I said, by the way, if you want to know what the weather is, look out to the window. It's like that, OK? That's what it'll be like, you know. I mean, because in this country you get everything in one day. You get, you know, we can have sunshine, showers, hail, sleet, rain, snowstorms. You get everything. So I always say, buy yourself a little umbrella. Get a little tiddly umbrella that you can stick in your pocket. Not one of these huge things that the producer walked about with, because that makes you look silly when it's brilliant sunshine. And you're walking out there and people go, why has he got an umbrella with him? They go, well, because he thought it was going to rain. But we have to have a check, actually. So should we have a check for today? Hey, Siri, what's the weather like today?
It's currently clear and 9 degrees. Expect cloudy skies starting in the morning and rain in the afternoon with mixed conditions for the rest of the day. Today's high will be 13 degrees and the low will be 9.
Oh dear. Chance of rain, 60%. 60%. It rained yesterday, but you know the problem is, at the moment, all the leaves are coming off the trees. So the cars get wet, the leaves fall off the trees, they stick to your tyres, they're all over the windscreen. I'm going to drive down the motorway later on, and I'm hoping that sort of driving down, it'll dry them out, and then they'll all fly off somewhere else. But I've never seen so many leaves, and I'd forgotten from last year just how many leaves there were. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. And somebody says, Graham in Ealing thinks he's cracked the clue. Interesting. Steve, only 6 people allowed to meet for Christmas, but 30 can gather for a funeral. Yes, we've done the jokes, Nick. We did them about 3 weeks ago. Hate to sell that. And Steve, I think I've worked out what the gift is, says Sally. It's a nude calendar of you, the Groovy Gang, and selected other presenters. I think that's highly unlikely. Selected other I know. In other words, only the attractive ones. You know, so there's a few people who are going to miss out. I mean, I don't want to name names. They know who they are. They know who they are. You know, if somebody says, you know, so who's actually good looking, you know, I can say, well, you know, certain people in this building would be considered good looking and other people who aren't good looking. But it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. So front pages. Oh, there's a nice picture. And this is Lenny Henry, and who co-founded Comic Relief. He says, times have changed. Comic Relief ends the use of white saviours. You know, we had this a little while ago of them sending out celebrities to walk over rubbish dumps in foreign lands, and people saying, I'm sorry, what is the point of that? He says, African people want to tell their own stories. You don't need to send a celebrity. They don't know who people are. It's, you know, people being filmed. It's very exploitative. Very exploitative. So they're changing that. We like Lenny. We like him. And so I think this all happened, didn't it, really? I think with Stacey Dooley in Uganda. She was criticised by LBC presenter and Labour MP David Lammy for perpetuating unhelpful stereotypes. Because if their agent goes, oh, you should do this, it'll be good for you, because people like to link themselves to stuff like this. And it was a shame. It was a shame, and it got her lots of very, very bad publicity. And at the same time, they've actually thought that they can change it. And so they're going to. They're going to. A charity, believe it or not, that feeds millions of poor children in India has joined the drive to end holiday hunger in England and distributed its first meals from a new kitchen in Watford. Hot vegetarian dishes, cooked using a model developed to feed the hungry in cities like Mumbai, were dispatched to a school in North London. Cauliflower... Oh, sounds delicious, doesn't it? Try not to salivate. Cauliflower, cheese and mixed vegetable pasta, cooked by the Ashaya Patra charity, which makes 1.8 million meals for schools daily in India. And I've seen pictures of it. They make this stuff in huge vats, and then people get on trains and distribute it. It's amazing. But this purpose-built kitchen can cook 9,000 meals a day. They aim to sell meals to schools for less than £2 a portion, half paid by the state and half by the donors. £2 a portion they can turn a meal out for. Mind you, they are cooking in bulk. They are cooking. But, I mean, even so, when you see it done in India, you marvel. You absolutely marvel. It's fantastic. Also, according to the front page of The Guardian, calls for national lockdown grow as the UK death toll now exceeds 60,000. I mentioned 60,000 for those people who go, it's all just a hoax. All just a hoax. Yes, 60,000 dead people. Sounds to me like a major hoax. 84850, Nick in Weybridge said, stop asking Siri the weather. I can't help it. I have to ask Siri. But I suddenly realised about a year and a half, 2 years ago, that every time we mentioned it, everybody else's phone came to life, which is good. My girlfriend, Steve, and massive fan of yours, is currently in hospital, having delivered our new daughter, Georgia, who's been a bit poorly, so we hope they're allowed home today. So, hi. And she normally refers to me as Captain Cooper. Well, always sounds slightly risque, doesn't it, really, I suppose? Also, what was the other one that we got? Somebody talking about your opinion of Ryland Clark Neal on Too Many Things, Matthew. Too many things. He's on, you know, once they start saying yes to everything, it becomes tedious and boring. It really does. You know, you think, find somebody else. But of course they can't. They couldn't find anybody for I'm a Celebrity, so they picked Mo Farah, who's a sportsman. He's not known for being, you know, a personality. He's going to be on a programme. Most of them sit around staring into the distance, but of course they need to do it, you know, to either raise their profile or to bring them in some money. That's how it works, isn't it, nowadays? It's they should call it Who Wants to Be Desperate Enough to Appear on a programme like this. Daily Star, ghouls targeting Scylla and Ken Dodd. Sick vandals have attacked the graves. Scylla's headstone was daubed with abuse about John Lennon. I mean, who are these sick people? Are they drunks? Is there something the matter with them? I just find it absolutely appalling that somebody could ever go anywhere near a cemetery and start defacing graves. I think people like that should be locked up for a seriously long amount of time. Also, a person who spent the night in police cells has donated lottery scratch card winnings to the force, telling them to buy some decent coffee. Oh, that's nice. I shouldn't have found yourself in that situation in the first place. Former EastEnders star Sean Williamson says it's tragic nobody will hire him for serious roles. They should. He's very good. And Strictly's Nicola Adams celebrates her 38th birthday with her girlfriend and faithful dog Brooklyn. It's one of those dogs that looks at you and you think, I don't trust you. You know, you've got some dog. I mean, there's an advert on the television at the moment and they're asking people to donate money to Battersea Cat and Dogs Home. And they've managed to find 3 of the most adorable dogs and kittens who sort of look at you with that. You think they're going to burst into tears any minute now. They look so cute. So, and you think to yourself, if I was an animal lover who was in the market for an animal, I'd be tempted immediately to donate money to Battersea Cat and Dogs Home. I've been there before. We did a photo shoot down there one time, me and Adrian, and we went down there and pictured all these. You know the most common dog in Battersea Cat and Dogs Home? Staffies. They got abandoned left, right and centre. But it's the other dogs. They sit there and they're so desperate to see people. They're so desperate to be with people. But unfortunately they don't. But if you do go down there, just remember they are a charity. They need the money. 84850. That's right. I couldn't remember it, actually. Steve, congratulations on news from the Magic Circle. Any chance one of your tricks making Gemma Collins disappear? Oh, it's so boring. They keep saying, oh, she's so busy, but she can't do anything. She's never managed to complete anything. Just sort of a bit of a drip, really. A bit of a drip. Sarah in Thatcham. Can't tell you. Can't tell you. And Gary says, don't knock weather updates when you give us the same news every 15 minutes. No, but that's news. That's always changing. The weather doesn't change. It's going to be the same. I'm not likely to say, oh, it's going to be very sunny today, and by the way, it's snow later. Doesn't happen like, mind you, you live in Slough, so God knows what you're looking forward to. And Steve, I've just woken up to you singing the Shake and Vac, says Sidcup Julie. I know. We were talking yesterday about adverts on the television, which had a jingle that went with it. Oh, White's lemonade. And they'd do the shake and vac and put the freshness back. People remember the jingles. Sometimes they couldn't remember the products, which I used to like. So I've always been a big fan of any product that has a jingle that goes along with it. There used to be sort of, what was it? Tony the Tiger. They're great. I used to quite like that one as well. And I think that was just Frosties, wasn't it? I think so. But there was all sorts of different things, all sorts of adverts on the television. I'd sit there marvelling at the advert, but I used to love seeing them at the cinema because they were bigger. The adverts were huge on the big screens. And flaky as chocolate, tastes like chocolate never tasted before. And that was, well, I even know the girl who did that flake advert. Do I ever? I know these people. Heavens above, they're celebrities. Personally. Yes, she'll be writing. She'll write in. You watch. You mark my words. Oh, yes. Anything that sort of... I mean, I suppose you like that because it was somebody sort of wafting through. Did you like the one as well where she's got the flake and she peels the paper off it? Did you like that one too? Yeah. Hold your hands up and admit defeat on that one, sonny boy. Yes. And then they sort of tenderly sort of, you know, pop the end of the flake in their mouth. I mean, I don't eat flakes like that. There you go. Look at that. Look at that. He's so excited by this advert. Look. Too much for people like you, isn't it, really? Such a sheltered life. You know, eating a toffee apple has extended him at the moment. But, yeah, it's good, isn't it? Yes. We'll take a short break. And have you had any Costco mince pies yet? No, I haven't, actually. I did go to Costco the other day. And somebody says, sack Kim Marsh, replaced with Sean Williamson. Yes. Well, I mean, he's... Why does it have to be a man and a woman? Why can't it be 2 men doing a show? Doesn't it make perfect sense? Or 2 women doing a show? It doesn't make any difference. But, you know, to do the old, it's a man and a woman. Typical BBC, isn't it? Typical BBC. Really nice to have your company. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. Wednesday, the 28th of October. And the front pages of the papers. Oh, by the way, there was somebody here. Who is this, actually? Oh, I've lost track of it. Aussie soap neighbours have sparked anger on the Isle of Man by suggesting it's dodgy. Now, I've never been to the Isle of Man. Residents were stunned by the slur in a scene on the Channel 5 show featuring the lawyer Toadie Rebecca. I think that's how you pronounce it. Anyway, Ryan Maloney's character was asked about dodgy accounts in the Isle of Man, a reference to the island being regarded as a tax haven. Barbara Gordon, a trader in the Manx town of Ramsey, said it's not a tax haven, it's our home and we pay our taxes. Yeah, I mean, I would think so. And, yeah, I've never been. I quite fancy going. But then I've never been to Guernsey or Jersey either. I don't know whether I want, actually, drinking. I drink their milk, yes. Well, I don't know if it comes from there. I think you can have Guernsey cows anywhere you like. I don't think they're specific to Guernsey or Jersey. You can have them anywhere. Just put them in fields and they eat grass. And so... Sorry? Is that true? Of course it's true. Where do you think it... What, you think you can only get Jersey milk from Jersey cows on Jersey? Well, you don't think if you sort of put them on a boat and move them elsewhere, they'll still be producing this? What do you think they turn into? Lemonade? Or something like that? Rice creamola? You know? Knickerbocker glory? No, it's the Jersey cows give Jersey milk. Doesn't matter where they are. They don't have to be on Jersey. I think actually the stuff that I get, which is sold in Waitrose, I think the farms are here. I don't think the farms are elsewhere. Why would you think that? It's a Jersey cow, isn't it? It's like, I'm trying to think, you know, a beef cow. What do you think? If you move it from sort of here and put it on sort of the Isle of Man, it sort of turns into pork or something like that. No, of course it doesn't. It's, you didn't seriously believe that, did you? You might have done, actually. And, of course, the producer thought that as well. That's why he had to go and check it and then discovered, yes, they're Jersey cows. They give Jersey milk. They're not mostly on Jersey at all. It's like Gran Canaria, the Canary Islands. They're famous for selling tomatoes, but you can buy tomatoes here, you know, grown in this country. They don't taste different if they come from somewhere else, but no, Jersey cows and Guernsey cows, they just give that sort of milk, don't they? It's like an apple tree. You know, it sort of gives those apples. If you move it from Guernsey to mainland or Kent, it's still going to produce the same apples. It doesn't go, oh, I think I'll do pears or something like that. No, it's always the same. Strawberries, whatever strawberry you get, which particular one you go for, you buy it as a plant, you grow it, and it grows those strawberries. You don't have to sort of send it back to where it was grown originally. So, no. Jersey and Guernsey milk comes from Jersey and Guernsey cows. But I was watching this really good programme the other day on tartans, and it turns out loads of them were made up. They said they didn't actually have tartans, these people. They said they just made it up. They made it up on a machine, and it made what they thought was a pretty pattern. They went, oh, we'll go for that one. Because they were poo-pooing all these famous pictures of battles and going, this wasn't their tartan at all. This is just totally a work of fiction. And you think, good Lord above. Because you get a lot of Americans that go to Edinburgh or to Glasgow, mainly Edinburgh, I think, and they go in and they get the family tartan made, which, of course, I mean, doesn't necessarily exist. It's so that when you go out, you go, oh, look, I'm a member of the Allen clan, because we're all wearing pink tartan or something. And they had all these different things. And it was a very good programme, but I can't remember what it was on. And whatever it was, I sat there transfixed, thinking, I must try and remember as much of this stuff as possible. Steve... another one here. It says Brussels sprouts from Brussels. Exactly. So that's what Luke would probably think. You can only get Brussels sprouts from Brussels. But no, you can get them from all over the place. Brussels sprouts. You can grow Brussels sprouts here. Lincolnshire, I think, or just about anywhere. Steve, is it true that all food is actually organic, but the supermarkets charge more for it on purpose? No, absolutely not. No. Organic, you do pay more for, but it's grown differently without all the pesticides and things like that. At the moment, I'm eating... Oh, I'm not actually. I've got some at home. They're organic blueberries, which come from Chile. Now, I have to take somebody's word for it that they really are blueberries from Chile. I mean, they might have come from down the road, but it says from Chile. You have to accept the fact that people tell the truth. But I mean, it's like seeing the amount of chicken shops around our way that have got halal on the window. Now, I'm trusting them to make sure that it is halal, and then you're not buying something that isn't halal. So if something says organic, it's, you know, it would be it would be easy to sell something, stick a bit of dirt on it, and you go, it's organic. But I mean, I doubt anybody could ever taste the difference. It's like, you know, if Luke went into a restaurant and they went, oh, this is definitely vegan, you know, he wouldn't know the difference. You could feed him anything and he'd go, oh, it tastes really good, this. And they go, yeah, you know, it's not vegan. And he'd be going, no, it is vegan. It says vegan there. And you go, no, it's not. It would be you would know the difference. You think so? You can taste vegan and non-vegan. You can taste the difference, can you, really, between free-range eggs and caged eggs? Wow. Yes. Well, and what do you think the difference is between a free-range egg and a caged egg? Yeah, but why? Why do you think that? Why do you think it tastes better? Do tell, because it tastes nicer. I mean, would you actually believe it if I told you that sort of some eggs sold as farm fresh are not really as farm fresh as you think they might be? They did a programme on the television where they were looking at it, and what they do is they have these huge barns, I mean, absolutely ginormous, and there could be, 500,000 chickens in there, and what they do is they keep them inside the barn, and they sort of scratch around and they get fed. It's all automatic, done to sort of fatten them up as quick as possible to make sure they start producing eggs. And then what they do after I think it's about 3 weeks, they open the shutters to the barn so they can go outside. Well, chickens don't want to go outside. They don't know the outside world. It's a bit like a cartoon. Ooh, scary. So they stay inside. But they can class them as farm fresh, which is basically free range, because they've got the opportunity to free range. It's just that some of them choose not to. They choose to stay inside because they feel a bit safer. Occasionally some will wander outside, but I'm not sure about it. They're very wary chicken. All they've got to do, though, is just lay eggs. And then people go round. What you should do is find a farm that you know, and if they do eggs, go down and and they'll show you the chickens scratching around and where they lay the eggs. They've all got to be locked up at night, because otherwise the foxes come and take loads of them. But that's it. I mean, I can't tell the difference between a free-range egg or a battery egg. You think you can? See, I think I could put you to the test and you wouldn't know. I reckon that I think I could give you instant mashed potato and proper potatoes mashed, and you wouldn't know the difference. I bet you wouldn't. Bet you. You'd be going, oh, I like this one. I go, that is fake mashed potato. And you'd be going, is it really? You wouldn't know. I could give you real creme brulee and then fake creme brulee. And I reckon you'd eat all of it, going, this is yummy. I had a thing the other day. It was a little fruit pot of just fruit, and I can't remember what it was. It was something like apricots and something else, I don't know. Only a little pot. And I had it, and I thought, that's quite nice, actually. Then I suddenly realised it was just full of sugar. Full of sugar. Steve, champagne, however, can only come from the Champagne region. Yes. Only Champagne in France can sell champagne. We don't have that in this country, do we? Jersey potatoes only come from Jersey, says Lee. Do the jerseys we wear come from Jersey cows? I wish they did. And Steve, so if you bring a little yellow bird from the Canaries to London, it turns into a pigeon, says Chris. Don't start him on that one. We'll be here all day. But you do find people. I mean, farmers' markets I find are a little bit confusing, because you trust people, don't you? You go, so you've actually made all of this stuff, and I'm not totally convinced by it. But there again, I'm a cynical person. Front page of the Daily Express: millions face the end of free banking. This is HSBC have warned it may start charging current account customers a monthly fee. They're 36% down on profits. They blamed it on COVID. Now, does that mean that they're going to be charging people who are in credit? Because if I was with HSBC and I was in credit, I'd be moving my bank account very fast. I don't want to pay a fee. The whole idea is that you don't. I manage to look after my accounts with the help of a few people. But the very idea that they might be charging you for this service, it's like, do you remember when you used to have to pay for the bank machines? You'd put your card in, they say, there's a charge of £2.50. There were lots of private machines. I remember thinking, you're paying for taking your own money out? No, thank you. So now there's a big sign on 99.9% of them saying there is no charge for taking money out of this bank machine. So, but I don't fancy the idea of having the end of free banking, but luckily I'm not with HSBC, but loads of people are. Morning. I was just wishing myself winning £79 million, because it's somebody in the United Kingdom, which is good, isn't it? Somebody says, you can tell the difference between free range and battery hens. Battery hens look more positive. Okay. And then somebody else says you can actually crack a free range egg into a bowl and then a caged hen egg into a bowl, and you can see the difference. Yes, Luke's still going down this little route here. Steve, Channel Islands milk only comes from there. It's like feta has to come from Greece, otherwise it's called Greek style. I was born in Guernsey, I should know. Yeah, so if it says Channel Islands milk, then it would come there. If it's Guernsey or Jersey milk, it can come from cows in this country quite easily. Do Scotch eggs come from Scotland with the meat around them, says Tony? I fear so. And then Adrian says, you're not going to tell me, Steve, that Mars bars aren't made on Mars. I can't believe he didn't know that, seriously. And sounds like we need to get in touch with Matthew Kelly's people for a spin-off of You Bet, vegan edition. Yeah, that'll be good. What does it mean, free-range eggs? Well, it means that they are free to roam. Apparently, happy chickens roam. That's what they... Oh, how you know it's a happy chicken, I don't know. Apparently, the meat tastes different. But, I mean, how they would know this, I've got no idea. Was it a happy chicken? Well, the meat tastes okay. I like chicken. I think it's one of our most favourite meats, chicken. But whether it's happy or not, it's like cows, you know. I mean, all they do is eat. You never see cows standing around doodling or, you know, chatting away to each other. They're always eating constantly. Eat the grass, eat the grass, eat the grass. Also, somebody says Stilton cheese now comes from Melton Mowbray. I believe you can only have... There you go. I told you she'd be back, boys. I told you she'd be back. The flake girl, Janice, she's here. And she said, always listening, much love. So Janice, my flake girl. The boys were impressed by this. Corey especially is impressed by the fact that... I told you she'd write. She listens every day. Janice, the flake girl. There she is. There she is there. Always listening. See? He's so excited. Janice, he's so... I can't tell you. It's, okay, 0629. 0629. Okay. She's always listening. Always listening. Oh, yes. It's incredible. He's very impressed now. Very impressed that we know lots of famous people. She can send you probably one of the rappers off a flake. Yeah, woo. They're very impressed by this, Janice. He's so excited, seriously. We have to calm him down. We'll have to hose him in a moment. Gets very embarrassing. Tucking into some Guernsey strawberries with Gran Canaria cream. Guernsey strawberries? I don't know. Not sure about Guernsey strawberries. I'm not sure about that at all. And Steve, can't wait until Luke finds out Terry's chocolate orange isn't Terry's. Yes, or an orange. That one disappointed me. Still excited about Janice. I knew she'd be there. I knew. Also, another one. There's loads of these, one, actually. And Sally in Manchester says, why the heck would you want to eat halal meat? Do you actually know what it is? Of course I know what it is. I live in London. We've got loads of halal chicken shops. It's a way of killing the animal for people who have religious beliefs. So, in fact, I don't think there is a chicken shop round our way, and I think that includes KFC, that's not halal. You'll see the little sign on the window. Sometimes it's quite a big sign on the window that says halal, so I know all about it. Steve, I can tell the difference, and I prefer smash. We were talking about whether you could spot the difference between real mashed potato or instant mashed potato. I eat instant mashed potato. I haven't had it for ages, and my favourite one was the one that I recommended, which is from Iceland, and it was £1, and you get a big packet of it, and it's just lumps of frozen mashed potato, and you just pop it into your, I was going to say your curries, but actually I quite like a curry with mashed potato, so I'm very peculiar. And I defy anybody to taste the difference. You didn't even need to add salt, pepper, or butter, or anything at all. Just melt it, and it tastes delicious. Tastes delicious. Boys haven't quite got round to that, actually. What about Eastbourne oranges, Steve, says Donny. I don't think so. Steve, if Jersey raw potatoes ready from Jersey, how come I can grow them in my garden, which isn't in Jersey? Yes, I know, but they do specifically come. If you see them in the greengrocers, you'll see it's Jersey royal potatoes, and they only come out at a certain time of the year. I mean, you could probably grow them in your garden, but I think they have to come there. Steve, very easy to check between free-range and battery eggs. Just lick the top of the egg, and if it tingles your tongue, it's a battery egg. Do you get that? He won't understand that. So I'll have to... Listen, we've got to have a meeting after the programme. I'll have to discuss all these things which he doesn't know the answer to, starting on this morning with carbonated water. You know, he didn't know that you could actually get water which was carbonated, which was natural, and hadn't had it put in there. I mean, that one, of course, I mean, it's the same all the time. I used to have a producer years and years ago, and I'd say, so-and-so, so-and-so, and he'd go, oh, Steve, I don't think that's really true. And he'd check it, go, oh, you were right. No apology. No apology. I mean, even the producer checked this morning. He said, I didn't really think you were right. I said, listen, ask James O'Brien. James O'Brien will tell you each and every time exactly the same phrase, which I keep drumming into you every single day.
Never question Steve Allen. He's always right.
See, what can I tell you? And the reason I'm right as well, and if you've just woken up, can I urge you, please, to go to my Twitter page, which is @SteveAllenShow, and there's a little video on there because we were thinking about a month ago of how we can raise some money at Christmas for Make Some Noise, which we were very successful doing with the tote bags and helping people out who've had one of the worst years that they're ever likely to have. And so it's specifically for that we asked you a few weeks ago now, quite a few weeks ago, what we could do. And we had every suggestion from face masks to candles to all sorts of different bits and pieces. Anyway, we then decided what we were going to do. And so they said, why don't we do something? And why don't we make sure that people can get hold of these before Christmas? And I said, well, that'd be a nice idea. So we mulled it around and we've all agreed on this particular item. And so we've got a little tease on the @SteveAllenShow Twitter page. You can see it on there. It's a little video. It only lasts about 20 seconds. And so you can watch me doing that, looking quite dapper, I thought, actually, in it. And that gives you a clue as to what we're going to be offering you on Friday of this week. And the idea is to raise as much money as we possibly can for people who've had, as I say, one of the worst years in living memory, where people have lost jobs and things like that, and they can't afford to do all sorts. Some people can't even afford, mobile phone or to do their shopping or stuff like that. So we thought we could, with your help, make a bit of a difference. Now, for those people that cannot access the @SteveAllenShow, we've got the audio of it. It's only little, it's only short, and it goes like this. Hello, I'm Steve Allen. I'm here to let you know we have a very exciting announcement coming your way this week. I say we, as this announcement includes not only me, but the whole Groovy Gang. There's your first clue. We're an optimistic team, and I like to think of the glass being half full, so we're confident that you might work this one out. Keep your eyes peeled for more information coming very soon. And that'll be coming soon. Tomorrow on the programme, we'll have clue number 2. I can't even remember what clue number 2 is. It'll be good, though. And then on Friday, it's what they call the big reveal. Whee! And then we hope that you indulge us and help us out by raising an awful lot of money for Christmas. I like to tell you that it's your good deed. It's your good deed of the year. If you bought the tote bag, then I'm hoping that you're going to go for this particular item, because the more money we raise, the better it is. Steve, you can't call Jersey potatoes if they're grown here, even though they are the same potatoes. Well, I've seen the sacks. They come in from Jersey, and it's a limited season. Very limited. You could probably grow all sorts of things here. Bet you can't grow a Cadbury's flake, though. He's so impressed that she actually wrote. I knew she would. Oh, happy days. George says, I guarantee I can tell the difference between Smash or that awful frozen Iceland stuff and real mash. No, you can't. No, you can't, George. I'd put £1 million on it. Simple as that. £1 million. You can't tell the difference at all. I've already tried it on people. And it works. Works an absolute treat. Works a treat. Steve, when there was spend a penny, 9p would buy a loaf of bread. So spending a penny was expensive. All right. Never thought about that, actually. 9p was a loaf, was it really? Gosh. Steve, I like the chair that you're sitting in, says Donnie during the video. Is it for sale? I'll give you 35 quid for it. It's a lovely chair. It's a very nice chair. It's it's one of those comfy button-back chairs in green leather. Come on. Green leather, I tell you. Not many people round here can say that. Also, Steve, remember the advert for a beer? It had Melanie Sykes saying, do you want a flake in that, love? Your producer would love it, says Jay. Try not to tell him about these things. It's best not to. He's at a sensitive time. Very sensitive time in his life. I mean, he's looking forward to Christmas and trying to explain, how you eat toffees and chocolates and everything else. What drama? Faye Weldon is 89. Faye Weldon. She's in a toxic split from husband number 3. 89. There you go. And, I mean, she has been hospitalised, but she's divorcing him. There's a reason for it. You'll have to read it in the newspaper. I can't read things like that. It's too complicated. Far too complicated. And who did Bob Dylan want on his big brass bed? Remember the song? Lay, lady, lay? Well, they say it was Barbara Streisand. And she was his favourite star. But of course, Barbara Streisand, I think, was one time married to Elliot Gould. Then she married a hairdresser, who then turned into a filmmaker. But and I can't remember what his name was. But he turned up at the house, and she made him wait. He was coming round to do her hair. Love Barbara Streisand. Coming round to do her hair, and she made him wait. She was playing diva. And when she walked down the staircase, he said, "Don't you ever make me wait again." And he turned around and walked out of the house. She was so impressed with his butchness. John Peters, his name was. And he ended up being a film producer. But he'd just been a hairdresser beforehand. I say just a hairdresser. Lord above, looking at the things that I've got to work with round here, hairdressers don't even come into it. I don't know. They actually pay money for these things as well. It's unbelievable that, you know, Luke sort of comes in and you go, "Oh, I've had my haircut, Steve. You know, I'm supposed to be impressed by this kind of thing." Should we do... have I done everything? I haven't done the... Should we do some news? I couldn't remember if I'd done the news or not. Are you sure I haven't done the news? Oh, Lord, honestly, I sound like Joe Biden, don't I, in America? Can't remember one thing from 1 minute to the next. It is the time this Wednesday morning. Do you remember I told you at the beginning of the programme? I'd lost the story, actually, but I found it now. This is a student who was caught flouting quarantine. She should have been self-isolating. She posted an Instagram picture of herself enjoying a meal out. Her name is Caris Ann Ingram, 22. She visited restaurants, she went shopping when she was supposed to be in quarantine after flying to Jersey from Manchester. After arriving on October the 12th to visit family, she should have self-isolated until she was able to give a negative COVID-19 result 5 days later. It was later found that someone sitting near her on the flight had tested positive, so she was told to remain in quarantine and undergo a further test 8 days after her arrival. 3 days after arriving from Manchester, she was caught shopping in St Helier, the magistrates on the island heard. A few days later, she was seen close to a seafront fortification. She then went for a meal at a restaurant in the island, posting photographs of herself on her Instagram feed. I mean, she quite clearly is an idiot of the first order. The authorities on the island made a number of attempts to contact her, but they got no answer. Ingram, who comes from Salford, was finally reached by phone by a contact tracing team and arrested. In total, she had breached the regulations 4 times, going shopping, going for a meal at a restaurant, visiting a friend's house, and not being at home when the enforcement team visited. She pleaded guilty to 2 counts of breaching self-isolation regulations and was fined a total of, I'll tell you in a moment, and if she didn't pay this, she's going to prison for 24 weeks. They're not messing around. Caroline Mafia of Jersey's Contact Tracing, Monitoring and Enforcement Agency said this fine demonstrates that we will pursue prosecution for those caught flouting the law. So, idiotic student, of which there must be many, her total fine was £6,600. You know, but, you know, and what an idiot. What an idiot. It's like the people who put on the parties and they go, "Oh, we don't need to worry, we're students." And you go, "You're stupid. You're going to be fined £10,000, and they have been. And she was told you either pay the $6,600 or you're going to prison. They're not messing around. They don't want people like that coming over infecting people. Why is it that people don't... Is it people that, you know, perhaps she's one of those stupid people who thinks that it's all a bit fake and it's all a bit rubbish and it doesn't make any difference. Well, I'm telling you, it does. It does make a difference, and it does actually sort of affect a lot of people. 60,000 people are dead. 60,000 people. You know, the results of people who are going down with coronavirus is now, you know, it's reaching serious numbers, and it's through idiots like that. So, as far as I'm concerned, to fine her 6,600 should have been on top of a prison sentence, because otherwise these people... I mean, she went 4 times. Perhaps she thought it was a joke when they came around to arrest her, but I promise you it isn't a joke. Nigella Lawson. Why would people be grateful for getting to 60? I think 60 is really, really young. Very, very young. Well, it is for certain people. Also, Janner's knighthood. This is Greville Janner. This is a Labour peer put forward for a knighthood a year after he was publicly linked to sexual abuse at a children's home. Greville Janner, who died without ever being charged over the unproven allegations, missed out on the honour in the 1992 nominations. Yesterday, Tony Blair, former Prime Minister, explained why he saw no reason to block Janner's eventual elevation to the Lords in 1997. So it goes on. I mean, there were lots of people who made allegations about Janner. This is a man called Frank Beck, who was a disgraced care home boss. A report in 2016 found that failures by police and prosecutors meant 3 chances were missed to charge the ex-Labour MP over the allegations. The criminal case had been scheduled to reach the Old Bailey in 2016 as a trial of the facts, but was dropped when he died, aged 87. I mean, it was an odd one, wasn't it? It was a very odd one. Also, Anne Widdecombe, in her column today, is talking about... Oh, there's a picture of it. She can't resist it, can she? Her and Tony Beak. She loves him. There's a picture of him lifting her up. She's got her arm round his shoulder. The look of love is in her eyes. She can't... any opportunity to mention him. But... she says, you couldn't make it up. Theatres are closed all over the country. Comedy clubs are silent. Young actors, dancers and singers are unemployed with no sign of relief. Pantos, the lifeblood of many small venues, are off. So what does the Arts Council do? It gives £215,000 grant to a drag queen, Legato Chocolat, whose actors never grossed even half that in a year. She says the Arts Council says the process is rigorous. Tell that to the pig, she says, that just flew past my window. And they've got a picture of this drag queen, who is called Legato Chocolat. He wears a wig, he's a black guy, and he's got a beard as well. So he looks as though he could be Conchita Wurst. But I don't know why giving him £215,000 is going to make any difference. Couldn't they have spent the money elsewhere? It's only a wig and a frock, isn't it? Only a wig and a frock. I feel like I'm sitting in the studio in a wig and a frock some of the time, actually. A song, a frock and a tinkle, which we quite fancy. And straight to video, where show business turns to no business, celebrities are finding the online greeting industry is a nice little earner. Miriam Margolyes will ask for £131 for her to send you... But, I mean, if you're a huge fan of Miriam, 131 quid, that's an unusual Christmas present. They all do it. Miranda Hart charges her fans £154. Engelbert Humperdinck's on board. Everybody... You know, a lot of people are sort of doing... Sean Astin. I don't know who he is, actually. He must be an actor, I suppose. But he's made £174,000 to date. It's quite lucrative. I mean, some of the people are actually quite inexpensive. And it's an unusual Christmas present for this year. Sadly, I have to leave you. Much as though it's been an absolute thrill today to be with you on a Wednesday. We quite like a Wednesday, but 60% chance of rain later on, and still the leaves, they fall from the trees. I have a free podcast. In fact, every day I have 2 podcasts, the whole show, and nothing but the show, and my free little bit extra podcast. Today, Vernon Kay is apparently the highest payout on I'm a Celebrity, probably because he's about one of the only ones we've ever heard of. 150,000 quid. Brooklyn Beckham and his fiancée have shelved their wedding for a year. I'm saying nothing. And I'll reveal a shocking fact about tartan. You will not want to miss it. Happy birthday to Yasmin Le Bon. And Danny Dyer has said that those who go to Eton can't run the country. I mean, so, you know, there's no answer. No, I mean, I don't think he actually could either, and he didn't go to Eton, so what does that tell you? It tells you it's another actor who sort of opens their gob at the wrong time. They go, all right, because they start believing the publicity and start believing that they think that sort of people take notice of it. I mean, not everybody who's in the government went to Eton, I have to tell you. And Danny Dyer certainly didn't go to Eton, that's a fact. The asteroid, which is coming towards Earth, it's apparently about the size of a peanut. Whether it picks up size as it goes, I've got no idea, but it's apparently travelling very fast. If we had interstellar and intergalactic police up there, they'd have stopped it for speeding. Definitely. Somebody else, who was it? Somebody famous. They've just done a speed awareness course, because at the moment you do your speed awareness courses, and you do them via a link on your phone or on your computer. Takes about 3 or 4 hours, I warn you now. It's very tedious. I didn't have it. There's a big detour. There's a road closed for 2 days. How long is the detour? 41 miles. 41-mile detour because a road is closed for 2 days, which is, just absolutely ridiculous. I went down to see my brother yesterday. Drop a few little bits and pieces off, and it was lovely. The weather all the way down there was lovely. Driving, but my right-hand foot started to go dead. I think I must have moved the seat back to an unfamiliar position, and then the heavens opened, and then my boss phoned me as well. So I've got so many things going on, like dealing with the windscreen wipers, dealing with am I on the right road, because I sometimes get confused and miss. But luckily yesterday I was good. Monty Don is under fire for Pete's sake. That's P-E-A-T, not P-E-T-E. I did spell it to you when we did this. I said Pete. He's a gardener. Okay, he does gardening. Why you know somebody called Pete, I've got no idea. No, he hasn't got a mate called Pete. He deals with Pete. P-E-A-T, which is what honestly, I do spell it because sometimes I have to do it for Corey. Because Corey's spelling is not much better than Gemma Collins's. And so I have to, and also with numbers, Corey doesn't do numbers. I have to explain numbers. So if somebody's won £79 million on the lottery, I have to go, they won 79 million, then wait for the blank look. And then I say to him, okay, first number 7, second number 9, then a dot, then 000, and so it takes forever to do the blooming trailer. The first vegan butcher's opening, everything's fake. There's no meat in there. Bit like going to a brothel and there's nobody working, which of course there isn't if you go to Nottingham, because there used to be a brothel in Nottingham. Did you ever see it? It was I think it was on the television, and they made a documentary on people who go and use these services of brothels, and it looked a bit tacky actually. It became a bit clinical. And I thought, the whole idea of picking people up was to go into a pub, get completely blathered, and then sort of go, nice to come back. And if you're lucky, somebody says yes. But they did but apparently brothels are being closed during this pandemic. I suppose they'd have to be, wouldn't they, really? Makes perfect sense. Police storm a Ryanair flight after brawling. Who gets on a flight and starts brawling? I ask you. It's ridiculous, isn't it? Birmingham is the most rat-infested city. I don't know, have you been round here? Actually, I was talking to my driver this morning, and he was saying that Soho is deserted. And I said, but the only trouble is, in Soho, all there is are bars and restaurants. And, of course, there's no business, so the whole place is just deserted. Oh, and casinos. There's a few casinos around there. Meghan's court battle with her father, she wants it cancelled. I bet she does. It begins to look at the moment as if the amount of money this is going to cost somebody could run in excess of £1.5 million. I've said to you before, whenever anybody goes into court and they take out private prosecutions, it's a case of it's a case of you have to pay for these things, and lawyers ain't cheap. Seriously, and it was absolutely terrible. Forgive me, says Matthew. I was shopping in Twickenham yesterday and spotted a gunmetal grey Bentley. No, not yesterday. Not yesterday. I was out all day. From 8 o'clock yesterday. Completely. Long-time catch-up listener, says Simon in Dorset. I always do that. Whenever I mention Dorset, I always do it like that. And your walk down memory lane, specifically Fleet Street, has stirred memories of long Friday afternoons in the Cheshire Cheese and the Witness Box, because I worked in Fleetbank House for a certain government department. Played mixed netball in Lincoln's Inn Fields. And what was the Real Ale pub in Gray's Inn Road? Oh, I don't know. But love the show. Well, of course, you're in Dorset. I mean, you're starved of decent things down in Dorset. We are your little ray of sunshine, although, to be honest with you, it's just so blooming horrible at the moment. The weather, it's cold. It is definitely cold. Very definitely. Steve, if vegans think vegetables are so great, why are they always trying to make it taste like meat, says Jim? I don't think they want it tasting like meat. They want it looking like meat. So you get vegan sausages, which look like our sausages, except they're vegan. But they've got this vegan butcher. Can you imagine, can't you, the conversation? Oh, do you have any pretend chicken? You know, have you got any pretend turkey? Aye, we have for vegan. And of course, where have they put it? I mean, you wouldn't be citing this in Richmond, to be honest with you. So they've stuck it in Islington, which is the millionaires' playground of the middle classes. Okay, we all like live in Islington because it's like, okay, yeah, you know, we've got everybody there. There's even gays. And we live there. And so we've got a vegan butcher. Which is I suppose for the people who live there, most of the people in Islington seem to sit outside having a cup of coffee at somebody else's place. They don't have outdoors themselves because it's all houses. Tony Blair's house is being done up in Islington at the moment. I have some friends who live in Islington. They said the scaffolding's up outside of his house. You know it's Tony Blair's house because it's the only one with police officers outside the front and round the back. Tony Blair's got police officers round the back of the house. They have to have that. So any former prime ministers, they get 24-hour police protection. Which is why I just walk in by myself in the morning. I don't get any police protection at all. Fern McCann wants a lockdown lover. She said it's very... I mean, to be honest with you, I mean, honestly, have you seen that programme? Fern McCann, first-time mum or something. I mean, honestly, it is dealing like... It's almost as bad as the Gemma Collins, who, you know, the diva, otherwise known as that poor old so-and-so who can't even speak Queen's English. And she's going to be a supply teacher for another ghastly reality show. Luckily, we finished the reality show, Celebrity Karaoke. The joke being there were no celebrities on it. It was full of deadbeats. It really was the most embarrassing piece of garbage I've ever seen in my entire life. It had to be. The winner was Scarlett Moffat, who can't sing for toffee. Seriously, I whistle better than she sings. And because they were all drunk on the programme, that's all they did. They gave them loads of drink, gave them a studio the size of a Matchbox cover, and they all pranced around like ninnies, including that complete and utter ninny and waste of space, the big fat gay boy from Ibiza Weekend, who apparently seems to be running a heterosexual resort, which seems slightly odd. And so he can't sing either. He's also way too fat. Then you had Jessica Wright, from some middle-class programme from Essex, where poor old Jessica can't find anybody to go out with. But I believe she's found somebody now. Thank God for that. We were all a bit worried she might be still sitting on the shelf covering herself in cobwebs. And who else did they have on there? Oh, they had the Australian drag queen, Courtney Act, who sort of confused a lot. Anne Widdecombe used to get very confused about Courtney Act. They were both in the same Celebrity Big Brother thing. And, of course, Courtney Act without the makeup on is just sort of a blonde boy from Australia. And then he puts the makeup on and all the rest of it and the wigs, and he looks like a woman. You know, it isn't comedy drag. He does look like a woman. And Anne Widdecombe, who, even when she's got the wig on and the dress and the makeup, still doesn't look like a woman, is slightly disturbing. And she used to be fascinated by this whole process, as indeed we all were. Who else was on this Well, I mean, the language that came out of Scarlett Moffat's mouth the other day, I nearly wrote and complained. I mean, just a piece of filth, trailer trash, potty mouth. Really disgusting stuff. And but as I say, obviously, once she's had a few drinks, there's no accounting for... Well, she just eats, doesn't she, now? Steve, vegan butcher, is that not a greengrocer, says Mandy? Oh, could be. No, I mean, they don't just eat vegetables. I mean, do not think that vegans are that dull and boring that they only eat vegetables. They do have other things. You know, like potatoes, have potatoes. I quite like potatoes. I sometimes add potatoes as a bit of an afterthought if I'm creating a culinary piece of cuisine in the kitchen for one of my sort of meals. I'll sort of... You have chips? I've not had chips for ages. Ages and ages. I won't fry anything. I'm frightened to fry things, so I steam. But occasionally, there's an advert on the television. It's for one of these machines that you put stuff in, and then it makes things crispy. And I thought, and it does chips, and I quite fancy it on occasions, chips. But I haven't had them. I mean, it must be the best part of a year. No, it's not a deep fat fry. It cooks dry, and they came out, and I looked at them. I thought, God, they look delicious. Then, you know, have you ever been and had triple cooked chips? They're quite nice. And they looked a bit like that. And then they did roast potatoes in one of them. And that was, I mean, nearly. That was better than a relationship. That was so exciting. Crispy roast potatoes. But we were trying to work out yesterday, because I went down to my brother's to drop the boot of the car off. Because I always have so much stuff in the boot of the car. He ends up with, like, tons of stuff. So we filled, I think, about 6 carrier bags yesterday with stuff. And I've still not made any impact on the boot of the car. Seriously, I mean, he gets everything. You know, sweets, big packs of toffees and, I mean, all sorts of things, shower gels, everything. I just seem to fill up the boot. I go out and see something and I buy it, stick it in the boot of the car. Then about a year later, I go, what the hell's that? I find stuff. I was trying to palm off on him some pickled onions. Every time I've been down there for the last 5 years, I've tried to palm off, and he won't have them. Yesterday, he says, I'll take the pickled onions. And I said, well, I'm not even sure if they're past their sell-by date. Because I don't know how long pickled onions last. And it said, check the sell-by. Well, we couldn't find the sell-by date anywhere. And I bought them in Costco. He said, how old are they? I said, well, they must be the best part of 5 years old. So whether or not you can still eat them after that amount, well, you'll soon find out. Pickled onions. So they obviously have a long shelf life. Oh, there you go, 1 to 2 years, if unopened. Well, these ones haven't been opened, and I've definitely had them more than 2 years. It must be good 5 years. So the shelf life here, pickled onion, blah, 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 it only lasts about 2 weeks in the fridge. Well, I mean, no, I think you can last them long. Well, I hope so. I hope you can last them long. Well, he'll soon find out. I'll get a phone call going, I'm in hospital, and I have to go, you've not eaten the pickled onions, have you? That'll be it. But it was quite nice, so then I had to drive back again. And just up the road from here, they're doing road works and all the rest of it. I sat in this traffic jam, and unfortunately, I'm a little bit of a short-tempered driver. I'm not the best sort of person. Beep, 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 you know, move. I hate it if the person in front of me doesn't move properly. Because my car's automatic, so it's easy to move. You just take your foot off the brake and it sort of gently glides forward, straight into the back of the car in front. Well, sort of litre, 7 litres. Yeah. Your car was 1 litre. That's not a car with 1 litre. That's called a bicycle. Okay? Mine's 7 litres. 7 litres. 7. I know. Even I think it's ridiculous. I open up the bonnet and go, okay, is this all engine? Yes, it's all engine. I mean, there's not an inch of space to put anything else. I wanted to sort of hide more pickled onions in there and things like that, but you can't. And it's sealed. It's a sealed engine. It's got a cover that goes over the top of the engine to stop idiots like me faffing around. Because I used to think if you did a long journey in a car years ago, you had to put oil in, because I thought it used oil up, until one time they emptied it. It was about 7 litres of oil. And the bloke at the garage, Pete, said to me, he said, how much oil have you got in your car? He said, we've had to drain it completely. I said, but I thought it used oil up. He said, no, you just leave it. You know, he said that when it comes in for its yearly service or whatever, he said, then we take the oil out and replace it. He said, but you don't keep topping it up every time you do a journey. I said, what do I know? It's like petrol. I mean, I'm never sure how long petrol is supposed to sort of last in the car. And also, mine then goes bing, 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 bing if it's running out of petrol. But I don't know what the running out time span is. I've got no idea whether or not I can do another 30 miles. And of course, the worst thing is being stuck on the motorway and you suddenly realise you need a wee. You need a wee like you need a wee. And of course, if it's raining, it doesn't help. And you're looking around the car for, what can I use? You know, and it's a bit... and I do carry water in the car, but I learnt through bitter experience, do not drink water in the car whilst you're driving, because if you're diabetic, it goes through you really fast. And so I have the water, I have a case of water behind my seat, and occasionally I would take it, but I haven't done it for a long time, because I suddenly realised I need to pull off the road onto the hard shoulder, which you're lucky to find on a motorway now, open both car doors, and in the middle of it, then you can have a wee. Because otherwise, if you don't open the back door, people can see you having a wee. And do you remember some years ago, I was coming home, but I got lost on the motorway. They did a detour, and I pulled into what I thought was a lay-by. And it was raining a little bit, and I've opened the doors, and I stand in the middle of the front door and the back door, so I can have a wee. Because it's the only place that you can actually go. And it was at that moment I realised I wasn't in a lay-by at all. I was in a bus stop, and the bus stop pulls in behind me, and I'm there in between the front door and the back door. And as the bus goes past me, all the people on the bus turn and look at me as I'm thinking, oh, God, how embarrassing. It's really terrible, isn't it, really? Mr. Neil says, pickled onions in the boot. He says, what are you like? I know. I've got stuff in the boot. I mean, seriously, I've got things in the boot you wouldn't even believe. Some of it I couldn't even pass on to my brother, which is interesting. My friend Rich says he didn't get the chance to say have a good weekend. We haven't got to the weekend yet. We've got another... It is Thursday, isn't it, today? Yeah. We've got another day to go. Well, he can't be. But it's Ruben... that's why. He's taking a long weekend off, because it's his son Ruben's second birthday. Bless him. He says, first off since January. He says, but congratulations on the Magic Circle news, because I am now an honorary member of the Magic Circle. See these hands? A gift. Seriously, I can make things vanish or get bigger. Seriously, don't have to call me Lord or anything like that, but going down on one knee might help. But coming back, I must have done something to my right leg, because I think I've moved the seat, because I've got a bit on the seat in between having 7 litres, and the seat, there's a bit that lifts up at the front, so you can extend. And I had to keep rubbing my leg underneath it, because I thought, this feels a bit odd. It didn't feel normal to me, so I was sort of rubbing it. So I was driving with one hand, which wasn't the best way to drive. And I thought, I might have to pull it off the side of the road and get out and stretch it a little bit, as you do, Told me that apparently if you open the pickled onions, they'll be fine if they're unopened. Only thing is they will have lost their crunch and gone soft. Well, we did look at them through the... I mean, it's no hardship. I mean, if they've gone soft, we can throw them out and I can get in more pickled onions. Because at Christmas time, you've got to have pickled onions. You cannot... How big? It's quite big. They look like a small sweet jar. Because they did... In the garden centre where I bought them, and they're years old, they did really big jars of pickled onions. And I do like a pickled onion. When I was at school in Yorkshire, we used to in the gardening club, they would say, you can take onions home and then your mother could make pickled onions, because people made things in those days for Christmas. My mother would start making stuff for Christmas about September, October. And so the windfalls from the garden, from the apple trees, we had an orchard, and we had one tree, and used to get all these things, and then you'd wrap them in newspaper and put them away in a cardboard box and put them away for Christmas, so you could have fruit at Christmas. I mean, none of this. I mean, when I was young, as indeed for many of them, we didn't have a supermarket. You had a Lipton's on the corner, and you went to the Lipton's and you bought, 2 slices of ham or 3 slices of bacon, depending on what you could afford. And so people in those days used to make stuff for Christmas. We didn't, very rarely buy Christmas decorations. You bought paper decorations, those expanding ones that you'd pin up with a little bit of sellotape. They had loads of bits of sellotape stuck to them, and you blew up 2 balloons. Well, 3 actually in our case, the long balloon and then the 2 round ones, just to make it look a bit ruder. And so we would always do it. And my mother would do pickled onions. She'd make 2 or 3 jars of pickled onions for Christmas, and she'd make chutney, like everybody else. Like everybody else in those days. You didn't go out and buy it, you made it. You made stuff like that for Christmas. You would make your table decorations. The only thing you went out and bought was paper to wrap your presents in. And in that case, we used to save it from the year before. Little Julie says, I've seen the inside of the boot more than once, as you know. I know. I'm terrible. It looked even worse the other day than it could. I've got all sorts of things in there, including about 300 masks. I've got some more of these Libra things for going under my arm for checking my diabetes. And I've got just loads of batteries, socks. You name it, I've got it. I use the boot as an extension. As far as I'm concerned, it's a shop. Steve, now you're an honorary member of the Magic Circle, says Richard. And I have a question. The Harry Potter films, are they a training module or just a bit of fun? Oh, I think you take that with a pinch of salt, Richard. I think you take that with a pinch of salt. I do know magicians. I remember talking to a magician once, a very famous magician in America, about magic. And the trouble is, if you're having a conversation about magic with a magician, we know lots of things which lots of other people don't know, which, to be honest with you, it's probably better you don't know, because it can sometimes spoil the mystery. And I remember saying to him about so-and-so, so-and-so, and he didn't know that I was a member of the Magic Circle. And so he said, no, Steve, it's real magic. And I remember thinking, no, it's not. It's a trick. It's a trick. You have to acknowledge the fact it's a trick. I mean, people will say to you, I do this with the power of my mind. I mean, some things are totally unexplainable. I've got loads of stuff, but as I was explaining to the president the other day, I've got loads of stuff that I bought over the years. I mean, going back 30 years, I bought loads of stuff because I just like collecting. I cannot resist a good advert for a piece of magic. If it's something I don't have, or it's, as I said to him the other day, I said to Noel, if it's something particularly expensive, I want it. Because the more expensive you make something, then the least amount of people have it. So it makes it a bit more collectible. But you get some people who wouldn't dream of buying magic. They would just buy a pack of cards and they would spend all their time playing with a pack of cards. Whereas I like to see things and think, I'd like that. I mean, if I told you things I've got, you'd go, well, how does that work? And I can't tell you. That would sort of spoil it. But I've got all sorts of things which I've bought over the years. Not things that only I've got, no, but it's expensive enough for only a few of us to have it. I mean, it would be nothing to spend on something that was particularly unusual. You could spend £1,000. Well, actually, they don't go up in value. I've got some stuff from a particular maker of magic, which, because he's not alive anymore, the stuff goes for fairly good prices. And so I've started collecting things like that. I collect all sorts of bits and bits. If I see something I like, I'll buy it. I've got to like it. It doesn't matter what it is. I will just go and buy it because I think I've got to have it. And that's, I suppose, having a hobby, isn't it? It's like people who buy stamps and spend the rest of the afternoon licking the back of them. I mean, darling, have you ever done that? How dull is that? It's like, what else do people collect now? So people did matchboxes. Remember, you go round hotels of the world and they all do their own little matchboxes, and you'll go round to their house. I don't personally know these people. And they've got a big glass vase with all these boxes of matches in. We've been to the toilets at Biarritz and things like that. We've been to Landudno, lucky old you, and that kind of stuff. They were all little books of matches. Well, we never did that. My parents used to have little miniatures of booze. And we used to have like a higher-up dado rail in our sitting room in one of the houses. Well, it was the one we were living in at the time. It makes it sound like we owned sort of an estate. And all these different bottles, a little miniature bottle of Guinness. And it was all the proper booze in there. They were just tiny little bottles, nothing bigger than about 3 inches. And used to put them all the way round. And then for some reason we moved at one time, whether it was from Hong Kong or wherever it was, and the whole lot vanished. So somewhere in the back of a Pickford's warehouse somewhere, there is a case with our name on it with loads of stuff in there, which is just, you collect corks. How lovely. Riveting. What does that mean? We have a Prosecco. You keep the cork. What for? You keep the cork. If it's a special occasion. Oh, right. Well, you must have, what, collection of 2 then? Can't have had many special occasions in your life, surely. 21st birthday cork. That's all you had, was 1 bottle, was it, for your 21st birthday? Would you like another drink, Luke? I couldn't have another one, no. We'll just have the 1 cork. I thought they were supposed to put a coin in it. You cut a little notch in and then you put a coin in there, don't you? For keeping your sixpence or your threepenny bit or something. I don't know. Don't ask me. When you ask him the wrong person. My friend Callum Hyder has now got a picture of me. He said, because you're a wizard. You wanted to... I bent a key in the office the other day, which I've still left there. I've left it on somebody's desk. I won't tell you who. And Callum says, you're a wizard, Steve. So he's got a picture of me, Harry Potter and Hermione. And me, and I look like a giant, an absolute giant. There you go. Take a knife, cut a slit into the cork of a champagne bottle that's been opened, then slot a coin into it. It turns it into a talisman. Lucky charm given to those whose honour the bottle has never been opened to bring them lasting luck and prosperity. What a load of old codswallop, honestly. It doesn't work like that at all. There are certain... it's quite nice. I used to work in a pub years and years ago, out in the middle of... nowhere. On a battlefield, actually. There was a battle that took place near Newbury. And in the bar, it was all old wooden beams with... over the years, holes that appeared, and people would push coins in, and then the beam would close around it. And so there were coins all around. You couldn't get them out again because the wood was hanging onto them. So we used to have, in the early days of bars, you'd put a beer mat on the counter to soak up the beer that you've dribbled. So somebody come in and say, "What deep?" And because they were like that, very common. And they do sort of a couple of pints of beer, and so you could spill it. But unbeknownst to them, under the beer mat, we would hide a couple of coins, which we superglued to the counter. So when they weren't looking, you'd move the mat to one side, put their change on top of the coins which were glued to the counter, and they would spend the next 15 minutes trying to get it off the bar again. We did that to people. It was always good fun, actually. Heavy company, welcome to Thursday. That's why I got confused about my friend Rich, who was sort of saying, didn't forget to have a nice weekend. And I'm thinking, sometimes I can't remember what day of the week it is. I've had quite a number of days where I go, what day of the week is it? I mean, at the beginning of the week, I thought we were on to Tuesday, and we hadn't even had Monday, which got very confusing. Do you know if you text or play games on your telephone whilst you're watching television, it can damage your memory? I can't play games at all. And I watch people on the train texting. I can't text fast like that. For some reason, they must have really tiny little fingers. They don't. I haven't had Angry Birds for ages. I did have it, and then a friend of mine took all the stupid rubbish off on my telephone that I don't need. So now I've got nothing. Basically nothing. I mean, I've got things that are sort of that are useful for me, like health, wallet, and photos, because I do take quite a bit of photos, and I've got my Starbucks card on there. But the trouble is, I went to use it last time, and you've got to put your password in if you've not used it for a while. Well, I can't remember what the password is. No idea. And yeah, I've got six sort of notifications on there. I don't even know how much money I've actually got. Wait a minute. I can't even find it, actually. It's so annoying. It just says, "Good morning, Steve." There you go. App update required. So I shall push the little button and hope it sort of does something. And then agree and proceed. Yeah, whatever. I don't think I've got very much money on there. You have successfully updated your cookie preferences. I don't know what that means. I have no idea. No idea. But it sort of says, order ahead, earn free drink. Have you ever done that? Ordered ahead. Why can't people just walk into a shop and order? But if you order ahead, it means you order it, then you walk in and they go, "Oh, here's your drink, Steve." What are you asking me for? I don't know. I don't use it. I've got no idea. I'm not very good at things like that. You could probably order a coffee for £7, yeah. Do you have the Starbucks app? Well, then you're not going to get a coffee, are you, if you haven't got the app? It's for people who've got the app. Peasant, honestly. How do you not know these things? What's the point of ordering a coffee? My name's Luke. What was that song that had your name in it? I'm Luke, I'm 5. My dad's Bruce Lee. Yeah, the Bruce Lee thing. I think that was James O'Brien. Do you know, I listened to the last 5 minutes of James O'Brien's programme the other day. I didn't understand a word he was talking about. It was very good, but I didn't understand a word of it. He was sort of talking about, I don't know what he was talking about. And I sat there listening to thinking, I don't understand. Why do I not understand what he's talking about? I don't understand any of it. I was so sat there completely. I had to go back to listening to hymns and things like that in the car. I got completely confused, thinking, am I the only one who didn't understand it? It was quite a long little it was a long monologue about something. And he went, "Oh, the programme's gone really well today." And I thought, yeah, it had, but I didn't understand it. And I thought, am I going to understand his new book? Because he's got a new book out. Got me out of that one. And mentioned it, because everybody's got books out at the moment, apart from me, Nick, Sheila, everybody. Darren, he's not got a book out either. Nick Abbott, yeah. Nick Abbott writes some quite good blogs, but again, they're way above my head. These are obviously people that went to a really, really good school, whereas mine was a good school. I know that because it was approved, and people have said, "Oh, you can write and things like that." Well, I can't. I could do a programme, but certainly not the same level that O'Brien does. I mean, he's way above it. It's like dealing with somebody who's been to a university and is having a conversation with somebody who's never been anywhere further than the secondary modern on the corner. So I got completely confused about the whole thing. I was going to write to him and tell him, can you send me a thesaurus so I understand what you're on about? Because I don't know what he was talking about. He was talking about all sorts of things to do with voting and stuff. I don't understand it. I don't know if it could have been anything. Could have been, in the Muffin the Mule children's programmes on the television voting parade. But I found a steam engine for you to buy. It's not a locomotive, it's an engine. And it's like a traction engine. This one is coming up at one of our top auction houses. You'll like this. It's so beautiful. And it would be used to power the funfair rides. And they reckon it's going to fetch over £1 million. £1.2 million. Million two-bit. It's beautiful. It's absolutely... I mean, where you'd keep it, I've got no idea. If ever you used to see them going down the roads, they would belch out steam. I mean, I love the look of it. I love all these programmes on railways, on the television. I've decided, actually, that I've turned into an anorak. I've turned into the sort of person our parents warned us about years and years ago, where you would sort of say, oh, I love steam engines or steeplejacks or people who knock down buildings and everything. And I thought, no. But yeah, it does look gorgeous, this particular one. Chris Packham is trying to save elephants in Asia because of the way they get treated, which is something we've been campaigning for ages and ages. He's also said he used to have a pet fox and he used to French kiss it. A fox? Is that wise? I don't know. Don't like that idea. And 2 British teenagers have died after parasailing. And the cords that were holding them up there. This is where you've got this like a parachute thing on your back and you're towed by a speedboat. They apparently crashed into cliffs. And they both died, which is not particularly good. Jailed for lying. There's one man and he said, oh, my girlfriend's just died. And so the police went, oh, sorry about that. Went round to her house and she opened the door. The miracle of all miracles. They've sent him to prison. Fool. Snow is on the way. Coldest winter ever, they reckon. And it's certainly noticeably cold outside this morning. You'll notice, actually, you might have to sort of get a pair of gloves or wear a jumper or, a vest. They've said snow, but they said snow a few weeks ago. They said at the end of this month, they said it was we were going to have some snow. And I thought, oh... well, they didn't say whether it was lots of snow or a little bit of snow. They just said snow. No, you see, the trouble is I don't like the snow where it's just settled, but the first bit is already frozen, and then the snow lands on the top, and that's when you walk down the road, like that. Ooh, Mr. Grimsdale, you sort of fall over and something like that. And I've only ever done it once. You feel such a fool. Don't you feel such a fool? You walk along and everybody's looking at you going, can't even walk upright, can you? I did it one year. I got a little bit tiddly on a New Year's Eve. It was about 15, 20 years ago. And I fell over. I got off the bus. We'd been, I can't remember where we'd been. We'd been somewhere and everybody came back to my place, usual sort of thing. Well, I say everybody, just me. And I get off the bus and within 5 seconds I was flat on my back. And so people go, you all right? You go, yeah, I'm fine. Tried to be all big and brave about the whole thing. And then you walk another 3 paces, and off you go again. I mean, I must have fallen over at 20. By the time I got in, I had bruises all over the place. Lovely one here. Matthew says, did you see This Morning yesterday? Martin and Shirley Kemp, they've got a book out. They've got a book. Everybody's got a book out. What a fantastic relationship. And your mate, Phil Vickery, was doing some lovely looking jacket potatoes. I love a jacket potato. My favourite filling would be butter and then grated cheese. No, I don't like tuna. I mean, tuna's all right. You can have a tuna and cucumber sandwich, but I'm not, big time boy on that. If I was going to have anything, probably chili con carne. That's quite nice in a baked potato. But you've got to remember to eat the baked potato skin. Don't just eat the filling in the middle. Eat the baked potato skin. But lovely looking jacket. I don't know how long you do. You can do them quicker in a microwave, can't you? Steve, I love doing my own pickled onions. At all different flavours. I have jars with minted, chilli, rosemary, thyme. Lovely for Christmas, says Joseph. Sounds fantastic. You see, if we all did more stuff at Christmas and we made more things, it would be really... Because then you appreciate Christmas more. Now you can go out and buy everything. You don't need to do anything at all. You can go and buy the stuff. You literally just take the wrapping off and stick it in the oven. There's no sort of art to it, whereas my mother used to make everything from bread pudding, which I always hated. Never liked bread pudding. And the pickled onions, and she'd make stuffing. She'd buy a packet of the Paxo and mix it all up and stuff the turkey, admittedly, sometimes it worked, sometimes it didn't work. And then you'd make a trifle, because nobody ate Christmas pudding at Christmas. So this year's going to be very interesting. Steve, wasn't it EU rules that said we couldn't have the toweling beer mats for the bars? Perhaps we can reinstate them, says Kate. I think it was to do with... they never got washed, but of course, our ones did. Our ones did all the time. Steve, it'll soon be time to pick the myrtle berries and make myrtle gin. Extremely delicious, but 50 grams, says Julietta, of sugar to 100 grams of berries and 200 millilitres of gin. I never liked gin, Julietta. It was the only thing. I love the bottles. They look really fantastic. The bottles I'm really pleased with. But I just can't drink gin. John Warrington likes gin. But not for me. Not for me. Maura Higgins, she's from Love Island. We're still droning on about that bunch of deadbeat people. She goes out in basically her underwear in winter. Must be a bit tragic, really, isn't it? When you don't have any talent, the only way you can get people to notice you is to sort of go out without a coat on and very skimpy clothing. And then they mentioned the place where they were going to eat. You thought, if ever I walked into a restaurant and there were either people from Towie or from Love Island, I'd be straight out the door immediately, because you know it's not your sort of place. You know, I want to go to a place where, you know, people eat with their mouths closed as opposed to talking all the way through it. And having heard poor old Gemma Collins, but watching this Diva programme, God, it was the biggest pile of rubbish I've ever seen. What was the other one? Oh, they think we'll have a vaccine for coronavirus by Christmas. I don't think we will. And I think afterward, and I don't think it's going to last as long as people say it will. Comic Relief, and we did tell you this the other day, they've finally gone with it for today, is they're not going to have celebrities going out there, as indeed Stacey Dooley did, patronising little children in other countries who need our help. So they're going to have people from those countries, Africa mainly, to actually make the films. You won't have to suffer with another naff Z-list celebrity going out there who these kids have got no idea who they are. Not a clue. I remember years ago they had somebody from one particular girl group and she was climbing over rubbish dumps, and you think, this is just chronically awful. And so I'm delighted to say they're going to stop flying celebrities out and use the people who live in those countries to actually make the films about the people that matter, because they know what matters. Not some, you know, Stacey Dooley. I mean, what's she going out there for? She was cuddling a child, not her child, somebody else's. What's she do with it? Nothing. It's just it's a photo opportunity. Steve, crunchy roast potatoes, Brussels, Yorkshire, thick gravy, and horseradish. You can have the crunchy roast potatoes. They've got to be small. They've got to be smaller, not teeny tiny, you know, anything above sort of 1.5 inches is considered okay. But, no, they've definitely got to be crispy. My mother used to make the best crispy roast potatoes. I mean, they were seriously, I mean, hers were just, you could just eat them raw, just dip them in gravy or something. Oh, God, they were delicious. I can eat them now, actually. I do like them. Shall we have the news? Of course we shall. No, we shan't. No, we're not having the news at all. I don't know why. I'm just looking at the screen. It says 4:30 news. I thought, we've had that, haven't we? Don't want it again. You've already heard it the first time round. I'll tell you what we'll do. We'll just have a time check, which is quite enough. I mean, this time of the morning, no point in spoiling you. So it's 4 morning. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. Hope you're well. Hope you're good. It's the 29th of October. How many days? 30 days have September, April, June, November, all that stuff. So 31 days we've got this month before we have to all suffer with the trick-or-treating. Mr. Neil had a lovely rhubarb and rose gin and tonic last week. Doesn't that sound nice? I think that sounds really nice, actually. Rhubarb and rose gin. I mean, I personally wouldn't drink it, but I've had rhubarb cordial, and I like elderflower cordial. That's one. Rhubarb and ginger. Really, how riveting. That's, no, I don't. I mean, I do like rhubarb. I like stewed rhubarb. And as I say, I do elderflower cordial. That's particularly nice. I do that quite a lot. Well, I say I do it. I don't do it. Steve, I think you're great, even though I'm in Sydney, says Shane. Warren, he says, we've only got 30 days in November. Yeah, but I'm still in October. Warren's got jet lag. So there's 31 days this month. 30 days have September, April, June and November. All the rest have 31, excepting February, which has 28 in a leap year. So that's how I know. When's the next? I don't know. Who cares? It's not going to be for ages and ages, is it, really? But 31 days, and you've got Halloween coming up. Ghastly. Bad if you live somewhere where people have access to you. They can go trick or treat, go away. It's not like we don't. There'll be people out doing it. There'll be people out dressed up, but the trouble is, there's no point in doing it. You're going to look such a fool, aren't you? All the pubs close at 10 o'clock, and you're going to be the only one wearing a white sheet going, ooh, it just doesn't work. Doesn't work at all. But, no, I think rhubarb and rose gin. I think that sounds quite nice. But not for me, because I'm not a gin drinker. In fact, I'm not a drinker of anything. I told my brother the other day, I wasn't sure if he believed me or not. And then Warren goes, yeah, jet lag makes me all strange. No surprise there. Steve, I've just had an email from Global, says Ian the Skip. Makes some noise saying, not long to wait now. Such a tease. I know. Don't worry. The other side of 5 a.m. this morning, we have the second clue. The second clue in what it is. You see, I know what it is, and it would drive me mad as well. not knowing what it is, because yesterday we had our first clue to help you out with Global's Make Some Noise appeal for this Christmas so that we can help people out. And this year, we've decided that the money goes to people who've been hardest hit by the coronavirus. And there's a lot of money floating around, and we're hoping to make a bit more money to help out. And we'll reveal the second clue, which will be just after 5 o'clock. In fact, I don't even think it's not available. And you'll find out. And then tomorrow we have the reveal, the big reveal, which is great. So we'll have a rough idea there. We'll have a better idea actually of what it is. Poor old Monica, my favourite Jewish cabbie. And she says, I'm sorry for not being present. Some annoying virus caught me. Unfortunately, so close to the prevalent one in symptoms. I had an extra exercise in a form of finding a test centre. Well, I feel better now. Tested negative, so finally can work again. I'm back for your big announcement. Clues 2 and 3. I'm guessing it'll be a live show. I can't help you out on that one. I get into trouble if I tell, because they work this out. Mind you, everybody listening, we already ran through all the different things that it could be for Make Some Noise. So we've had some people who got it right, I know, but I'm not telling them that they have, because then they'll sort of spread it around. I don't want people to know just yet. So, but it's something nice for Christmas. It's something nice for Christmas. It's not necessarily Christmassy, but it could be construed as being for Christmas. I can't say anymore. I can't say anymore, because otherwise I'll be drummed out the brownies, and I shall never better play with my woggle ever again. Steve, I've just finished a 13-hour shift putting up Christmas lights. The company I work for does 50 towns and cities, including, says Jacob, 24, Hertfordshire, including Portsmouth, Bristol and Sloane Street in London. And your show is great to listen to on my way home. There's lights up all over London. Seriously, there's lights up everywhere. We've even got lights in Twickenham. Unfortunately, where Luke is, there aren't any lights. No lights at all. There is no money in the till to put lights up, which is a shame. But I mean, probably Luke will have his own little. You've got candles. So listen, that's enough to be festive. Depends whether you're allowed at Christmas to go home to see your family. And the chances are you might not be allowed to. We were talking the other day with my brother about how we're going to socially distance for Christmas Day, because there's going to be 6 of us, but there'll be 7 in the household, so one's got to go, and that's his wife. She's going to have to go and be with her father. And then when I leave on Christmas Day Boxing Day. Am I Boxing Day? I can't remember. Yeah, I think I'm Christmas Day with parents of my godchildren and the godchildren. And then when I leave on the Boxing Day, she can come back to the house. It's going to be very confusing. How we're going to do the godchildren, I'm going to find out this weekend. Oh, dear. And Daniel says, sadly, he's in Cambridge. Somebody's got to be. It's the last morning I'll be listening to as I'm changing jobs, and I don't need to be in the car until 8 a.m. I can have a word with them if you like, and get them to sort of cancel the job for you. You imagine. So you're changing jobs. Bit of a good thing to do, isn't it, really? And there's one here, Chris, who says, is it Chris? No, it's not Chris. It's somebody. Oh, it's gone. Have you just taken it off? I was just about to read it and you've taken it off, honestly. You do? Yes, you do. Wait a minute. And Ian says, on the show before yours, they said that you did adverts for Woolworths and you were on roller skates, says Ian. Who said that? Is that Will Guyot? Honestly. Seriously, I've begged him not to drink. I've said, listen, don't drink any more alcohol, Will. And he said, Steve, listen, I listened to your programme and I feel I have to drink. And I said, no, you mustn't. Seriously, it's you've got family now. You've got to be sort of strong and all the rest of it. And when I went to the boot of the car the other day, I had a whole box of liqueur chocolates. You know, the ones I gave you that you started on already? I knew you'd been through most of them already. Have you been through and selected the ones you like? Yeah, I thought so. Which ones are you drinking? You like the Cointreau ones. So 2 or 3 of those is the equivalent to a shot of Cointreau. Didn't they used to do that? What is Cointreau? And it's orange, isn't it? And the bloke used to say, with a rather ghastly French accent, because I think he was British, he'd go, oranges ripened under the tropical sky. And I used to think, I don't think I've ever had Cointreau, actually. It's produced by Saint Barthélemy d'Anjou in France, consumed as an aperitif. I think you can pour it over ice cream. It's colourless. You'd think it'd be orange, wouldn't you, really? But I think you can pour it over ice cream. That's quite a nice idea, isn't it? It's water, sugar, alcohol and orange peel, which sounds quite nice. I think it sounds very nice. But I'm looking at all the cocktail recipes. A mojito, spelt mojito, a sidecar, Singapore sling, margarita, a Mai Tai, an old-fashioned, a martini, a Bloody Mary. You know, I like a Bloody Mary. I know loads of people who can't bear tomato juice. They said, no, it makes me sick. And I said, no, it's 3 parts vodka, which is the best bit, 6 parts tomato juice, some lemon, and a celery stalk on the loads and loads of ice. And you stir it all up. I've had those on planes before now. Woo, does that journey go fast? It's fantastic. I mean, the plane is like doing more than 50 up there. There's no blooming traffic lights or anything. A Manhattan, a Bellini, or a Tom Collins. A lot of lemon juice, but I'd say the best thing to do is serve all of these in a chilled glass. What can I drink at the moment? Oh, look at this one here. Blimey, this one's got everything in. A Singapore sling, 8 parts gin, 4 parts cherry brandy, 1 part Cointreau, 1 part Benedictine, 2 parts grenadine, 16 parts pineapple juice, 6 parts lemon juice, and a dash of bitters. Pfft, poor old bitters, I get the end there. I'll be on the ceiling with that one. You only need one of those things. I tell you wouldn't need to ask me twice. Hi, Steve, do you want to come out with me? Yeah, I'm there. Definitely. I love that idea. And another one here, it says, my family are in Berkshire. 2, as we're tier 2, Steve, and they're tier 1. I didn't think we could mix at Christmas. You can do the 6s. You can do the 6s, so I think you're all right there. And Monica says, so he has the full show in bed. What's the problem? Well, I don't know. You know what some people are like. Steve, I was in my local Asda, says Paul, and saw 2 women with trolleys full of Halloween clothes and sweets. Probably the same people who claim they can't afford to feed the children. What about to personal responsibility? See, now you've made a judgment on these poor women with trolleys full of Halloween clothes. I mean, you know, kids like dressing up for Halloween. I mean, I personally don't do it, as you can well imagine. I don't need to dress up. Yeah, Bex. Haven't made up the rules. No, they've actually said don't sort of plan Christmas just yet. They haven't decided anything. No. I mean, you know, listen, nothing's going to spoil my enjoyment of the festive season. Seriously, it's as simple as that. I'm not going to have anything upset. Warren is still going. Oh, it's a nice picture, isn't it? Very nice picture. And he's been watching. Have anybody seen Repair Shop? That's quite good. You know, somebody takes in something that's fallen apart. Yeah, I'd have taken my grandmother in, and then they go, and can you repair this? And they do. And you think to yourself, that's really, I don't have any skills like that at all. We could take Corey in. We could have him changed into something we like the look of. Because at the moment, I mean, frankly, it's the same thing every time. He said to me the other day, he said, company, welcome to Thursday. It's the 29th of October. It's Steve Allen's early breakfast with you till 7. We found a shrimp. They've called it a skinhead shrimp. It's so strong it can crack glass in aquariums, which is amazing, isn't it? Sorry, we've just got to do this thing here. Wait a minute. Okay. So, don't look at secret. Okay. You need anything else?
Yeah, I've got to put it up now.
Oh, okay. We're actually putting up the Twitter now. This is day 2. Day 2 of the clue. Okay, good. Day 2 in the Big Brother house. Because yesterday we gave you your first clue to help out with Global's emergency Make Some Noise appeal for this Christmas. And we're just about to do it. We think we have the technology. Whether or not we can make it work, I've got no idea. So today we reveal your second clue. There is only 2 clues. Tomorrow I'll do the big reveal for you. So if you go over... Is it there now?
It's 1 second.
One second. So exciting. He's speaking through his mask, which is possibly the best way to hear him. And so all you have to do...
It's sending up now.
It's sending up now. Okay, it says sending. Yeah, it's still sending.
Give it
it's finalising.
Oh.
Gee, I've never seen any of these things before. This is a fascinating thing, isn't it? Oh, there it is. It's up. So if you go to @Steve Allen Show on Twitter, and you could see the next video. It's up there now. Actually, it was so funny yesterday because all of a sudden I saw loads and loads of people who are accessing my Twitter, and this is day 2. Okay, there is only 2 days of this. Tomorrow is clue 2. There's the reveal is tomorrow at the same time, and this is to find out what it is we're going to be offering for Global's Make Some Noise for this Christmas, because it's been, without putting too fine a point on it, a ghastly best part of a year for many, many people. It's been terrible for so many people. And so we decided this year that we would make money with Global's Make Some Noise appeal. And all the stations came together and we all did different bits and pieces. I had tote bags, which went particularly well. And then we came up with something else, which you contributed to. We were asking you what you would like to see as doing something to raise money. Now, I appreciate this isn't for everybody. I appreciate the fact that some people money is particularly tight. But for a lot of people, you can do so much good by just buying into whatever it is that we've actually got for you. I hope you like it, because you came up with this to start with, and we sort of went along with it, and then we had a look at an image. And I said, "Oh, I like that. I think that's quite nice." And it's very apropos for this program. That's all I'll tell. I'm not allowed to say any more, actually. But if you go to my Twitter feed, and we have got it as well, haven't we? We've got the audio. We get the audio up for those people who can't get onto that and don't have access to the Twitter. You're missing out in life. But we've got the audio, and the audio goes like this. Hello. Good news! I'm feeling extra generous today, so here's a second clue for you. This stem may not have a flower, but could accompany you for an hour. We really don't want to burst your bubble, so give this one some extra thought before you reply with your guess. Keep your eyes peeled for more information coming very, very soon. And that very soon is going to be tomorrow at the same time. So that's on my Twitter, at Steve Allen Show. You can see the video there. I think I look quite good in the video, actually. Tomorrow we're doing it at 4. We're releasing at 4. Oh, right. Will it be up and... Oh, right. And you can enter into it from the start of the show tomorrow and buy into it from 4. So I'm expecting your company tomorrow. I know that you're not going to let me down on this one, because this one is even more important. Each and every year that we've done this to raise money for charity, it's been very important. It's been about as important this year as I think anything possibly could be, because it's just been, without being rude about it, it's been a crap year for a lot of people. It really has been terrible. And so we want to try and change that for a lot of people. And the more money that we can raise, the happier we will be. So this is something that you've contributed to, even before you bought into it. You were the ones who sort of said, why don't you do this? And we thought about it, and then we had a look at various sort of images. So I can't give away too much. I get into trouble. They get really cross. And, the poem as well. We mustn't forget the poem, must we? Somebody's just written in saying, don't forget, because we forgot the poem yesterday. Didn't actually appear until past the poem yesterday. So let's see. I mean, a number of you seem to have got this right. Okay, and then what we'll do tomorrow, because do you remember when we did it the first time round, and we sold the tea towel to raise money for Make Some Noise, and we sold thousands, I think more than 5,000 tea towels, and we were sitting here, 3 of us, and we had a little counter up on the screen. They put up a big counter for us, so we could see that people were going to the site to buy the tea towels, and I became like a child possessed. It was seriously, it was just all of a sudden we've just sold, and I was saying to them, are you sure we're going to sell these? They went, of course you're going to sell them. It's for charity, and it's a nice thing to have, because they're limited editions. They're not going to do them again. They're only doing them first time round. And so once they're gone, and none more so than the thing which we're doing this time round. And it's appropriate at Christmas so that people don't have to suffer. And we're going to try and help as many people as we can with your help. So we'll do that tomorrow. But we were sitting here, and I can remember it vividly. We got so excited, and we were trying to sort of round it off at the end of the programme. And in the last 20 minutes, we needed to shift, I think it was 1,000. we needed to shift 1,000. I said, we won't shift 1,000. They go, yes, you will. Steve, you will. And I went, no, we won't. And I was trying to be optimistic and go, all right, maybe we will. And then gradually, more and more of you jumped in and started buying. And it just absolutely blew our socks off. I got to the end of the programme. I was mentally and physically drained. But it proved that it was something absolutely fantastic, and that's why it's so important to do it this year for the people who've lost so much, and for many of us who still have jobs. There's thousands and thousands of people who don't have jobs, and they don't know what to do. And so we're going to be that little link with the help of Globals Make Some Noise. So go to the at Steve Allen Show, and you can watch me telling you clue number 2, and you've heard it as well now, but don't fret. I'll play the audio out before the end of the programme again, just in case you're one of those people who comes late to the party. Steve, Ollie says, great to hear your impression of Ted Rogers doing his clues on 3, 2, 1. Love Ted Rogers. You know, he's a very good impressionist. Very, very good impressionist. Very good. And I was watching the other day. What was I watching? Oh, it was This Is Your Life, Ken Dodds. And they brought on all sorts of... oh, God. Well, that's not very long, is it? Is that it?
One about Halloween.
What is that? Well, who wrote that?
On the internet.
On the internet? Right. It's not very long. I mean, if you only found something, a little bit longer than 8 lines... Not exactly, the cat sat on the mat, is it? So I could read it twice. That would make it very interesting. And you found this on the internet where? Freepoems.com. Perhaps we should start paying. Do you not think? OK, this is the... brace yourselves. You'll never hear anything like this one again. This is called Halloween. Cats prowl, winds howl, witches ride, puppies hide. Ghosts quiver, children shiver. Gee, it's keen on Halloween. That's it. That is the extent of the talent. Luckily, nobody's put their name to it. Thank God for that, eh? Otherwise we'd all be around banging on the door going, don't you think you should have added a bit extra to it? So, ghosts quiver, children shiver, gee, it's keen on Halloween. Must be American, isn't it? Brits do not say, gee, it's keen. Have you ever heard anybody say that? Oh, gee, Steve, it's keen on Halloween. They're so silly, aren't they, honestly? But you have to go along with it. I don't know why we bother. Next, no. It's American. I know Halloween's American because we don't say the word gee, do we? Oh, gee, what a day I'm having. Gee, this. No, we don't say that. I love that. Did you ever see the thing on American television? It's called What Would You Do? And they go out with hidden cameras and they do a setup. So, for example, it's a restaurant. In this particular instance, it was a restaurant. And there is a Muslim couple and they're waiting for a table. Now, bearing in mind, the restaurant's in on this. The waitress and the maitre d' are in on this. The thing is to see what you would do. Would somebody intervene? And this couple, Muslim, are sitting there and they've been told to wait. I'll find you a table, just wait. And so a couple come in, white American, middle class. Do you have a table for 3? Yes. And then the Muslim couple, the woman stands there and says, excuse me, she said, we've been waiting for some time. Is it? And the other couple go, no, seat them first. And the woman, who's the maitre d', says, no, we're waiting for a table at the back. We don't want to upset people. So this is the what would you do? Bearing in mind the maitre d's in on this, it's carefully done to see what people would do. And so the bloke says, well, no, if they were here before us, you must serve them. He said, I don't want them to embarrass people, so we're putting them at the back of the restaurant. And this bloke goes, well, if you're putting them at the back of the restaurant, I don't want to eat here. And he turns round and he goes to walk out, and then the bloke who runs the programme comes up and, hi, I'm John Amici, and this is the what would you do? And it's amazing how many people would stand up for somebody who they thought was being pushed down. There was another one, coffee shop, and there was an American soldier, and somebody pushes in and says, oh, can I be served? But I don't want to be served by him, referring to the Muslim guy behind the counter. Again, they're all in on it. They're all actors and everything else. The only person who doesn't know is this poor soldier. And he goes, why are you talking like that, Tim? He's a human being. He said, well, you know what they do, don't you? And it was, and you watch it thinking, what are these people? And the bloke goes, no, I'm sorry. I don't want to, I don't want to be served by him. And he goes, why not? So this poor soldier's the innocent one, and then this bloke comes out and goes, you know, how did you feel about that? He said, I was annoyed. He said that somebody would speak to somebody. And it was quite... Why they've not done a version in this country, I've got no idea. But in this particular instance, it was a case of, what would you... And it's a hugely successful series. And every time the public come to the defence of the person who is the underdog, and it works every time. So perhaps we should make it, but of course we'll end up with Ryland doing it, and it won't quite be the same. So we'll probably leave it. But there's all sorts of great things I see on the... Have you seen Secret Diner? Somebody will complain about their restaurant that somebody is, in this particular case this morning, they were selling recipes for a vegan restaurant. And they couldn't find out who it was, so they put hidden cameras in the breakfast. So, the story is, I think it's called Secret Diners. So you have a restaurant, for example, and all of a sudden, this woman, it's a vegan restaurant. They do lots of vegan food, and it's very popular, but all her recipes are hers. They're her copyright, and she started seeing them coming up on the internet. Her recipes, which are in a book in the kitchen. So she calls this... Secret Diner company, and they turn up, and what they do is they fit cameras everywhere, in the kitchens, in the storerooms, in the office, everything, so they can find out who's doing what at any one time. It's all little tiny cameras, and then they go in there and they have diners who go in and pretend to be diners, but in fact they're working for the same man, and they're trying to find out. And so they have one thing. The rule that they had in this restaurant is that if the waitress gets the order wrong, she has to pay for it. Okay, and if it's the kitchen's fault, they have to pay for it. So they have two waitresses and the bloke in the kitchen, and he makes something, and the mystery diner comes in, bearing in mind she's part of the setup, but they don't know this, and she goes, oh, can I have so-and-so pizza with extra crispy onions? Okay, so they order the pizza, the onions come, and she then says, she's got an earpiece in, and the bloke says to her, tell them you've got the order wrong, I don't want onions, I'm allergic. And the waitress knows that she ordered onions because she wrote it on the thing. Crispy onions. So she goes back to the kitchen with this pizza. She said, I'll change it, obviously, straight away. The woman goes, I'm allergic to onions. She's not, obviously. And she changes the docket. She crosses out onions and put definitely no onions, which means now that she's transferred the onus onto the bloke who's working in the kitchen. And he goes, but wait a minute, you told me cooked onions, extra cooked onions. No, I didn't. So she's lied. Anyway... they then, through their earpiece here, ask one of the waitresses to come over and ask her if you can buy the recipe. Because somebody's selling the recipes to people, so they're making the food at home. So the Secret Diner goes, oh, the pizza was delicious. Could you let me have the recipe? And the waitress goes, I'm sorry, we're not allowed to. It's confidential, it's secret, it's special for this restaurant. She goes, I'll give you $40. And she goes, no, I'm sorry, definitely not. So she passes muster. So she goes back. And they go, call the other waitress over, see if you can get it for $60, $80. So they call her over, and she goes, listen, you know, we're not allowed to. She said, but you're welcome back here any time. And they go, $80 cash? And they're just trying to find out who's actually giving away the recipes. Anyway, they then call the chef over because the girl turns it down, so she passes as well. Even though eventually they get rid of her because she was doing other things like lying to them. Like, if you have this vegan soup, it cures blindness, she said. And the woman who owns it goes, you can't say that. It's not true. You cannot make things up. You know, carrots are good for your eyes, but they aren't going to cure blindness. And so they call over the chef, and she says, listen, this was the best pizza I've ever eaten. Is it possible to get the actual recipe? And so he says, well, we're not supposed to do that. She says, and so in her ear, the bloke goes, offer him $100. So she says, listen, $100 if you can get me the recipe for this thing. He takes the $100. He goes into the kitchen. He picks up the recipe book. He says to her, give me your email address. He photographs it, the recipe for this pizza, and sends it to her. So they've now got him. He's the one who's selling the recipes. So the owner of the restaurant then goes and goes, you and you outside, go into the thing, and then they can see all the setup. And she goes, you're selling my recipes. He said, no, he said it was my recipe for pizza. And she said, no, it wasn't. We saw you picking up the book and photocopying it and sending it on to her on your telephone. He said, yeah, I admit I made a mistake. She said, you're fired. Get out. These recipes are, you know, if you have a restaurant that's running, they're your recipes. And she felt, especially if it's vegan, you know, and it all looked very nice sort of food, if you like that kind of thing. It's in America, so you don't need to worry about it over here. And she said to one of the other girls, the girl who was lying about it cures blindness and does this, she said, you cannot tell lies to people. We can be done for something like that. You've said this soup cures blindness. I mean, obviously, because it was carrot soup. She thinks carrots are good for your eyes and that kind of stuff. But she says you can't say that to people. So she said, you're fired. So she went off in a huff, and they kept the other girl because she hadn't really done anything wrong. It's just that she changed the docket to put the onus onto the chef. So they have some very interesting programmes. Like they had a bloke sitting outside begging, and it turned out he was a billionaire, but he was begging to see if anybody would give him food. So they sort of dressed them up like is it Underground Boss or Undercover Boss? Where they send them into their own companies to see what goes on. Did Gordon Ramsay do that? I mean, the American ones are very good. They sort of go in there and they pretend that they're trainees. No, this is on television, American television. Imagine they've got so many channels in America. And they've got all these interesting programmes. But What Would You Do is really, really interesting. I'm fascinated by it, to see how people would react. But it was the Muslim couple sitting in this restaurant being shoved to the back. And this other couple going, well, we don't want to eat here, thank you. We don't think you're very pleasant. Really horrible. And then they say to them, listen, they're all in on it. We're just doing a programme to see how you would react to something, or how anybody would react. It's like here, if I say, you know, to sort of Luke, is it? Luke, if I say to Luke, you know, you mustn't eat creme brulee anymore because it's not vegan, you know, he's actually going to say, no, you're right, Steve, I shouldn't be eating creme brulee because it's not vegan. But I'd eat the carrot soup. You know, or catch you on the CCTV, eat it, because we have, in fact, wired your house up, which is a slight worry, and to find out if you're eating creme brulee at home. And, of course, he is. He is, because, you know, occasionally you've got to have a little bit of a treat, like apple bobbing. You know, if you apple bob, you know, have you ever apple bobbed, Joe? Yeah, see, he didn't even know what it is. I had to explain to him what it was. We said, well, either you can have them sitting in a bath, and then you sort of bite it and take a bite out of it, or failing that, you can have it on a piece of string, and then it swings backwards and forwards, and you open your mouth. What sort of apples do they use? I don't think it makes any difference. It's just an apple, isn't it? It's called apple bobbing, not Granny Smith bobbing. Granny Smith bobbing would be, you know, trying to kill your grandmother. It's just not quite the same thing. It's an apple. It's like in a toffee apple. What is the apple inside of the toffee? It doesn't matter. It's just an apple. That's and of course Corey had to explain to his girlfriend how you eat a toffee apple, and I said it's an apple with toffee on it. What do you mean? How do you eat it? He said I had to explain to her how to. I said, what on earth for? I said it's an apple that's been dipped in toffee, and then you bite into it, and it's delicious. Toffee and apple seem to go together. You have them at fun fairs and bonfire parties and Halloween and stuff like that. So Gould knows where we go on next week's programme when we have because most of the poetry, somebody has suggested to me that most of the poems, which I'm not a big fan of, most of them, are by Anonymous. And somebody said, you don't think it's the boys writing these things? And I said, well, to be honest with you, I don't think the boys could actually manage it. I don't see Luke having G in his vocabulary, and Corey definitely not. I mean, can you see Luke writing, gee, it's keen on Halloween? No. Cats prowl, winds howl, witches ride, puppies hide. No, you don't know how to rhyme anyway, do you? It's just it's not your sort of thing. I mean, it was never your forte at school, was it? You never did any of those sort of things at school. What did you excel at school? Did you do painting? Were you good at painting? You did acting. Yeah, but you don't do acting all the time, do you, at school? You do. Yeah, we don't do plays and pantomimes all the time at school. There's other things that you do at school. Were you any good at gym? No, obviously not. What else did you do at school? Were you good at mathematics? Oh, just acting and plays and things. You just did those at Christmas. At Christmas you did a pantomime. You're good at football. Lovely. I didn't do football at school. We did hockey. Yeah, I was very good at hockey, except which we used to play in the middle of winter. And I didn't like play. It was very cold, and we had cold showers. You can imagine, can't you, trying to do the buttons up on your shirt when your hands are so frozen that you come back from the playing fields. The idea is that if you ran around on the playing fields, you warmed up. Not me. Not me. I arrived back from the playing fields to go into the showers as freezing cold and as muddy as I went down there in the first place. So, you know, somebody'd have to do the buttons up on your shirt because you couldn't do them. Your hands were so cold. Freezing. Had my own hockey stick, yeah. Everybody did. Had my own tuck box and everything. We weren't a middle-class family for nothing, let me tell you. Yeah, no, you had your own hockey stick. Had my own, you know, rugby boots. I didn't play football. I don't think we did football at our school. I'm pretty certain. We did a lot of athletics. We were quite athletic. We're only little. We're only like 9 and 10 years old. We did cricket, yes. I wasn't very good at that either. I used to think it was an object. They go, Stephen, silly mid-on, and, you know, I'd wander off to another place, you know, another county, and sort of wait there. And to be honest with you, I might as well have taken a book. Sometimes if it was summer, you'd sit down and start making daisy chains. You know, because there was no chance of anybody ever hitting the ball anywhere near me. And then they go, quick, throw it, if ever it came to me. They said, Stephen, throw it back. You go, I don't even know where it is. Where is it? Where's it gone to? Trying to find the blooming ball, and then you sort of half-heartedly throw it. But meanwhile, they'd scored 120 runs or something. Toby Tarrant wasn't on my team. No, I wish he had. It's his birthday today. It's Toby's birthday today. He's, I don't know how old he is, actually. My friend, 10. Probably a very good joke there somewhere. My friend Callum's birthday is in March. He's 20-something in March, because I'm 17th of March, and he's going to be 30. So I said we're very similar ages. If you sort of double it and add 6, we're very similar ages. And Toby Tarrant, I don't know how old he is. Probably it'd be something ridiculous, like about 25 or something. But I think I'm pretty certain he's played for Lord's Taverners. I'm pretty certain. But I think I'd be like Mr. Moyles. We were running about on a cricket pitch, not really our kind of thing. We'd be the ones sitting down with sort of a small Cinzano and lemonade and a packet of salt and vinegar crisps, watching it. I could never get excited. At one point, LBC employed that well-known chat show host Michael Parkinson, and he was obsessed with cricket. He loved his cricket, and he joined LBC, and they put all these adverts up on the buses, Michael Parkinson, and it was at that moment he went off for his annual working the cricket season in Australia. It was hilarious. Steve, going from American telly to apple bobbing. Yes. Oh, and also, have you checked your tree yet? When I bought mine a few years ago, I checked mine straight away, which was a good thing, as a few bulbs didn't work. The trouble is nowadays, bulbs are LEDs. They don't burn out. They last forever and a day. They'll probably last for so many years. But, what? What's the matter? Oh, honestly, one of his funny moods again. He's having written the word G. You know, gee, I wish I was back in the army. Let's have the news, shall we? 5:30. You're really nice to have your company. I trust you are well. I always ask if you're well because I appreciate the fact. Well, Monica didn't feel very well the other day. And if you remember 2 days ago, I had a sneezing fit in the studio. And I thought, this is a bit rum, isn't it? Didn't want anything like that. My nose started dribbling. Nothing worse, is there? You'll be sort of doing the programme. Have to start sniffing and sort of using your handkerchief and all the rest of it, as opposed to the sleeve. So hopefully you've been to the @Steve Allen Show on Twitter, and you've had a look at video number 2. We call them videos. They're not videos at all, are they? They're put on to, I don't know how they work them. Clues, yeah. Is it a video, though? Comes up as a video. Oh, right, okay. So the second one is up there, and you'll find that on my Twitter feed. But do not fret, because before the end of the programme, I'll play you the audio if you've missed it already. And I was listening to Dave O'Brien the other day, and a caller, says Mark, asked and said he'd ordered a baked potato for dinner. He asked what he could have with it, thinking cheese, maybe beans, tuna, and the staff member offered him chips. Chips with a baked potato. Sounds quite nice, actually. I like that idea. That's very... See, the trouble is I've now got an obsession with chips. Well, because I haven't had them for such a long time, I quite fancy doing... But I don't want to fry anything. I feel that's a bit naff. But I'm not going to the fish shop, no. I'm not, no. I can't do it. I'm trying to be good. Trying to be good about it. Joe says, I miss the days when cinemas had a feature film and then the main billing and the usherettes. I don't think the usherettes were part of your experience, but there you go. Love the Pearl and Dean jingle. Pa-pam, 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 pa-pam. Also, Screeching in the Night. It's Halloween for a fright, from ghouls to fools and blood-sick drools. Is it a trick or treat that makes you tick? And Ted in Southend says, I used to deliver toffee apples on my bike back in the 70s. Always a Granny Smith. More taste. More taste. So there you go. But we had them the other day, actually. I had one. It was very nice. Very exciting. Steve, I managed to avoid PE until one fateful conversation with my teacher one open evening, says Darryl in Eastbourne. Yeah, that's the danger. I mean, we used to have open evenings where they'd go and chat about you. I was never sure they knew who I was anyway. But we used to have a sports master, and some boys, to get out of doing PE, would conveniently forget their gym kit. Because you had to check at the beginning of every term, you did your thing, didn't you, with the grid, and you put in Maths Monday, 9 till 10:15, all that kind of stuff, and write it all down. I used to hate it. And on the gym thing, so people knew when the gym day was, and there was occasionally a boy who would not bring his gym kit in, and so what they used to do, they used to make them do it in their pants. So they'd go, well, if you didn't do it, if you didn't bring your gym, you're not being excused gym, I'm sorry. They're very keen on, well, I'm assuming it was fitness. I never actually questioned it too much, but they would make them do it in their pants. So, but mind you, we used to have a shower at the end of it. Have to have a shower. And I can't remember where we got the towels from, unless we brought our own towels in. Very odd. Steve, Johnny in Watford says, seen the video, happy to buy anything to raise money. Oh, I hope you're going to like this tomorrow. I hope you're going to like it. I really do hope you're going to like it, because it's so important to us, and it's important that, as I said to my driver this morning, the one thing that we have to do is all come together as a nation to do things to help people out, because it's what we're supposed to excel at, and you in particular, listeners to LBC, excel in fantastic ways to actually help us raise some money, which otherwise people wouldn't have it. And in previous years, when we've done things for children who are, really seriously ill, very, very seriously ill, and we try and raise money, and you literally excel. You absolutely excel. I can't begin to tell you how pleased and satisfied, and you just have a feeling of wonderfulness that somebody will, put their hand into their pocket or get a credit card out, if you can afford to do it. Because there is always, believe you me, somebody worse off than you. Always. And sometimes they're too proud to ask for help. They're too proud to ask for anything at all. And so they suffer. And so when you say to them, and it might be somebody you work with, might even be somebody you work with, who doesn't have the ability to do anything, and you say, everything all right? Yeah, it's fine. They might be lying. Some people don't sort of do that. They see it as charity, whereas I see it as, listen, you're a fellow human being. We want to help you out. And we've helped out so many people with your help. You've just been absolutely, to excuse my French again, twice I've used French on this programme, you've been bloody brilliant over the years. You've put your hands in your pockets and you've bought items, mainly because you can't get them ever again, and I think you feel sorry for me, having to sit here every morning, which I love. Actually, somebody's on holiday, a friend of mine is on holiday at the moment, and he's another one of these people that doesn't do holidays, because somebody said to me, you don't do holidays. I said, what for? What's the point of doing a holiday? Luke's on holiday in about 2 weeks' time. He's very excited, taking his girlfriend, don't laugh, down to Brighton. He's booked into a super duper hotel, which has got a swimming pool. Well, it would do. Yeah, it's by the seafront. I mean, a bit pointless, isn't it, really? A hotel with a swimming pool, and you're right by the seafront. The clue is in front. Sea. There. We're here. There's the sea. And yet we're in a hotel with a swimming pool. It's like saying, if they give you a sort of a towel and a bar of soap, you don't need to use the bathroom. You just go down to the sea. Although I should imagine the sea must be pretty cold at this time of year. But you do get people who swim. It's like people who go to the Serpentine on New Year's Day and they go swimming. They always used to do that to the Blue Peter presenters. Whenever they had a new presenter, I should think it was some barbaric situation where they would take the new Blue Peter presenter and they would take them down to the Serpentine when there'd be ice on the top of it, and they'd make them swim. I think it was just an opportunity to see them in a pair of Speedos, but it was a case of they used to put them down there and then they would go swimming in the Serpentine. I used to think, I couldn't do that. I absolutely. It looked cold just standing by the side of the Serpentine. Wouldn't catch me doing it, but no, that's what Luke's doing. He's taking his girlfriend. It's for a little weekend away, just to let her know that he's still keen, and it basically ingratiates her to him. So she'll be very pleased. So I'm assuming she knows all about it. She's probably sussed out this hotel. My brother's going away. He's got a week's holiday, and he's going down to. Where's he going to? He's going to Devon. But can you believe that he phoned up to try and get a hotel room? They're looking for a nice hotel, so they've done Airbnb, and everywhere's booked. Everywhere's booked. Now Now, you know why? People can't go abroad. And so they've managed to find somewhere, and again, they're overlooking the sea, which is lovely. So they're doing that. He's going to drive down. It's like a 4-hour drive. I don't think they've got a swimming pool. No, they have the sea. I don't think they're bothered about that. But I said, why don't you take the train down? And he said, no, because if we've got the car, then we can go out and do things. You're only going for 3 days. It'll just be a little bit of a break. And Luke's you're only going for a couple of days, aren't you? 2 nights. Long enough, I would have thought. But anyway, so Luke's looking forward to using of the swimming pool facilities, which is very nice indeed. And then they'll probably go out and have meals and things like that. You know, go on the pier, get some chips on the pier, and imagine you'll freeze to death. You absolutely freeze to death. No good sitting down there, you know, with a rug wrapped round your knees, sitting at the end of the pier going, oh, we love these summer holidays, don't we? That's what Mr. M said to me, because we're finding it difficult to go out to a restaurant. So he said, he said to me yesterday, he said, how do you feel about going out and sitting outside somewhere? I said, to be honest with you, we've got coats. It doesn't make any difference to me. I can do things like that. My friend Jordan tried to call me yesterday, but unfortunately I was in the middle of doing something, and I didn't have the opportunity of sending a thing back saying, can't talk at the moment, catch you later, because we always do FaceTime. I love FaceTime. Do you do FaceTime with people? It's good fun, isn't it? Yeah, it's great fun. It's so clever. Sorry? You've always got a double... Well, you have got a double chin. Oh, when you're doing FaceTime, you've got a quadruple chin. But everybody... I love doing it, mainly because the quality is so blooming brilliant. It's absolutely marvellous. I love doing it. But we do spend all the time on our telephones, don't we? I'm addicted to the telephone. Everything that's on the telephone, I'm addicted to. What we'll do after 6 o'clock, we go through the front pages of the papers so you know who's doing what. Shane Ritchie is doing I'm a Celebrity. He's over the moon, because he played Alfie Moon, although Luke didn't know that. He's never seen EastEnders. Makes you wonder whether or not he's actually in the real world, you know, with the rest of us. I mean, you do have a television, don't you? And you don't. Well, what do you watch on the television? You watch sort of the documentary. Oh, right, that sounds exciting, doesn't it? You just watch. God, boring. So we're staying in tonight. Let's have a look through the Radio Times, see what's on. Okay, nothing we like. We won't put the television on. Let's have a game of cards. Apparently, tell Luke if he's in Brighton to pop over to Eastbourne, says Donny. There you go, you can pop over to Eastbourne. That'll be good. He said he's keen on doing that. And, Steve, what time are you making this announcement tomorrow? 4 o'clock tomorrow morning. 4 o'clock. Yeah, so you need to set your alarms. I know thousands upon thousands of you do. And tomorrow's even more important. Somebody says that they're having a guess at what it is. A few people have got it right. Quite a few people have got it right, which is good, actually. I didn't. I was hopeless. I was rubbish. I had no idea. So who's in for I'm a Celeb? Vernon Kay, AJ Pritchard, Beverly Callard, Jessica Plummer, actress. I don't know who she is. Do you know who Jessica Plummer is? No. Oh, you don't know anybody, do you? You've got no idea. Mo Farah. I mean, he's an athlete. I don't know what he's there for. Holly Arnold. No, not a clue. Victoria Derbyshire. Oh, God. The only one who could only get publicity the other day because she said she was going to defy the 6 people ban and go 7 people. That's the only thing. Nobody ever goes, great interview. You know, the programme should have been axed years ago. Ruthie Henschel. They're hoping she's going to talk about her relationship with Prince Edward. She's not. OK, she wouldn't. She's not like that. Russell Watson, I saw on the television the other day. He looks very good, doesn't he? And Keith Duffy again. Ex of Boyzone. How many blooming years ago was that? Gosh, truth. Obviously not much work going on there. What have we got? Adele has revealed she's on her own again after dating rapper Skepta. I bet you don't pronounce it. I bet it's got some silly, like, Skipta or something. It's got a peculiar thing. And here she is, Daisy Lowe. She's a model, apparently. Why is it models always look like complete and utter wrecks? They never look as you imagine them to. And here she is, Moira Higgins. OK, let's do I'll hold my hand up to my hair and you can get a good picture of me. And here I am wearing, you know, I mean, it's the middle of winter and she's going out in a little pinky dress. Sad and tragic. Keen on Halloween? Very exciting, isn't it, really? Somebody says, sounds like you got the day off then due to the election. I have. They phoned me yesterday. My boss phoned me. I always know it's my boss. He reverses the charges. And so I said, hi, Tom. And he said, oh, so they just sort of... I mean, I'd already worked it out, actually. I'd already worked it out. So, in fact, Nick Ferrari's going to be starting at 5 in the morning. So I've sent him a note going, remember, the spike is at 4, OK? Just remember, do not lose my spike at 4 in the morning. Thank you very much indeed. I think he's doing light end. I think that's how it's going to be. So So the boys are working on the programme overnight. They'll be working with Sheila and Ian, which is good. So I get the morning off. I haven't had a morning off. I don't know what to do with myself. I don't know what... I'll be listening to the radio, going, that's my show. And, it should be good. So you get everything. I always think radio does it so much better than television. Will I accidentally come... I hope not, I won't accidentally come in. That would be a total disaster, wouldn't it? Apropos of potatoes, Steve... There was a restaurant near us on the Black Isle in the Highlands that served chips with everything. I once had shepherd's pie with mashed potato on the top, and it came with customary bowl of chips. 3 lots of potatoes, including new potatoes. Talk about carved out, says Jeremy in the Highlands. Love it. Do you know, every time somebody writes from the Highlands, I always think that's brilliant. The Highlands. I see these pictures on the television, and it's so nice. And I think there's so many good places we got to. And people go, oh, don't you want to go abroad? I mean, I've been abroad. Did you know that half of us have skeletons in the closet? Not real skeletons, but everybody's got secrets that nobody knows about. I can always suss out people who've got secrets. I only have to look at them to realise that they've got secrets. So Luke, he's bound to have secrets. There's bound to be something in his life that he wants to keep shh. You know, Joe definitely. Almost without a shadow of a doubt, there's going to be loads of secrets there. We'll unravel them eventually, but, we get round to it, and then all of a sudden you go, oh, how did you know? I go, well, I'm a bit psychic, Call me Psychic Steve, or Psychic Meg. But everybody's got secrets. Everybody's got things that nobody knows about. Even close friends don't know, because they've kept them secret. Do you want to tell us, Luke, or do you want us to just reveal them to people? It involves a toffee apple and a piece of string. That's all I'll tell you. And a creme brulee. Imagine a creme brulee. Steve. Come on, Steve. Sydney loves you. I do hope so. It makes it so much easier. Another one here says, please can you take a holiday, says Kathleen, because I wake up and tell myself I can't sleep because I know you're here at 4. I just need a few days catch-up. No, I'm sorry. You get the one next week, and that's it. The rest of the time, no, here all the time. The reason I don't do holidays, it's fairly simple. What's the point? Every day is a holiday. Every day I come in here, it's like a holiday. It is, seriously. I mean, I was saying to the driver this morning, I said, I'm home by about, 10 to 8 in the morning, just in time for Greggs to open and do me a bacon baguette. But actually, most of them open at 7:30, so that's quite good. Do you know, Greggs is definitely not as busy as it used to be. I went to the one in Richmond the other week, and normally there was a queue outside of the door. You walk in, it's empty. I don't know why, all of a sudden. Very strange. The number of smokers has decreased sharply. I think we get less than 10% of the population smoking. It'll eventually be banned. I don't think you can ban smoking. You can't stop people smoking. I mean, some people are totally addicted to cigarettes, but there are less people smoking. I think because people realise that they want to live a little bit longer. I think that's how it works. On here says somebody says, I hope it's an apron. I need a new apron. I have to wait till tomorrow, 4:00. 4:00 tomorrow. But I have got the audio from today. For those people who missed it earlier on and cannot access my Twitter feed, then here is the audio. This is clue number 2. Hello. Good news. I'm feeling extra generous today, so here's a second clue for you. This stem may not have a flower, but could accompany you for an hour. We really don't want to burst your bubble, so give this one some extra thought before you reply with your guess. Keep your eyes peeled for more information coming very, very soon. And it will be tomorrow morning at 4. At 4. Talk about secrets, Steve. Luke has a great secret about how I met him at the Reading Festival in 2017. What's that? Do you know what that is? No idea, no. Talking about secrets, Luke. Look, and they know you. They know you. Has got a great secret about how I met him at the Reading Festival. Did you go to the Reading Festival in 2017? Is that one of your friends? What, they're out of prison already, are they? How do they work that one out? It's only Thursday. One of your friends. Does the friend have a name? Or we're not giving them a name? Reggie. Right. Is that short for Reginald? Oh, right, okay. You don't know if it's short for Reginald. How interesting. And you met him at the Reading Festival? Oh. There's obviously a story there somewhere, isn't there? Obviously a story, which we're obviously not going to be hearing at this particular moment. Patrick says, the sea's actually at its warmest at this time of year, Steve, having retained the heat it's built up over the summer months. I'm not buying it, Patrick. I'm not buying that one at all. That sounds ridiculous. I have been in the sea. The one thing for me for the sea, and it makes me cringe now, is when you sort of walk down, and the sea at Brighton, of course, it's all stones and pebbles, and you go, and then you get to the water, blimey, it's cold. And then you have to basically hop around on sort of, one leg to the other leg. Ghastly. So, Reggie and the Reading Festival, okay. Oh, there's obviously a story there, because he can't wipe the grin off his face, Reggie. So there must be something going on. Which we'll never know. What do we think Joe's secret is that he's not telling anybody? Is it going to be really... You're not going to tell me? You don't need to tell me, I'll guess it. I'm generally very, very good at things like this. We found out one from Luke already. It was something to do with the Reading Festival in 2017, and somebody called Reggie. Could be anybody, couldn't it, really? I said, is it short for Reginald? He went, I don't know. So I'm not sure what sort of friend this is, that you only know him as Reggie. And Joe has a secret. Well, in fact, Joe has quite a few secrets that he doesn't like to tell people. They're not funny. I'll make them funny. You might not think it's funny, but the time I finish, believe you me, you'll be wishing it was funnier. Because it's got to be something, isn't it? It's got to be... What do I think it would be to do with? I think it would probably be to do with relationships. It's got to be... You're smiling, so, OK, we're heading on the right direction. OK, let's get in the bus. The wheels on the bus go round and round, round and round. And we shall find out. Before the end of the programme, I'll have found out. I'll have found somebody who knows you. Somebody will write in and go, oh, I know who Joe is. Let me tell you a little... People do that. No secrets on this programme. We don't do secrets. Except the presenter, which is completely different. Steve, have you seen outdoor eating pods that some restaurants are offering? It's like eating outside, but in like an igloo type thing. Is that in this country? I seem to remember saying... You might be right, actually. Might be right. Here we go. An igloo pod. Oh, my goodness me. Where are they? They look quite nice, don't they? I like the look of those. Are they in this country? They're very snug. I like those. That's what a brilliant idea. 6 of the best igloos to visit this Christmas in London. Where are they? By the Thames? Wow. One of them's near the Shard. So that must be the other side of the river from the Shard, and I can't remember where that is, but it looks quite nice. Oh, they look lovely. Imagine sitting in there. You can have your drinks, and it's like, it's an igloo. Oh, music. We've got the music coming up. We'll have to come back to the igloo. That's a brilliant idea. What a brilliant idea. As usual, all the pictures of London, cranes. Cranes in the distance. What are they building? More flats. OK, we'll take a short break for the news at 6, then we'll run through the front pages of the papers, including the story of the asteroid heading for Earth. The bad news, they say, end of the world. The Shard is 1,017 feet tall. The asteroid is 1,200 feet. That's not the size of a peanut. Strangely, the more I look at these heated outdoor igloo pods that some restaurants are offering, the more exciting it becomes. What a brilliant... I mean, to be honest with you might as well stay at home and eat in the conservatory. But it's a brilliant idea. So it means that you can be socially distancing because they can move the pods together, but because they're covered, you've got your own little pod. Now, presumably, once you've moved out after you've had your food, then they will... you can have them for your own garden. They don't look cheap, but what a brilliant idea. And these ones, they're on roofs. So you get, loads... it's a bookable thing. They say it's a must-try, cosy experience. If they're heated, it's even better. What a lovely idea. I'm sure I've seen it in other countries around the world, and so they can look really attractive. Some of them are just sort of like blow-up tents. But not only is Mercer Roof Terrace home to some of the best views in the city, but it's got these gorgeous igloos. Expect furry throws, twinkling lights and candlelit tables as you tuck into afternoon tea, champagne cocktails and much more. What a brilliant idea, honestly. I just wish we'd see the end to this blooming pandemic. I've had enough of it, to be honest with you. I think this is a good idea, and everything lit beautifully, and so you're self-isolating inside an igloo. Good, isn't it, really? There you go. Bit like going to the Reading Festival, and staying in one of your tents that people take down there. Every time the people come back from the Reading Festival, I always hate the trains because they're always dirty, because the Reading Festival was always full of mud. And used to get people getting off the trains in Reading and sort of piling down to Tilehurst, down by the river, and I used to think, oh, ghastly. And then you see them all getting off the trains, and they're all all the girls called Henrietta and Lavinia, and the boys are all called Sebastian, and they all go to the Reading Festival. It's like we've got everything, we've got all the stuff we need, drugs, booze, everything, and they go down to the Reading Festival. And I can't tell you any of the groups who've ever played there, but I can tell you that the people who go there are obviously people who've been to a good school. They're one of those. It isn't, put it this way, I don't think working class would be going to the Reading, because it's quite expensive to go, isn't it? It's not cheap. 250 quid for what? For all of you? For one person? For 3 nights? What do you get for 250? You have to take your own tent. You have to buy your own food. You can't take water in, can you? You have to buy their. Oh, you can take water. Okay, and so £250. Yeah. Well, you don't see any acts, do you? Because basically the people who go there are drunk. And so you don't see anybody at all. You're just basically flat on your back in your tent. And that's it. You don't... You saw Liam Gallagher? Well, I could see him on YouTube anytime I want. I haven't had to pay £250 for it. That's an awful lot of money, isn't it? What's the other one? Glastonbury's quite expensive, isn't it? And that sells out really fast. But again, I'd rather watch it all on YouTube. You get a much better view. The idea of standing at the back going, Dolly, I love you, is not really my kind of idea of fun, I'm afraid. I don't think I could ever do festivals. We didn't do them when I was younger. We didn't have things like that. It's very nice for you youngsters to go down there and sort of indulge in drinking a lot of booze and then falling over. All the young people think that's great. My friend Ian says the best thing about the Reading Festival is there's a Toby Carvery next to the site. Toby Carvery. How middle class. How middle class. Okay, anybody having Toby? No, we've ordered pizza. Can you order pizza or something like that down there? They do have little stalls. I bet it's quite expensive, the food, isn't it? Because you can't go anywhere else. Little festival stalls. Oh, right. How exciting. Have you been, Joe? Have you been, darling? Have you been to Leeds? How marvellous. No, Leeds wouldn't be middle class. Absolutely not. No, that would be and we've got chicken drumstick between 3 of us. I can imagine. And so they have the same groups. All these. Oh, they change every year. Oh, well, obviously that would be a bit ridiculous. So who did you see apart from Liam Gallagher? Liam Gallagher, you saw. The Arctic Monkeys. Okay. M&M's. Oh, lovely. Who's Eminem? Eminem. Oh, Eminem. Yes. Oh, I know the one, yes. And who else did you see? You saw those, but you can't remember anybody but those 3. Obviously, yeah, too drunk. Did you have a good time? Oh, blooming fantastic. Who did you see up in Leeds? What acts did you get? Oh, the same acts. You got the same act. Oh, right, they just alternate from festival to festival. Oh, right, okay. Nobody get Kylie Minogue or anything? We don't get, no. Oh, dear, what a shame. Well, I'm sure she must be busy elsewhere. But, yeah, the Leeds... Is that a Leeds... Oh, right, Leeds... There's a park there that they stick it all in. God. In the city. Sounds fabulous. It's funny, all I keep getting is people saying, you're always criticising up north, Steve. And all the people they work here. They've all come down from up north and come to the south. Oh, there you go. That was the lineup at Reading. Oh, there's loads of people. Oh, crikey, loads and loads of people. I've never heard of any of them. Never heard of Bill Bailey, Simon Amstel, Catherine Ryan, Tapeface. You ever see Tapeface? Tapeface did a series over at the Garrick Theatre here. It's some bloke who came for the television. He puts tape round his, obviously, Tapeface. And other people. Also, they have a late night disco. Oh, and a hot dub time machine. Plus, wait a minute, does that say Propaganda? Is that the group Propaganda? Ooh, fantastic. I love Propaganda. No, you never heard of them? You will do. If you type in Propaganda on YouTube, they have one hit single, which is, like, fantastic. You'd love it. You'd love it. Whether it works at a festival, I've got no idea. They're very low down on the list. Perhaps they might have only had 1 or 2 hit singles. I can't remember. But, Have you never heard Propaganda? You must have heard Propaganda. I feel like I'm quite a trendsetter, ladies and gentlemen, here. Good Lord above. Steve Allen's heard of Propaganda, which is good. They have pods, apparently, at the White Hart pub in Margaretting. Very nice. Good show, thank you. Shane says I'm not well. We're all not well, believe you me. And Steve, Greg's in Ilford is also empty. It's because you can't sit down. The chairs are all covered up. In Greg's in Richmond, they've taken the chairs away, and the one in Twickenham as well. So you can't. They don't want you sitting down in there. You can buy in and take away. So I always stand by the bus, eating my my bacon baguette. I'm so common. I don't care. Seriously, I say, all the people on the bus are standing there looking at you, and so you deliberately try and be discreet, but you can't be discreet eating a baguette. There's nothing you can do about it, because it's about, quite long. They don't do little baguettes, they do sort of it's about a foot long. And I always ask for extra bacon, because I can afford it. And it's about an extra pound or something. And you stand there, and everyone in the bus is looking at you. Well, at the moment, there's nobody on the buses, because the kids are on half-term. So they're all out shoplifting, and they start early, and they go around. You get them, gangs of them round Twickenham on little bikes, as if they're sort of rejects from E.T., and they always hang around outside the KFC. I don't know what the appeal is. I've got no idea, because they never eat the stuff. They just hang around outside there. Also, where's the other one? I've lost this one here. Where's it? I can't bear all this American stuff taking over. What with this Halloween rubbish? Well, have you noticed this year the Halloween is bigger than it's ever been in this country? I complained about it last year because I'm a bit too old for this kind of thing, as you can well imagine. But this year it's even bigger. Every branch of Poundland has got a complete section devoted to spiders that you hang up and things. I mean, who's going to be frightened by a plastic spider, I ask you? Things like that. They did dress up. My boys dressed up last year. Corey and Thomas dressed up last year. Yeah, they dressed up as themselves, and that was fairly scary. I went, whoa, no, don't. And Corey went, ooh, but he's like that anyway, because he can't form the words, but he's trying, he's getting there eventually. It's a little bit like listening to Gemma Collins. It's a similar kind of thing. So what are we going to do about this asteroid? I mean, the odds of being flattened by it, 150,000 to 1. I mean, to be honest with you, I don't think that's too good. Being struck by lightning is 500,000 to 1. Getting attacked by a shark is 3,750,000 to 1. Being made a saint by the Pope, 20 million to 1. That'd be nice, isn't it? That would kind of eclipse, I think, honorary membership of the Magic Circle. Winning the lottery, 45 million to 1. Do you know, I didn't win anything this week on the lottery. I thought they'd made a mistake. So I wrote to them saying, I think you made a mistake. I did buy some tickets, but I didn't win. And I'm supposed to, I bought a ticket. I buy the ticket, you give me the money. And it didn't work. I didn't get anything at all, not even £2.20, because they start to send you things now and they go, oh, congratulations, you won a prize on the lottery. So you open up the email, it goes, you won £3.60. I've told them to stick it. I'm seriously not interested in £3.60. Why insult me? I've gone to all the effort of thinking up the numbers. Well, I don't, actually. I work on the assumption that I could put down 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then 2 stars, and then, that'd be about it. But you stand as much chance of winning on that as you do with anything else. Julie says you can sit in Greg's in Sutton. Yeah, but who wants to go to Sutton? I mean, come on, honestly. There is sort of the end of the earth, and then there is Sutton. And you don't want to sit. You'd be the only one sitting there, won't you? Sitting there, people going, somebody's sitting in Greg's in Sutton. It's not good. I was at the first Reading Festival, Steve. Peter Gabriel played. It rained solidly. And when going home, a rather animated festival attendee jumped enthusiastic in front of our Beetle car, says Ulrika. OK, fine. Peter Gabriel. He used to dress up as a flower. Did you ever see him? Peter Gabriel, the early pictures of Peter Gabriel. He used to dress up as a flower and sit on the stage. A bit like Leo Sayer used to dress up as a clown, and Peter Gabriel dressed up as a flower. Yeah, well, this was long before Sledgehammer. It's like Roxy Music. I remember one of the girls I was living with in London years and years ago, they all went off to see Roxy Music because everybody fancied Brian Ferry. There's a new sensation, Do the Strand Love. I just quite like Roxy. I grew up on listening to things like that. That's why I'm surprised you've never heard Propaganda. Type in Propaganda on YouTube. And I'll tell you what the big hit is. It's only this precise moment I've got a complete memory block and I can't remember what it was called. And it was such a good... We're not going to play it for you, don't worry, because you can go and find it for yourself. What are you doing? They can wait. They can wait. We're far too busy trying to find out the name of propaganda singer. It's far more important. Unless something major has happened in my life, like this blooming asteroid heading for the Earth has crashed into Croydon. In which case, there'll be people going around going, there you go. Propaganda, a German synth pop group. And what was it called? Oh, it was called Duel. Do yourself a favour. When you go home this morning, put in Duel, D-U-E-L, and you listen to it, and I promise you'll go crackers for it. It's absolutely... I never recommend things that are rubbish. I only recommend good things. You know, if I listen to it, it's pretty okay. Jan says, I saw Roxy Music, early 70s, support band to Alice Cooper. My brother was a huge Alice Cooper fan. Loved Alice Cooper. School's out for summer. And also loved, who was that? The Status Quo. Love the Quo. Whereas me, now I've started watching old shows like Simon and Garfunkel playing Madison Square Garden, doing all the hits, and I thought they were fantastic. Neil Diamond, before he actually retired from singing and from performing, absolutely sensational. The tightest band I've ever seen, and backing singers, and really, really brilliant. But I never actually... The only group I ever went to see live was Rose Royce. Car wash. That one. And we saw them at the Hammersmith Odeon, as it was then, before it became Labatt's Apollo and then something else, various other things. And they were supported by Stargard, who was another group who'd sort of come out. But, it was all... We were into sort of that sort of soul stuff. But, yes, Rose Royce, my goodness me. The Sun front page, I'm a celeb, Shane, over the moon, of course. And... he's very happy because he's going in. For how much money, we don't know. They claim Mo Farah is on £300,000 because up until the other day, the person on the most money was what's his face? That was Vernon Kay. They said 150,000. You see, I never believe half these amounts of money, and the reason is that if you say, "Oh, I'm earning this much money," and I'm doing it, the tax man is making a mental note. Right, so you earn 150,000. And then it turns out people didn't earn 150,000, but they do it to make it sound... there's no point in admitting that you've got the least amount of money. Because there is a budget for all these programmes, the same as there is a budget for all pantomimes. All pantomimes have a budget. So supposing the budget for the run is £600,000. So your top of the bill could earn anything up to... 250,000, 300,000, 400,000. The remainder of the money is split going down the bill. And so you would have sort of a couple of comics on there. You'd have sort of some young dancers. They would always enlist the young local dance schools to sort of fill out the pantomime. But it was the top of the bill that brought the money in. So if you saw a pantomime with Cannon and Ball, they'd be earning top dollar on that. But because we don't have pantomime this year, well, certainly not that many. A lot of people who would have been earning money, and some of them can earn £10,000 a week for doing pantomime. It's hard work. Don't ever think that, just that performance that you've seen, that might be one of 3 performances they've had to do in a day. Very, very difficult. What have we got here? Couples who romped regularly in lockdown were apparently much less likely to suffer the blues. Because people, mind you, all I heard was sort of people who were splitting up. They sort of decided that the longer they spent with their partner, the more they hated them, which I thought was very interesting. Steve, I went to loads of festivals and concerts in the 70s. Hyde Park was free. Rolling Stones, Pink Floyd. When you think about the big supergroups. And Julia says, I've just played Jewel by Propaganda. I thought it was great, actually. Really great. Dave said Jewel, which was the Jewel, was the alternative version of Duel, D-U-E-L. Stephen Ryslip said it was used on the BBC's RAC rally coverage. I thought it was great. I can't remember who actually told me about it, but I remember thinking it was such a good song, and I played it numerous times, and I've seen a live version. I tried to learn the words. I'm not very good. I've got godchildren who, when they were very young, used to sing the words of all the hit singles. So we'd sit in the car going out somewhere for lunch, and they would sing, and I used to think, how do they know the words to this? And I thought it was perhaps because they're young. Christmas COVID killjoys. Front page of the Sun this morning, we're told to back off after police threatened to break up festive family gathering. I can't see the police coming round your house and breaking up a festive gathering. Tory MPs urge ministers to halt the heavy-handed approach. Well, how are they going to manage that? Are they going to pull up outside somebody's house? What happens if you live in the middle of nowhere? You're fairly safe, I would have thought. Very embarrassing, isn't it? That they might be, they have said, listen, don't make too many plans for Christmas at the moment because things might change at the last minute. We don't know. And so we'll have to wait. Karen says, I went to see Mott the Hoople at Hammersmith Odeon, and the warm-up band were Queen. Yeah, Mott the Hoople, Roll Away the Stone. And I love Mott the Hoople. All the Way to Memphis was one of my favourite songs. But warm-up band were Queen. If you look at the early pictures of Freddie Mercury and Queen, you suddenly realise that even in the early days of Queen, there was no doubt that they were going to be the super band of Live Aid. They were going to be the ones that, a little group like that. I say little group, a lot of noise, and it all came down to Freddie and Brian and everybody else. They just nailed it. They absolutely In fact, I believe that Freddie Mercury came off stage. I think Brian May tells the story. Elton John says, "You've just nailed it. You've just nailed it." It's like people who work the Royal Variety Performance. There'll always be somebody who would walk it. There'll be other... I've seen established comedians die on the Royal Variety Performance. We used to go all the time. And you watch them and they walk on and off to the sound of their own feet. And you think, oh no, you've misjudged. Because it's a nightmare gig to do. But unfortunately, I was the one who saw Freddie Starr, who, when he did take over at the Royal Variety, I mean, he went completely balmy bonkers at the end. But, at the Royal Variety, he stormed it. And in fact, if you go to YouTube, which is absolutely a myriad of magic stuff, go and type in "This Is Your Life" and you'll get everybody. Absolutely everybody. Even Dale's on there. I'm on there. On Dale's "This Is Your Life." But the Ken Dodd one runs an hour. Because there's so many people. Everybody will tell you he was... And it's so awful because you watch it back now, and of course most of the people who featured on there aren't even with us anymore. But Ken Dodd was amazing. And then I... looked at his funeral, and again, it was... People loved him. People loved him. He had a bit of problem... Do you remember? Well, you might not remember. He had a bit of problem with keeping his money under the bed and not necessarily giving it to the tax man. That was a slight contretemps. But anyway, Daily Star this morning, "Knobs Out" is the title. These are Eton toffs who can't run the country. Fumes. Danny Dyer, "We need people who live real lives in charge." Well, you're not living a real life. You're an actor. That's not a real life. That's a pretend life, isn't it? Actors, it's not normal. Dampen deck, because it's going to rain in Wales for the "I'm a Celebrity, Get Me Out of Here." How they're going to do the Bush Tucker trials, I've got no idea. Because there's nothing you can eat in Wales that people wouldn't want to eat normally. Most memorable concert, says Penny, was going to Verona to see George Michael on his Symphonica tour at the Outdoor Arena. His voice was incredible. Yes. He came into... when we were in another building in Shepherd's Bush, and I was sitting outside talking to somebody from another group, from Blue, and George Michael came in, and then he came out and came over and chatted. Not to me, but to the person I was with. And all I remember thinking... He dressed all in black... All I remember thinking was he looked amazing, but he was slim, like you've never seen slim before. Because you see people on the television. Television makes you put on weight. When you see people in real life, you suddenly go, oh, my goodness, there's nothing of you. Like Catherine Jenkins, you see her on the television, she looks absolutely normal. I mean, she is normal, but you see her in real life, she's thin. Luke, there's about, 4 of Luke to 1 Catherine Jones. Unbelievable. So Anton Decker still making all these trailers, and very exciting. Lenny Henry's praised comic relief after it said it would no longer send celebrities to Africa. Thank goodness. This was after Stacey Dooley filming a slot for the charity appeal. David Lammy didn't like it, and loads of people didn't like it as well. Snow is on the way. Not today, but they've said we could be on course to shiver in the coldest winter on record and see a very cool Yule. They reckon mid-November. Now, whether or not that's flurries of snow or it comes down tons of it, I've got no idea. But they're looking at snow on the big date. 2 to 1 they're offering. Freezing cold weather. And it's cold out there this morning. It's cold in here this morning. You don't come and sit in here. I think I should invite you all in, actually. You can all come and sit in my studio. We could do a rota of people who want to come and sit in here. We can't socially... Oh, of course we can't socially... I was going to say I'll be a bit like Father Christmas. You know, and then people could come and sit on my lap, and then I thought, maybe not. Maybe not the sitting on the lap bit. Steve, the very strong glue you wanted to find earlier this week is available on, well, I shall have a look at that a little bit later. It's usually sold at the Ideal Home exhibition by two German chaps. Can you send that to me? No, probably not. We'll have a look in the break. So exciting. We're doing everything in the break, aren't we? And why not? It's Thursday morning, tomorrow being Friday. Do you want to hear the audio again from Clue 2? Can I play you the audio again from Clue 2? This is for the item which we're going to reveal tomorrow at 4 a.m. At 4 a.m. So do not miss it, because whatever this is, tomorrow at 4 a.m. is a very significant start to the programme. So we've already had Clue 1, and now we've got Clue 2. Hello! Good news! I'm feeling extra generous today, so here's a second clue for you. This stem may not have a flower, but could accompany you for an hour. We really don't want to burst your bubble, so give this one some extra thought before you reply with your guess. Keep your eyes peeled for more information coming very, very soon. And very soon is tomorrow morning at 4 a.m. So tomorrow we reveal what it is. A few of you done very well. And we'll wait and see what it is tomorrow. The idea being that we want to raise a lot of money. And I say that all the time, and every time I come to rely on you more and more, and you've supported us over the years with Mates and... Do you know, when I looked back the other day I've done flower arranging on this programme. At the last minute they said, could you do flower arranging, Steve? So I did flower arranging. I have no idea why I did flower, or even agreed to do it. But in fact, I was very good. I thought my little thing looked quite nice. I was quite impressed, actually. It was all very good. And we had people who paid to come and do flower arranging. And I did it as well, just to sort of make sure, which of course is even more bizarre when you think about it. I've done all sorts of things. I've taken... You can't see... You can, my flowers you can see on the radio. We'll just take a picture of them and we put them up online. I mean, it was quite... I thought it looked quite good. Considering I don't do... although my mother used to do flower arranging, but I mean, I was never very good for things like that. I just sort of take a bunch of flowers, stick them in a vase, you know, that's it. They die. Sorry? No, not Tomerite in indoor flowers. No, use that for the garden. Although, actually, at the moment, I was talking to a friend of mine the other day who works in a garden centre, and I said, I've got wallflowers, which are still beautiful. And she said, we're selling wallflowers in our garden centre. She said, they're going like hotcakes. I said, well, mine are... You know, whether it's sheltered or not, I've got no idea. But, I mean, I've got loads of... I should take a picture, actually, and show you, because they look really good. And my begonias, which I've had growing all the way throughout the summer, they're still going strong. Mind you, every so often we have a deluge of rain. It seems to water everything, so I haven't actually had to get out there with my little hose. 84850 steve at lbc.co.uk. Steve, the best night ever, says Maxine. The Who and Santana at the Oval. Oh, blimey, that would have been something, wouldn't it? Another one here. Somebody loves LBC. Thank you very much indeed. Which we like it too, actually. We like it too. I'm a big fan of that. Some people, Steve, are putting up their Christmas trees and decorations. I love the idea. We normally have a real tree, which would probably not look so good on the big day if we got it now. When will you put your decorations up? The 9th of November. That's when the tree's going up. I mean, to be honest with you, I don't think it makes any difference. But if you have a real tree, I wouldn't put it up just yet, because if you're keeping it indoors, it will dry out very, very quickly. But if you keep it outdoors, it will survive. It will survive throughout the whole of Christmas. But if you have it indoors, you've got to water it. So normally you buy a container that you fill with... It'll drink 2 litres of water a day. It's a plant. It's a living thing. The fact it's been cut off, or you might have one in a pot, which you need to water anyway. Some people take them and plant them outside. Sarah says, will you have a counter tomorrow like you did for the tea towels? It was very exciting. You didn't for the tote bags, and it was a shame. No, we didn't for the tote bags, and I think we're getting the counter back tomorrow. I'm pretty certain. They have told me that we're having... And you remember how excited I got? We all got very excited. Very excited. Steve, Claudia Brucken is the singer from Propaganda. And she sung with Heaven 17. I loved it. I thought it was great. Steve, Peter Gabriel dressed as a flower, says Derek in Aberdeen. Supper's ready, trapped by Genesis. I think that when Peter Gabriel used to turn up on stage, he would walk to the front of the stage dressed as this... I just remember this flower sort of headdress that he had on. That funny, Luke? What's funny? Am I going to come in like that? No. I don't do dressing up, as you can well imagine. I do have things to dress up in. I got bought a onesie one year, and I suddenly realised how inappropriate an outfit it is. Am I going to wear what? A suit? No, I'm not going to wear a suit. I might wear a sparkly jacket. I've still got so many of them. I think we must have about 10. I counted them up the other day, thinking... one of the shows that we did, we took all the sparkly jackets. The car was so weighed down with it. We took so much stuff. I don't know why we did it. We could have cut it down by at least 2/3. Easy. Having woken up late and just switched over to you, says Reggie. What better time to tuck into a wedge of Wensleydale and a couple of oatcakes? Wensleydale, what, cheese in the morning? Oh, no. No. You can't eat cheese in the morning, can you? And Paul, can't tell you. I can't. I'd like to be able to tell you what the thing is tomorrow, but I can't. I've got to save it. Tomorrow you'll have to find out from 4 a.m. You'll have to set the alarm. You have to go to bed early tonight. Otherwise you'll miss out on it. Yesterday we were driving past Walker's Shortbread Factory, Aberlour, where your Glenfiddich mince pies are made, and we thought of you, Steve. We are returning home to Bucky from a trip to Millport on the lovely island of Cumbrae. That's Karen and Madeline. Sounds lovely, doesn't it? Did you stop to buy any of those nice mince pies with the Glenfiddich in? Bit of an addiction, I have to tell you. It sends my blood sugars through the roof. And occasionally I think, perhaps it's worth it. And then I think, no, maybe not. Do you think Jake's eaten them? Oh, absolutely. Oh, good God, I should imagine they went on that day. Well, we'll know tomorrow when he comes in. No, he's not coming in. On Monday, you'll notice the difference in size. Mr. Neil, I can't tell you. As you know, everybody having a guess. Even Jan's come up with some of the clues again, which is good. So we'll have to wait and see. I'm quite excited by it, and I hope that you're going to, sort of partake in the spirit in which it's meant, so that we can raise a lot of money. The Mirror, the migrants' tragedy. They tried 3 times to cross, even by train. This family, they'd saved up £21,000. That was the money that they had. And then because of the turbulent seas, that's when they lost their lives. 5 of them. Pals begged them not to attempt the trip, so they lost Dad. Artan, at 17 months old, is missing. Mum, daughter and son. And they all went. One friend of the family says, I advise them, please don't go by boat. I mean, it's these people who rip these people off and send them over in literally sometimes things that you wouldn't even have in your local swimming pool, and you're dealing with the channel. They've said here, they've repeatedly called for safe and legal routes for people to access asylum in the UK and prevent these senseless tragedies. But it doesn't seem, it falls on deaf ears. 3 times they tried before, and then they decide to go for possibly the most unsafe version of all. I always remember that photograph. Do you remember that dreadful photograph of a little boy who died? He'd fallen overboard from one of these boats, and somebody had to go down to the water's edge and pick his body up. I always that haunts me to this day. Also, 6 in 10 people avoid public toilets in the fear of COVID. More than half people are avoiding public transport, but a third prefer to hire a car than to get a bus or a train. So there you go. Doesn't the mayor keep telling us, take public transport? And we're going, I don't think so. Although I take public transport. I do it on quite a few. I shall probably take about 3 or 4 buses today if I'm doing things, if I'm pottering about. Depends if I want to take the car or if I don't want to take the car. David Jason looks back on his life as Del Boy. He's got a book out published by Century. It's called A Del of a Life, Lessons I've Learnt by David Jason. And I can't even tell you how old he is now. He's 80. David Jason is 80. And I think he's lovely. They've started doing other programmes with him now, which sort of takes him out of his comfort zone, and that's good as well. Also, what's the other one here? Oh, Towie star Fern McCann. I'm not sure she's in Towie anymore, is she? I don't know why. She's looking for a lockdown lover as a quarantine looms in Essex. Class. And she's 30. She's trawling celebrity dating app for a potential suitor. Isn't that dreadful, where somebody on the television can't even find a date? Isn't that sad that she has to do a dating app? Mind you, I think the trouble is, if you appear on television, people see you for what you are. And then they decide, I don't actually think that'd be the sort of person you want to go out with. So she's got this full-time mum. It's the most boring programme you've ever seen in your entire life. You'd think she was the only person ever to have sex and have a child. You know, and it's just, it's almost as bad as the Fairs sisters. Here's this marvellous ornate steam locomotive, powered... it used to power a fairground ride in the 1930s. Now they think, built in 1932, it could fetch £1 million at auction. It was just one of 4 Fowler B6 Super Lion locomotives, and it powered a ride called the Noah's Ark. Now, I can tell you that the Noah's Ark, because I know a bit about these things, went on for a lot of funfair owners to turn into the Walser. The Walser, because it went up, over, up, over, up, over. And that was it. And the Walser, the trick was to put your foot on the brake and then spin round. Spinning round. That was the sort of thing. But this one here is coming up for auction, and it's still... It looks beautiful. Absolutely stunningly beautiful. Expected to fetch from about 800,000. They've got loads of other classic cars at Bonhams. I mean, some of them are just stunning. A 1911 Rolls-Royce Silver Ghost. Semi-open drive limousine, up to about 1.3 million. Isn't that amazing? Absolutely fantastic. And Heathrow loses the top slot. Heathrow apparently has been overtaken by Charles de Gaulle Airport as Europe's busiest. They've also haven't they lost a huge amount of money? I think something like £1.3 billion. That's what they're actually down, which is not so good. Alex says, I saw the Beatles at the Rainbow. And Jackie says, I don't understand why they couldn't go by plane, train or ferry. I think they tried train, the family who died. I think that's what they'd actually... They tried before, and that didn't work either, so that wasn't particularly good. The Daily Telegraph, they've got a picture of the... Of this little boy who they haven't found, actually. And they're saying that there should be manslaughter charges against the traffickers. Against the traffickers. And I couldn't agree more. I want to know what the French are doing about it. Nothing. It's not like these people are hiding. You know, they go into town, they go and buy all these sort of boats and everything else. Why have they not done something about it? BBC presenters will be forced to disclose outside earnings on a public database as part of a crackdown on alleged bias within the corporation. Tim Davie says presenters and journalists risk their impartiality when earning 5-figure sums for corporate work. Well, how do you feel about Victoria Derbyshire? You know, she's off there doing it, I mean, her credibility surely has gone out of the window. 9 minutes to 7. Simon asks whether or not they'll have security guards in shops questioning people why they're buying a turkey big enough for 10 people and buying boxes of 12 crackers. Do you think it's going to be like that? Do you think it's going to be like that? They have said don't make any provision for Christmas at the moment. As we move into November, I don't know how long we're going to have to wait for this, but as I say, I don't think they know what they're doing at all. Little bit worrying, isn't it? The Telegraph are talking about France going into a second lockdown. Europe's being overrun. I mean, the riots that have taken place yesterday, we were looking at pictures of Turin and everything else, and people were saying, is it going to be like that here? Where do we go from it? And the answer is, I don't think they know. Ministers now apparently are scrambling to hire consultants to bolster their COVID-19 task force amid fears that Whitehall will be overwhelmed by a coronavirus surge. I don't think... And also, why can't an 83-year-old visit his wife's care home? Minister is one of the big questions. Faye Weldon's husband, we talked about yesterday, has expressed his hurt at their breakup through poetry, saying he was discarded cruelly on a whim. The 89-year-old author revealed she'd walked out on Nick Fox, her third husband after 26 years, accusing him of all sorts of things. He says he's been treated like a dog. It's awful when people's relationships split up, isn't it? Really, really not good at all. Somebody says the best gig I ever saw was Buddy Rich at Ronnie Scott's back in the 80s. Do you know, I never went to Ronnie Scott's club. Never went. Love to go. The Mirror, talking today about the people avoiding certain places. And in Philadelphia, looting and protests have rocked the city. Huge demonstrations broke out, 30 officers injured. And it's the looting. I don't understand the answer to looting. I don't understand why. Something happens, and some areas were a total loss. But to actually go out looting, and people, hundreds of people were breaking into shops and smashing windows, and then looting, what's that got to do with anything? Wallace Jr.'s family, this is Walter Wallace Jr., who was shot 14 times the other day. He was a father of 9, was having a mental breakdown when a call for medical assistance was made, and police turned up to deal with the case. It's claimed he came forward towards officers with a knife, which he refused to drop, and then he was shot 14 times. I mean, you ask yourself the question, is that absolutely necessary? Tracy Emin talking in the papers today about she's had to have major surgery after a cancerous tumour was found in her bladder. And the other one was the number of people switching their current account has shot up as banks offer cash perks to lure in new customers. From July to September, how many do you think? More than 136,000 people decided to switch. That's nearly 40,000 more than from April to June. HSBC and NatWest are offering £125 incentives. Wasn't it HSBC who was saying the other day that they were thinking of charging people, for their bank and stuff like that? I always thought if you stayed in credit, you didn't get bank charges. That's what I thought. But I mean, I'm not very good with things like that. I've other people who do it for me. Some fizzy water with a kick. Coca-Cola have launched an alcoholic version of the drink. This is going to be Top Chico Hard Seltzer to the UK, and despite having booze in it, there are only 96 calories after 126 years of making soft drinks. The pop giant's broken with tradition. It's got an ABV of 4.7%, and it comes in tangy lemon, lime, tropical mango and cherry acai. And they've said here, we're very excited about this launch. I mean, it could be worth an awful lot of money. This seltzer is already... I think I've heard of seltzer, but I don't know why I've heard of seltzer. I don't know, used to buy it in markets. The market is worth about £3 to £4 billion a year, which is an awful lot. Meghan bids for a no-trial legal victory. This is the Duchess of Sussex, down on their luck, I'm afraid. And she's launched a bid to win her legal battle with the newspaper without a full trial by asking the judge to award her victory. She says her breach of privacy case against the Mail on Sunday is so strong the High Court should give a summary judgment in her favour. I mean, somebody's going to be spending an awful lot of money. To do anything in the courts and with the lawyers nowadays, it costs an awful lot of money. Tracy Emin makes the front of the Times. And can you survive a second wave together? They're looking at couples in the Times and whether or not people... Because most people seem to go, honestly, we're in lockdown. Frankly, I've gone right off them. And so they're now wondering whether or not people could survive a second wave if we go into a lockdown. Let's hope that we don't go into a lockdown. Also, police should be freed from handling some domestic abuse complaints to focus on emergencies. They did a programme, it was one of those Interceptor-type programmes years ago on the telly, and they were, not years ago, in fact it was less than 6 months ago I was watching it, and they were talking about police officers, and all they're called out to is domestic abuse. People who are drunk, people who are on drugs and things like that, which is not really what they're supposed to do, but they're so overwhelmed with it, and they know all the people. They know all the people involved because they've dealt with them before. And it's not the best resources for a police force. Here we go. Inquiry to expose how police spied on activists. This is an interesting one that The Guardian are running this morning. And the Daily Mail, again, dealing with Tracy Emin. And lockdown for the south and tougher curbs for the north. The police chief says the civic duty is to report rule breakers. There was that girl that we mentioned the other day. Do you remember on the programme? And she'd gone over to Guernsey or Jersey or one of those places, and she was supposed to be self-isolating. She totally ignored it. They fined her £6,600. Had she not paid it, she'd have gone straight to prison. Good. That time they dealt with more people. I mean, it does seem to be at the moment, a lot of younger people think it's okay to have parties, and those people get fined £10,000. Not so good. Not so good. The Meghan story is in all the papers today, and the man who broke into a restaurant was found by police asleep on the floor inside next to a half-eaten cheesecake. He'd broken in and he'd nicked half a cheesecake. Not the brightest. Koalas. We love koalas. They're quite dangerous, though. Are threatened with extinction as a result of those bushfires, the land clearance and disease, we have been told. I quite like them. And TV's Lucy. This is Lucy Worsley, Chief Curator of Historic Royal Palaces, said it was behind in probing links to slavery. And so what they're looking for is a curator for inclusive history as part of an initiative prompted by the Black Lives Matter movement. She said that the link to slavery is history we can't ignore. She's pulling all the stops out on this. Oh, I've got to go. I just realised. Blimey. I've got a free little bit extra podcast. Molly May has said she doesn't have the energy to go food shopping at 21. Really bone idle. Tomorrow, Eccleston surprised her father, Bernie. I mean, really, he's 90, dear. He's not going to eat the cake. Janet Street Porter paid tribute to Baywatch. Somebody needed ironing. What's it died? Sean Connery. They say he'd been ill for some time. He was 90, for God's sake. He only ever got an award for a film nobody's ever heard of. He didn't get anything for the James Bond stuff. Yeah, he was the first James Bond. He used to be an art class model. He used to model in his swimwear for people to do drawings of him. And he was the only man whose acting was so bad that when he played a Russian submarine commander in The Hunt for Red October, he had a Scottish accent. How does that work? Seriously, I couldn't believe it at all. Also, Twitchers getting in a flap over William's bird role. This is Prince William, who's just been taken on the title of something to do with the British Bird Association. This is the man who blasts the poor little things out of the sky, doing it at Sandringham. And you think, but wait, you can't. It's like being in charge of road safety, but you've just been convicted of drink driving. You know, it's equally as stupid. Fancy giving it to him. We know they're a hunting, shooting and fishing family, but God blimey. The loo roll loonies have returned. Oh, get those toilet rolls. There's no shortage of toilet rolls, so I tell you that now. I think they should just stop people buying them. It's a case you get to the checkout and they go, no, you're not having those. But yeah, have to ration them for the stupids who load up the shopping trolleys. I came back yesterday and I was going to nip into Costco to buy a couple of, just call them items. And there was a queue all the way around and I thought, this was at like 4:45. So I came back into Twickenham. They heard I was going, so people obviously turn up, with the autographs and stuff like that, buy some glasses. And then I go through Twickenham. There's a queue outside Waitrose. People, unless it's always like that on a Saturday, because by that time, normally I'm about ready to climb into bed. Also, Rosen West's final victim. Bit sad. This is their drug addict son, which is not so good, is it, really? Ice rinks, they say, may have to be used as mortuaries. They're obviously sort of planning on loads of people dying over this. And yet what happens is, I come into London yesterday and, pootly around. There's some bloke who's obviously drunk driving a car in front of me. Not a police car in sight. And you knew he was drunk because every 5 seconds he's on the brakes. He's on the brake. And the moment somebody goes on the brake, you know they're drunk. And I pulled alongside of him and I went, had a drink. It's a shame, actually, because I could have called the police on him and had him taken off the road, because he was a danger to himself, but not a police officer in sight. You know why? Obviously he decided to go and celebrate Halloween. And Leicester Square, full of people celebrating Halloween, and the people on the little rickshaws, why they've never made those illegal, God alone knows. Nobody wearing a mask at all. And you wonder why we're going into lockdown. Well, I'm not. I've seen it around the country. Even in America, Donald Trump, the man with the funny hair, is now wearing rubber gloves. 2 pairs a Poundland, but only comes in yellow. And not wearing a mask. And he's throwing stuff out into the crowd that he's touched. Not to touch anything. Biden doesn't know where he is half the time. What's your name? Biden? Yes, dear, you're Biden, okay. Do you think there's much chance of you being president? I don't think so. Not that we want Trump back in again. Also, what was the other one this year? Dolly Parton's still working 9 to 5. She had to defend on a television programme the other day because most people say that she's got a husband, but nobody's ever seen him. And the answer is he keeps a very low profile. So they've been married for long, long time. She travels with a lady called Judy, who's her, Bezzy mate. And the husband is not interested in show business. Kind of makes a mockery about marrying Dolly Parton, you wouldn't find anybody who is more show business. And so she still works at the age of whatever she is. But her husband's called Carl. And very occasionally is he spotted. But she uses him in the act. She said, I wrestled this woman in the bank who had her eyes on her husband, who's ballooned over the recent years. And she said, but I fought like a wild cat and I got my husband back. And I thought, it's very rare to see them pictured together, very, very rare. And she said, sometimes I wake up and I look at him, lying there in bed, snoring away, and I think, where was Jolene when you need her? Because it was the, Jolene. And it was all about, I'm begging of you, please don't take my man. I love Dolly Parton. I thought she was great. But sort of Carl and her have been married for years. He seems to have a completely separate life. In fact, they both seem to have separate lives, but it works for them. And if it works for them, I mean, you know, what the heck? Look at Prince Andrew. No, please don't. And his ex, the other embarrassment for the royal family, poor old Sarah toe-sucking Ferguson. Do you know they offered a house? The Queen bought a house for the daughters, and they didn't want to move there because they didn't think they could afford to run it. So they'd rather stay with their father. And his ex-wife, she's a bit balmy, isn't she? Actually, the whole family are a bit balmy. The weather is terrible. Even in Shane says, the weather here is like yours. It's been raining for a week and it's windy. Windy here? Phew, I should cocoa. But I'm going to have a list of where you can go next week and where you can't go. The idea is, if you don't have to go out, you know, I have to go out because I have to go to work. It's as simple as that. This is a radio station. I'm a key worker. You know, I'm not NHS, but I could stick a Band-Aid on if you push me. But I'm a key worker. But there are lots of people who won't. A friend of mine has just started working from home full-time. The bank he works for have said, listen, you can work from home full-time. And so they've issued him with a contract and everything. But of course, he loves it. It saves him 3 hours worth of driving every day and train and bus to get to the place. Hour and a half in, hour and a half back. And you think that's actually quite nice. So he's pleased about that. A lot of other people going, I don't know, what are we going to do about Christmas? What are we going to do about Christmas if you can only have 6 people? We worked it out with my brother that we've got 6 people. There's going to be me, him, his 2 girls and their respective boyfriends, and that'll be 6 of us. His wife, poor Marion, the moment I arrive, she's going to have to toddle off. We've been very good. We're sort of doing this all properly. So she's going to go and have Christmas with her father, and then the moment I leave, she can come back to the house. Oh, it just doesn't really like me at all. It's just one of those things, isn't it? You know. Will you be bringing down some of those glasses, Steve? I don't know. So there is a list. Okay, the list of places which are going to stay the same. So for those of you worried, and to be honest with you, I don't know the list either, but here is the list. This is the places expected to remain open or remain the same, which includes, ready, it's a big list, so listen up, supermarkets, okay, pharmacies, we call them chemists, only the Americans call them pharmacies, takeaways and food deliveries. You can't move around our way for kids on mopeds. They're all over the place, delivering, you know, from every which way. Health shops. So, you know, place with Holland and Barrett, I suppose, something like that. Medical services like dentists will be open. Really? Well, there you go. There's the first one. Really? Vets, newsagents, pet shops. Does anybody tell me where the pet shops are? I haven't seen any pet shops. Hardware stores, garden centre. Garden centres are open. Good. Retail shops in hospitals, petrol stations, bicycle shops, launderettes and dry cleaners will remain open. Undertakers, well, obviously, otherwise you have nobody to bury the dead. Banks and building societies, short-term loan providers, credit unions and cash points, storage and distribution centres, post offices, car rental services and car parks near vital services like supermarkets, public toilets. Oh, come on, do me a favour. Nobody's got any public toilets open. Car garages and repair shops, food banks and shelters. What shops have to close? Okay, all shops deemed non-essential. That means those that sell clothing, so all just walk around naked. Electronics, books, gifts and homewares. Fashion chains like H&M, Next and Evans will shut up shop. All pubs, bars and restaurants in England will shut, but will be allowed to do takeaways and deliveries. Gyms also set to close. So, you know, because if you want to do any exercise, just walk up and down your stairs. That's how it's going to be. So nurseries and schools remain open. International travel is banned except for work. So you just say, I'm going to work. No overnight stays. Travel within the UK is discouraged. All non-essential retail will close and ban on people mixing indoors except for childcare. Did you follow that? No? You probably didn't. You can find it on the LBC website, actually. You can find quite a lot of things on the LBC website. So now you know the places... I keep saying to a friend of mine, Thomas, who's actually got a dry cleaners in Twickenham, I said, you can remain open. You're an essential service. People need their clothes cleaned. That's the whole idea. But I love the people in Twickenham, they're probably the same in your area, they get off the bus with their mask on and they can't wait to take it off. Like, it's not contagious on the streets. I mean, how stupid are these people? You wonder why they're sort of going, oh, you know, this is not looking very promising, is it? Not looking very promising. So we have to make an effort. I don't know how much more I can say to somebody, apart from, you know, you don't want to risk anything, do you? You don't want to risk the fact that you might pick up coronavirus, you might pick up flu, and we're going to have it with us for years. This is not going to disappear. It's going to be there in different forms. Like a common cold, like, you know, like any other virus, it will always be around. Some people will be more susceptible to it, and some people won't. Somebody pointed out to me the other day, they said it's funny. So somebody gets knocked down by a bus. If they've got coronavirus, they'll be saying, person with coronavirus knocked down by bus. If somebody gets knocked down by a bus and killed and they've got cancer, they don't mention that. They just say, person knocked down and killed by bus. It's only if it's got coronavirus attached to it that they sort of think that it's very important. But you look at all the people who were in Leicester Square last night, loads of them, all sort of hanging around, you know, screamy girls. Oh, nothing worse. Average age 12, believe you me. And they're screaming and hugging each other. Obviously, they managed to get hold of some alcohol from somewhere. And they just hang around. You know, some of them are dressed up like girls. And some of them are not dressed up at all. But there were loads of people. Where were you going? Where were you going? Is it just you want to come and sit in Leicester Square? Because we don't want you. We don't want you with your infections. Go away. Boo. Boo you. They should literally have people standing at the entrance to Leicester Square with those big spray guns. You want to come into Leicester Square? And spray them. It's as simple as, I'm going down, I'll spray them. You know, if you want to, it's like, you know, when you go to the swimming pool, you've got to walk through the bath in case you've got feet infection. Why not Leicester Square? If you've got verrucas, you have to walk through a little bath that's got disinfectant type stuff in it to go to a swimming pool. I'm not sure if swimming pools are open, actually. They didn't seem to mention them, so obviously we've closed down swimming pools. But I'd be more than happy to close down things in Leicester Square and say, you know, what are you in Leicester Square for? Oh, we thought we'd go home. Go home now. Please don't come to Leicester Square. We really, really don't want you. We want to make sure that we're all going to be healthy for Christmas, if indeed we're having a Christmas. Still to come, the Prosecco glass update, because we left it on Friday, didn't we? And we'll give you an update on that, and if you would like to help us. And now, even more applicable. Even more, although I believe they're still going to be doing some furloughing. Even though some people lose out on it, there will be some furloughing going on. To what extent, I've got the company at Steve Allen's Early Breakfast on LBC. Some poor old soul here says, I'm a long-time fan of yours, 4 years. You can imagine, can't you? They've done this with the help of Matron. But you talk a lot of nonsense about masks. France has been wearing them inside and out, hasn't done them any good, has it? Well, how do you know? Do you know everybody in France? Of course you don't. You try walking into a hospital without a mask on. You won't get treated. I'm telling you, you won't get treated. But there again, we always get the idiots. You know, if you don't want to wear a mask, don't wear a mask. But don't come crying to us when all of a sudden you pick up a virus. OK, that's the way it goes, unfortunately. You can't help the ignorant. You know, all you can do is point somebody in the right direction and say, listen, this is actually going to help you. But if you don't want to, if you choose not to believe it, that's your problem. It's nothing to do with us. I couldn't care less. Steve, besides the virus, we've lost 3 legends this week. Well, I think because of the virus, we lost 3 legends this week. Whether or not Nobby Styles died of corona, I don't know. Bobby Ball certainly did. And yesterday, a true legend, Sir Sean Connery. Name me 4 films without including the Bond movies. You'd have to cheat. You'd have to go online to find out. As I say, The Hunt for Red October, he played a Russian submarine commander with a Scottish accent. I mean, I've never even heard of that before. He was not the greatest actor, but unfortunately he thought he was. And that's all that matters, isn't it? If he was happy, he was 90. He died in the Bahamas. He died peacefully in his sleep. They always say that, don't they? I quite like that idea. I think that's how, if you were going to be given a choice of how you went, going in your sleep would be the best thing. You know, you go to bed and at least you're tired and you just sleep. I think that's brilliant. Long illness. Yeah, I mean, at 90, he's bound to have a lot. I don't think he's going to be the fitness of health, although I was never sure if he was fit. But you watch the Bond movies, my God, talk about sexist, slapping women on the bum. I mean, every time somebody appeared in his hotel room, the next thing, the poor souls are naked and being jumped on by him from the top of the wardrobe. Oh, but it was just ghastly. You know, it's like somebody popping around going, I'm just doing well, get your kit off, darling. And here we go. It was all just sexist stuff, wasn't it, really? Do you remember Sean Connery saying shaken, not stirred? I think everybody did. I think everybody did an impression. Everybody did an impression. Another one here that says, over in Canada, COVID deaths are reasonably low. No lockdown and cannabis is legal. Could be better, could be worse. Well, I mean, I should imagine the same here. What are they saying at the moment? Was it how many people coming down with COVID in the course of a day? Well, the answer is it could be up to 60,000 people in a day. I'd rather not be one of them. I would rather not be one of them. In the same way, as I say, you see people sitting on buses, and generally speaking, they have got the word stupid written all over them. I'm really not bothered, I've said before, because just supposing you might be one of those people in the high-risk category, you might be an asthmatic, you might be somebody who's got one of those breathing difficulties, well then don't go on buses. It's as simple as that. There's people sitting on there who are wearing masks. You might have the coronavirus and you might inadvertently pass it on to people. I think everybody gets on a bus. There should be some test that they can aim a little thing at and you go, no, you're not getting on the bus. Because then it protects everybody else and everybody's safe. Or failing that, have separate buses. Paint them blue or something like that. And they go, there's a blue bus coming along and that's for anybody who's high risk. That could mean diabetic, could mean asthmatic, anything like that. Because believe you me, this is going to get worse before it gets better. It is. I don't think the government have got the faintest idea how to deal with it. But what they want to make sure is that the hospitals don't get so overwhelmed that you fall ill. I mean, they're now talking about ice rinks as mortuaries. I mean, you know, what, do you have to skate around the coffins or something? Or ice skate? Why are you not allowed to go to an ice rink? Why would that be a sort of place? It's odd, isn't it, really? There's all sorts of places. We couldn't find swimming pools on the list anywhere, but I'm assuming it comes in under gymnasiums. And so, you know, you go for... Mind you, if somebody's got coronavirus, I mean, is it contractable through water? Could you go swimming and say, well, I don't know. I don't think they know either. I'm totally convinced. Changing rooms, I suppose. Because change rooms always smell, don't they? I think some people just go to the swimming pool to have a wash. I don't think they go there for anything to do with fitness or health. I think they just go there, listen, Lucy, come here, take the bar of soap and your towel and go and have a quick wash, because they've got showers there. Then you can have a swim in the pool with all your friends. But it's all the kids out on the streets. And last night there was an exceptional amount of kids. In fact, far more than I thought would be out. I thought they'd be fairly good. In Twickenham, we had about 20 people dressed as Father Christmases. Local college yobbos, as per usual, let's all dress up as Father Christmas. And they go off to the pubs. Well, of course, from Thursday, no pubs open. So you know what'll happen? All the places that's absolutely full of students, like the Nottinghams, like the Manchesters, like the Birminghams, like London, they'll all be going out for their last sort of bevy session. Is it something about students that means that they can't cope with life unless they're absolutely tanked up? Because it does worry me that they do spend most of their time drinking, and then it's found, are you enjoying college? I found a girlfriend. Lovely. I bet she's thrilled with you. And they're all out there. They were hugging. I was sitting at the traffic. In fact, I was sitting at the traffic light so long, they changed to green and I didn't even notice. And I was watching this sort of couple. Then some other people came and they were all hugging each other. I thought, how do you know they don't have coronavirus? The answer is they don't. They don't. But on Friday, we racked your brains. Well, you racked our brains. My God, did you push the boat out on Friday? The idea being that we wanted to raise some money for Make Some Noise. And we've done it every year for as many years as I care to remember. And it's always something worthwhile. And this year, it's even more applicable, because the money for Make Some Noise goes to help people who've been affected by the pandemic, people who've been affected by coronavirus. And it doesn't matter whether it's people who are ill, it's victims of domestic violence, people out on the street through domestic violence. And we've done, as you know, the tea towels before now, and we've also done the tote bags. And then, with the help of you, because you were the ones that came up with it, we sort of said to you, what would you like to see next time round? And out comes Prosecco glasses. So they are Prosecco glasses from the Groovy Gang on the Steve Allen Show. And we started off on Friday. I always go the same. Seriously. Every time we do it, I always think, listen, are people going to come out and support something that's a very worthwhile cause? Because you might be suffering. I had texts and emails from people saying, listen, Steve, I can't afford to buy a pair of glasses, but I'll buy one. Not only that, but some people added extra money on to make a donation over and above everything that I ever thought people would manage to do, because I know money is really tight. I know that money is really difficult. I know that jobs are really difficult. I appreciate every bit of it. And we had little clips from a couple of people who'd been affected. One man who was a victim of domestic violence, and he just left the house, and he's now with a charity who are looking after him. And so that's what we were doing. And so we thought, if we do these Prosecco glasses and we can sell them on the programme, because I don't think in this day and age you can just take money off people and just go, thank you very much indeed, that's a donation. I know we do. It's like when you give money to the poppies, you put some money in the tin. Some people don't put enough in, and then you take a poppy, and then because you paid for it. So I thought if we sort of, gave you something in return, you would then buy that, and the money that we raise goes to charity. So we started off on Friday. And I have to be honest, I was sort of secretly hoping it was going to go okay, but you never know. You have no idea. You sit here and you go, this is the story. I can only tell you what the story is. And if you choose to help, that would be absolutely amazing. That would be absolutely amazing. And so I think in the first hour, we wanted to sell 500 glasses, and we did more than 500 glasses. So I was buoyed by this. I was sort of going, oh, well, that's actually okay. And so when we finished the show on Friday, we'd actually sold 2,500 glasses, okay, which is quite nice. We thought that was quite good. Now we've sold 3,003. I wasn't even on yesterday, and already people are buying. They probably didn't want to hear it. And Steve Allen's going to drone on about the glasses again. So we sold 3,300. And then popping up on the website, they said, by the way, we found some tote bags. Now, as you know, my Auntie Enid was running up tote bags till the cows came home. And she'd obviously got a secret stash, because I think we found another 150 tote bags. And for all the people who missed out on the tote bag, they have all gone, by the way. For all the people who missed out, all of a sudden I said there are some tote bags left over. So people were going, quick, get the tote bags. A friend of mine bought 100 tote bags. 100 tote bags. I mean, seriously. Such is the passion for buying anything that's got Steve Allen's name written on it. So, since Friday, we raised, through the Prosecco glasses, and don't think it's finished. Oh, no, you're not getting away that lightly. We've raised 35,800 through the Prosecco glasses. On top of that, just over £1,500 from the last few tote bags, and then £3,000 through extra donations that lots of you have kindly given. So you bought a glass and you've added maybe an extra tenner, or I might sneeze. I always do this, honestly, it's ridiculous. It's nothing to do with the studio, it's been cleaned. And so 3,000 through extra donations. So we've raised just over £40,000 since Friday. And that's down to you. That's down to you going, listen, Steve, we're a big supporter of anything that makes some noise, gets behind. Now, I did go onto the website because somebody wrote to me, in fact, quite a few people wrote to me the other day, said, I can't find them, Steve. I want to buy some Prosecco glasses, but I can't find them. Well, here is the Steve Allen guide to buying a Prosecco glass. First of all, get your credit card out. I'm not pushing you in any way, shape or form, but it's a bit difficult to find on the website. I thought it was going to be on the front page, which I think it was the other day. So if you Google Steve Allen Prosecco glasses, that's on Google. So google.co.uk, Steve Allen Prosecco glasses, that will take you straight to it. Okay, and you can buy, because I've got a few left. Okay, and I would like to blimey, if I can shift 1,000 today and the money all goes to such a good cause, you've helped there. So it would be quite nice to raise some more money today. I know it's Sunday, and I know you don't really want to get out of bed or do anything. I'm taking a break. I'm telling them about the Prosecco glasses. I think Zora Suleiman would excuse us for being addicted. Is she waiting patiently? Oh, she'll be shouting, won't she? I can just imagine now. She'll be having a right old go at me. So Google Steve Allen Prosecco glasses and please buy as many as you can afford. If you can only afford one, that's fine as well. We're very grateful for just about anything to raise money for Globals. Make some noise. Let's get the check on the new set of my haircut tomorrow. My hairdresser, Kasia, well, I say hairdresser, she's more sort of one of these people on a mission to sort of find out where the hair is that needs cutting. So we start with a map, which is pinned up on the wall, and it goes, this is where Steve Allen's hair is likely to be. And then she sorts it all out, which is fantastic, isn't it? And so we can, because you've only got till Thursday. And you know what it was like last time? You had to go out and buy the clippers. I've still got a pair of clippers at home, but to be honest with you, that was rubbish. But I think I can cope with a month of that. So if I get a haircut tomorrow, it'll, I could have it in pigtails by the time we get to a month, couldn't I, really? I could look quite interesting. Probably look like one of those American wrestlers. Have you ever seen them? My God, what a big bunch of girls' blouses they turn out to be. Long hair on old men with wrinkled and gnarled old faces. It looks very peculiar. Very peculiar. Dennis says, are opticians classed as medical? I'm not sure. We'll go back to the list. I didn't see opticians, but I'm assuming because it's a medical thing. I mean, if the worst comes to the worst, you could go and get reading glasses. But I don't know whether... I mean, it's amazing, isn't it? They should really put a proper list up there. But it's amazing how many things are open and you can actually go and get stuff done. So you'll find it, I think, the government website hasn't been updated. Typical, isn't it? Typical. They did the thing yesterday and nobody from the government has actually bothered to update it. Well, poo you. Honestly, I mean, this is what people want in this country. The one thing we want and the one thing that we crave is information. What do you get from LBC? Information. And when you look down, so wait a minute, supermarkets, pharmacies, takeaway health shops. See, medical services. I would think glasses are medical services, don't you? Should we push the boat out and say yes? I think you should be all right there. If you can go to a laundrette and a dry cleaner, pop into your local undertaker, pick a space, which ice rink they're going to leave you at, and public toilets, car rental services and car parks near vital services like supermarkets. But please, please, please don't bulk buy toilet paper. That's just for the idiots. But, the government website has not been up. They've had all night to do this. You'd have thought that they could have brought somebody in who can update the website. You'd have thought LBC's is updated. Why not the government's? It's so annoying. It's so frustrating. As Andrew Castle said yesterday, he said, look, we're all sitting here waiting. We've got to wait till Monday before the Prime Minister, the man who's waited since he was a child at school to be the Prime Minister, and then he gets the job and he's got no idea what to do with it. Do you think he sat there and, no mention of theatres, nothing like that at all, because we know that they're all closed. And I'm telling you now that with the pubs closing completely, this is not even till 10 o'clock at night or 6 o'clock at night, they're closing. Many of them will not survive. Many, many, many pubs will go under. You wait. Come this time next year, God knows if we make it, it's going to be a very different high street. There's going to be lots of the big shops. I think Gap are closing. They've said they're going to close all their shops. I think it was Gap. I'm pretty certain. Yes, certainly for... I think they were going to close all of them. Pizza Express have laid off another 1,300 people. Where are people supposed to go? I raised this point last week on the programme. I got a bit angry, actually, because it's a case of, we had a minister, didn't we, who hung up on Andrew Castle 2 weeks ago on the Breakfast Show, when Andrew was saying, it's all right for you because you've actually had a pay rise, and you're going, oh, it'll be all right. There's people lost their jobs out there. Where are they supposed to go? Wait for this one. You'll love this. This one you couldn't make up in a million years. Over at Stansted Airport, a very well-known airport, they're having some redundancies. They're looking to lose about 340 people. Take that number as not a ballpark figure, but just the bit I can remember. And they're going to announce who has got their jobs and who hasn't got a job. When do you think they're going to do it? When do you think they're going to do it? You won't... I mean, this one, you could not make up in a million years. I'm surprised. Christmas Eve? No. No. Even more ridiculous. So at Stansted Airport, they're looking to lose about 340 people. They don't know at the moment it'll be whether it's process of elimination. I mean, either the unions have just disappeared out and gone picking daisy chains. Friday the 13th is when they're going to announce whether you've got a job or not at Stansted Airport. What a bunch of so-and-sos. What a bunch of so-and-so. What idiot passed that? Friday the 13th. Oh, let's have a bit of a wee, shall we? Oh, I'm terribly sorry, Friday the 13th. No, you haven't got a job. Goodbye. It's ridiculous. I've never heard anything so stupid in my entire life. And they're looking for about 340 people to lose their jobs. And they're going to tell them on Friday the 13th. Couldn't they have done it Thursday the 12th? Would it not made a bit more sense? Or tomorrow would be quite nice, just so they know. Just in time for the festive season. I mean, it's seriously... It's like, You couldn't make it up, could you, really? I bet you one of the papers will do that tomorrow. Somebody listening from The Sun or The Mirror or something like that will be going, so they're going to announce more than 300 redundancies at Stansted Airport on Friday the 13th. Somebody's taking the... aren't they? Quite definitely. More of your texts and emails. 84850 Steve at LBC. Steve Everton. Oh, a friend of mine wrote in. Who did he write to? Janet Jenner, actually. Say he was very pleased about the football was sort of going ahead. But there's nobody going to football. It's all done without crowds. But there again, footballers have got no idea what's going. They don't know. They think there's crowds there. They have no idea. Oh, kick the ball, kind of stuff. Very embarrassing, isn't it? And what about people who are shielding? I don't know people who are shielding. Well, actually, do I know somebody who's shielding? Yes, I do know somebody who's shielding. In fact, I do know somebody who's shielding. People who shielded in March, as far as I remember, don't have to shield again, but clinically vulnerable and over 60s are advised to limit social contacts and follow rules carefully. Well, that's me. I'm clinically vulnerable and over 60. I should cocoa. Jimmy in Fulham says, long hair on old men, gnarled old faces. Don't talk about Paul Merton like that. Love Paul Merton. Love Paul Merton. Steve, I bet you the bars and restaurants at the House of Parliament stay open. Politician. No, I don't think they will. If they find out, the papers will absolutely annihilate them. Seriously, it's just absolutely ridiculous. Shane says, I've just ordered another glass. Oh, see, that's nice. I like that. And so if you want to, and if you could see a way to buying a glass with the money going to charity, you can do that by Googling Steve Allen Prosecco glasses. Because I don't know why, there was so much that's gone on over the last sort of couple of days. Steve, you just read out a list of what retail shops are allowed to remain open. How do I stand as a florist? And I say, I don't know about florists, because if they've said funerals can go ahead, people want flowers. Not everybody wants flowers for funerals, but I would have thought that would have been something, that you'd sort of quite like. Would it not be? They weren't allowed last time round. Yeah, weddings. I suppose you could get the kids making paper flowers, couldn't you, or something like that. Or failing that, you'll probably find loads of flowers left around and pick them up and make a bouquet out of them. That'd be quite nice. But yeah, you're right. So for weddings... In fact, my brother's daughter is a wedding photographer, and she's very successful. I mean, she's really very successful. She's got 72 weddings booked in for next year, because they were booked this year, and so she's had to bump them on to next year. And, because she's good, all the people have said, we'll wait, because they're waiting until the government obviously relax. My nose is running again. I spend most of my time in here. That's sniffing and all the rest of it. And I feel I've got some dreadful drug problem or something, which of course I have, because I take loads of medication every day. I've just gone onto a new tablet, actually. I found it the other day. It was advertised on the back of a bus. And I thought, let's get some of that. Iron tablets. They said, if you want a bit of get up and go and a bit of voom. And so I bought them immediately. I went onto Amazon and I bought them, and they were delivered yesterday. So I've shoved down 2 of the blooming things already. And I've got the pain in my shoulder beyond all pains. I've got no idea what it is. I don't know if I've slept on it, banged into something. I've got no idea. I just know that I woke up and it hurts. Like it hurts. So I've got this deep heat spray. Have you ever tried deep heat spray? Oh, my goodness. It sprays like you're about to asphyxiate yourself. You can, unless you've got an open window in the bathroom, don't bother doing it, because you'll be found collapsed by the toilet. And I did it under the shower, like that. It's cold, and it's supposed to ease the pain. No. So I'm using Ibuleave, of which I'm getting through tons of, and I keep sort of doing it. I did it the other day. Went round to see some friends, and they go, what are you doing? Okay, I'm just putting my Ibuleave on. You have to undo a few extra buttons, bit of a tempt, I know, but, let them look, I thought. And I rubbed all this Ibuleave on, and is it getting any better? Not really, no. Not really, I've not noticed anything. But there again, I don't notice anything. So listen, if we can sell 700 more Prosecco glasses this morning, take it up to 4,000, I'd be a happy bunny. Now, I can't pressure you because it looks really bad, but I'm sort of thinking... all the money goes to charity. I could understand if it went anywhere else, but it does go to charity. So we've raised just over £40,000. Just over 40,000. I mean, Friday was a day and a half. The Groovy Gang, very pleased with the way things are going. Plus, all of those of you who are just unbelievably generous and who've donated an extra £3,000, which you didn't need to do, but I accept it with open arms, and thank you very much indeed. So you get something for your money. You either get one glass or two glasses, and I'd just be grateful if you went to Google and wrote in Steve Allen Prosecco glasses, and whatever we sell, it all goes to such a good cause. Look at this. I'll try and hit the right time this morning. I'm hopeless, but it doesn't matter, does it? Well, it does, but I mean, who cares? It's Sunday. Well, you're not doing anything else today. Sorry, you're queuing, aren't you, to get toilet rolls? Please don't queue to get a toilet roll. It's ridiculous. It's only going to be a month. There's no world shortage of toilet rolls. It's like, I wish somebody'd go out there and get... I remember going to Waitrose when they had a shortage before. There was nothing on the fruit and veg. They had no fruit, no veg, nothing. And yet, so there's this queue of people waiting outside Waitrose yesterday. So I drove past them going, because I didn't need anything. I've got, some bacon in the fridge and tins of beans. Not in the fridge when I'm sitting. And oh yes, I'm going to a break. And I went to Marks and Spencer's. No queuing at all. I went straight in, picked up some Satsumas and walked out again going, see? I didn't, obviously I try and sort of bypass the tills, somebody will write it, Steve Allen's advocating shoplifting. It was always a Allen's early breakfast on LBC. Welcome to Sunday. Welcome to yet another momentous day, yet another day where in years to come we'll go, do you remember back in 2020? Because I'm telling you now, and I'm never wrong on these things, we will never see the end of coronavirus. We will never get rid of it completely. It will always, it's like the common cold. It'll be like any of the viruses that you get. It will always be there. It'll just be in either, greater or lesser degrees. Some people will be more susceptible to it. People have troubles. They've said, I've spoken to friends of mine who still haven't had the flu jab. You must get the flu jab. It is absolutely essential that you get the flu jab. If you have to travel to go and get the flu jab, travel to get it. Because if you get flu, and, now we're into yet another storm that's sort of blowing a hoolie, it's a case of that. And then coupled with the coronavirus, that's a fatal combination. And I wouldn't like to... I can't afford to lose any listeners, so don't start messing me about on that one, thank you very much indeed. Well, I'm terribly sorry, Steve, we can't listen anymore. We've just all died. No, you haven't. Pull yourself together. So these are the new restrictions for England. At the risk of being repetitive, it's very important that you remember these things. So only leave your home for specific reasons. So in other words, education, work, if you can't work from home, exercise, medical reasons to escape injury or harm, shop for food and essentials and provide care for vulnerable people or as a volunteer. So that's a fairly broad church. No mixing of households. Why would you want to? Why would you want to? Inside your home, except for childcare and other support. No mixing of households outside, except for exercising or visiting a public place with one other person. All pubs, bars and restaurants to close. I don't think they've got any idea the implications of this. Takeaways and deliveries allowed, but no takeaway alcohol. So, unless pubs are going to start doing food, which is interesting. Also, leisure and entertainment venues to close, including gyms. We're adding to that, we think, theatres and swimming pools and certainly ice skating rinks, if they're going to be using those as mortuaries. International travel out of the UK banned except for work. So in other words, you're going to work in Spain, you can do that. Except if you're going from Stansted. And Friday the 13th is when they decide which 400-odd people will still keep their jobs. Travel within the UK discouraged, except for work. Workplaces should stay open where people cannot work from home. So, hello, I'm an essential service. Support bubbles remain. Children allowed to move between homes if parents are separated. It's quite complicated when you think about it. Outdoor exercise and recreation encouraged. So, and it's unlimited, only with your household bubble, on your own or with one other person from a different household. Golf, apparently, is not allowed. The most boring bloody game in the entire history of the English-speaking world. Golf. You don't even get close to the person. I'm going to hit this ball and get it in that little hole, which is about 3 miles down there. OK, well, good luck on that one. So that's been killed off. People can sit on park benches. Why would you want to? I love that. You can sit on a park bench or big up us. Yeah, and you can have a picnic as long as it's with your household. I'm sorry, which planet are we on? I'm sorry, do you know anybody think today, Steve, we're going to go for a picnic and sit on a park bench? What? I don't think so. It's the middle of November. Nobody goes on picnics in November, do you? Unless you're going to set fire to the bench and cook a hamburger. Services in places of worship are banned, but private prayers are permitted. Perhaps you can do them on the park bench. That'd be quite nice, wouldn't it? So services and places of worship are banned. So in other words, if you normally go to church on a Sunday, like today, today could be your last day for some time. What are these vicars going to do? What do they get? I mean, I don't understand that one, because they've done social distancing in churches. Also, funerals are allowed with close family members only. That's the most depressing part, as far as I know. So, manufacturing and construction to continue. Childcare settings, schools, colleges and universities to remain open. Lovely. You wait, that'll be the next outbreak. Schools, colleges and universities. Playgrounds to remain open. Medical appointments to continue as normal. Okay. Vets to remain open. Courts to remain open. Oh, good. There's a backlog, isn't there? Job centres to remain open. Not that they've got anything going. Professional sports allowed, but amateur sports are not. What's the difference? Professional sports are allowed, but amateurs are not allowed. So, in other words, if you're a professional footballer earning an awful lot of money, you can go out there and carry on earning your £25,000 a week. But if you're an amateur who wants to go and kick a football around, it's not for you, OK? So you've been denied that one. Premier League matches will go ahead. You know why? Because there's so much money in it. Although they can't be making any money at the moment. Hotels and hostels to remain open for people travelling for work and limited other reasons. What does that mean? What's a limited other reason? So you can stay in a travel lodge, provided you're travelling for work. Now, all of this has to be done by Thursday. So when they close down the hairdressers on Thursday, you're going to need to get your hair cut before then. OK? It's as simple as that. You need to get your hair cut. Niall says picnic in the peeing rain. Are the government totally mad? Well, I mean, who goes out for a picnic in November? You go in the summer months. You pack up your gingham cloth and you spread it over the grass and you sit there with the ants and the bees and the wasps and everything else buzzing around. And, you know, and then all of a sudden the heavens open and you get drenched. Or you suddenly realise you're in the wrong field and there's a bull in the field and you don't want to do that anytime soon. Will post offices be open during lockdown? I don't know. I don't know. I mean, I think they will. But the trouble is, what I do, when I go to Costco, I buy loads of books of stamps. And if I'm sending anything to anybody, I keep loads of bags at home, Jiffy bags and stuff like that. Pop something in there, put some extra stamps on, stick it in the postbox. Always works a treat. Always works a treat. Steve, it's getting unbearable now. It's affecting and making us subject to unpleasant situations. Say Kerry and Andy. And somebody else says, I've ordered my glasses. Fantastic job you're doing raising money for such a good cause and fantastic show, says Sarah. Perfect to wake up to. Oh, dear, I hope not. Somebody says, hope you haven't injured your rotator cuff. Only a steroid injection in the joint will ease the pain, although a 7-inch needle might put you up. Oh, don't go there. I said that to my godson the other day. I said, I've got this needle. He went, don't. I said, what? Don't. He's got a phobia about it. Well, I'm a bit of a phobia as well on needles. And somebody else says, Adrian says, I'm going to be ordering a glass of 2 today, which is quite nice. Listen, the more I sell, the better it is and the more money we raise for charity. Somebody says, Steve, I see Sam Smith is at it again with the they and them snowflakery. Smith says they are open to having a relationship with a person of any gender in future, saying that they don't think about people in rigid terms. I get confused by the whole thing. I mean, seriously, I lost the will to sort of understand what Sam Smith was talking about. As far as I'm concerned, you're either gay, straight, bisexual, or you're not bothering. Okay, I didn't really understand the they and them and it and us and, you know, people identify. But they you know, people. Who was it they were saying the other day? Oh, that's right. They said that Whitney Houston was fluid, which meant that she liked loads of people, loads of different people. Presumably the ones who were sort of giving her drugs. One bloke was on the television yesterday. They were obviously doing a programme on her and how fantastic she was. When she did a programme called Soul Train, the audience booed her. They called her Whitey Houston. And I remember thinking, why would they do that? It's because they didn't think that she represented the black community. And yet she was fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. But, I mean, she had to deal with stuff like that. You know, people have to. The sort of the snowflakes of this generation. I should imagine the Prime Minister and ministers are getting a right load of old what's-it at the moment. Also, they say that 1 in 4 pubs could go bust I would think that would be highly likely. Highly likely. And Meghan and Kate could be thrown together. Because apparently they're not talking to each other. They don't. They have got nothing in common apart from the fact that each of the girls is married to one of the brothers. But they don't talk to each other. Which, to be honest, I couldn't care less. Doesn't make any difference to me. You know the reason why they might be thrown back together? Because apparently the shy retiring Beckham family. Another picture of apparently Harper trying to get her mouth around a toffee apple. That was an achievement. And they've said that they've both been invited to Brooklyn's wedding. Neither of them will go, I promise you. Neither of them. Why would you want to go to there so that the Beckhams can go, oh yes, and members of the royal family come to our wedding? They're not going to be exploited like that unless they're really dumb. And if you're married to a Michael or a Lisa, get rid of them. Love cheats. Love cheats, apparently. That's what they say. Anybody called Michael or Lisa are love cheats. I mean, can you believe it? Can you believe it? Sean Connery, as I say, so we waited and we waited and we waited for the government to say something to us. We waited for something that would sort of give us some indication of where we were heading for the festive season. Don't get too excited about Christmas. It seems to be the message from the government, because not even they're too sure what's going to be going on. And somebody said, Anthony, will 2021 be any better? I shouldn't think so. And that's not me being a prophet of doom. That's me being realistic about it. We're always going to have it around. It's always going to be there. We're just going to, as they discover something that can sort of hold it back, that's how it will be. In exactly the same way as we had all this with the HIV virus some years ago. When it first started, it was that dreadful death sentence of people, and then the drugs got better and the combination drugs got better. We've gradually learnt to deal with things like that, and it's going to be the same with coronavirus. At this time next year, I promise you, this time next year, we'll still be talking about it. It's just that it will have eased off a little bit. But at the same time, before it eases off, people are going to lose their lives. And that's why you have to be careful. So I gave you the list. I'll give you another list a little bit later on of all the places which are open. There's actually a fair number of places that are open. So don't think that your high street's going to be completely decimated. But all we have to do is do what I was doing last time, going home in the morning, going to the supermarket, picking up a few little bits and pieces, and then going home. And that was it. I didn't have any problem with the isolating or anything like that. I could go and sit outside if I wanted to. Now, apparently, I can go and sit on a park bench. Not that I want to go and sit on a park bench. Paul McCartney fears he may not play live again. And this year, more and more people are buying Christmas cards, because it looks likely that they won't be able to go and see people. So they're going to be buying Christmas cards. In fact, they are buying Christmas cards already and sending those out. The retired music teacher, topping the charts at the moment, and he's got dementia. He's over 80, I think, which is amazing. Michael McIntyre has landed a string of big names for his new quiz show. I say big names. I don't know if he meant fat, because he's got some very odd people on there. Everybody's got a quiz show, haven't they? There's a new series of Supermarket Sweep kicking off with people like Denise Van Outen and other people. But Michael McIntyre's big name signing is Gemma Collins. A woman with so little talent, it's almost embarrassing to even mention her in the same breath as anybody else who has got loads of talent. She turned up this week on Shopping with Keith Lemon, the programme that proves that we're really hoping to bring back half-day closing, and then we wouldn't have to put up with this ridiculous man. And who is it? It's the GC. And then she started talking about herself in third party. She really is, so unbelievably naff. It really is, and still can't find a boyfriend. So apparently she's so unbelievably talented. As what? We've got no idea. We've yet to find out. Prince Andrew's been making secret visits to meet the Queen as he plots his return to public duty. We don't want you. OK, just thought I'd tell you that now. We're not remotely interested. We don't care about you. We don't like you. We don't like the way you treat people. And we don't like the way you're just very dismissive of people. He was always like it, though. It's just that I suppose, you've seen exactly the same with Prince Harry. Exactly the same, an arrogance that comes with people, whereas William's learnt to temper it back, and has learnt to be, because he's got the family with the 300 children or whatever it is, and the wife, and they've got Anne Mahal, which they like. That's nice. And then I think they took the kids to spend the night in a tree house or something, just to make them feel normal, which of course is rubbish because they're not normal. What was the other one? Oh yes, Colleen and Rebecca's legal battle kicks off this month. That'll be exciting, won't it? We're all looking forward to that one. Mind you, tomorrow we get the results on the Johnny Depp trial. waiting to find out what's happened to that. Can't wait for that one. That'll be tomorrow's news headlines. You watch. Everybody's going to be talking about what it is. Somebody says Beckham's still after that knighthood. What for, though? Why would you want to give him a knighthood? I mean, honestly. That's just not even, part of the equation as far as I'm concerned. Especially now Netflix are going to... They must be so insecure as a family. Must be so ghastly. And yet not one of them does anything. One of them did play, was it football? And then Dave, I believe, took away the tennis court. So that's gone. One of them did make coffee as the barista. That didn't last 5 minutes. So now he's a trainee photographer, and he's not much cop at that either. The other one doesn't do anything. And Harper, of course, is just an absolute miracle worker in the kitchen. She makes breakfast, decorates, paints. She probably drives cars and everything. I mean, she's fantastically talented. And Dave just sort of has a little bit of candy floss stuck on his head. Victoria sort of makes all these fake pictures, and here's actually Dave asleep. So she's lying on him while he's asleep, and somebody takes a picture of them. What is going on with that family? Not normal. I'm a celeb campmates are going to eat tripe and trotters. Trotters are the feet of pigs, just in case you weren't aware. Well, they probably can come from other animals as well. Do you know, I'm not remotely interested. I'm a celebrity now. I've looked at the list of people doing it. Very nice, very sweet, but of no interest. And they're doing it in Welsh Wales. There's nothing in Welsh. The only thing they're going to end up with there is bad weather. Whereas at least when they did the jungle, it was guaranteed to be basically hot and steamy. Well, there's no hot and steamy in Wales. Most of Wales is on lockdown. So there is no point in sort of worrying about it. But they're so desperate to try and drum up interest that they've got pictures of Anton Deck, who they've obviously whizzed around the entire Welsh countryside, taking little pictures, making, we shall have to watch that. That'll be good, won't it? I don't think so. Steve, is this the death of nightclubs? I would think so. I mean, do people still go to nightclubs? I don't think they do they? Or discotheques or something? They never mention casinos. I'm assuming casinos are closed as well, aren't they? Oh, excuse me. Delicious. I do make a good cup of tea, or as I prefer to call it, mulled wine. That'd be interesting, wouldn't it, if you actually did the programme on a Sunday morning? What have you got? Oh, an old bottle of communion wine, which I pinched from the local church. Steve, Frankie Lane used, I believe, gel, says 10. Said Ted. Is there a joke there that I've probably missed, actually? Probably is. And Aid was St Albans, now Wellingborough. Poor soul, honestly. Isn't it dreadful when you have to move to a lesser area? He said, I've ordered 2 Prosecco glasses. I could do with a couple of whiskey glasses. Oh, don't start that one. We'll be here all day if we start sort of worrying about them. But for those people who want to help us out, as we've raised over £40,000 already, just in the one day, it would be quite nice if you Googled Steve Allen Prosecco glasses, and it takes you straight to... You can see what they look like. You're not seeing something that you haven't seen before, and they're going to be sent out this week. So you're going to get them well in advance of Christmas, which is good. So come Christmas morning, if nothing else is going on, you'll be able to raise a toast with a little bit of Prosecco and some orange juice. We've decided we're not doing presents in the family this year. We're doing... because it's so expensive to do presents. I mean, I've got to buy for loads of people. So I tend to give money. So we're going to do tree presents. Presents where, we'll probably sort of maximum of 10 quid or something, and then people can sort of pick a present off the tree or do Secret Santa, which is always very popular. Because otherwise you can spend a small fortune and people just don't have the money. They really don't. There's a teenage girl in the paper today. She's existed for the past God knows how many years on chicken nuggets and chips. Sounds delicious. I don't see any problem with that. Chicken nuggets and chips for 10 years, thank you very much indeed. Do you think that's 3 times a day? Do you think breakfast chicken nuggets and chips? It did look... There's a lovely picture of her eating chicken nuggets and chips, and they do look quite nice. And tourists have booked the honeymoon suite where Reggie Kray died. There was an interview with him, which they sort of ran on the television, where he admitted to another murder. And it was in this hotel... I can't remember where the hotel is. But anyway, people phone up the manager so they can stay in the same room that Reggie Kray died in. What for? I mean, I don't quite get that at all. I mean, nobody's ever seen the like of the Krays before, because Reggie was sort of... If you were going to have one normal one, Reggie would be the nearest thing to it, but even he wasn't the full ticket. And Ronnie was just mad as a broomstick. It was as simple as that. And, I mean, it was... And yet everybody knew he was gay. It was like the worst kept secret in the gangster world. Don't ever call him anything. And somebody did, and they paid for it, because Ronnie was a nasty little piece of work. But as I say, both dead. But somebody wants to stay in the room this honeymoon suite, because when he died, the press were all waiting outside. I mean, he was not long for the world. And so the manager had to get him out of the room and put him in his own flat and left him on his sitting room floor while they sort of pretended, he's already gone, so the press would disappear. Imagine being stuck with Ronnie Cray in your sitting room, Reggie Cray, on your sitting room floor. But imagine people who want to stay in this. It's like people booking the suite at the Wynn, isn't it, where Harry took all his clothes off for about the umpteenth time. Honestly, getting very embarrassing. So Sean Connery. Oh, the 1 hour tests, which I think could tell you if you've got coronavirus. Would you want to know if you've got coronavirus? You'd want to know. OK. So you can isolate and not spread. That's what the producer says. If you isolate and not spread, that's the way forward. We have a machine here as you come in, which you can do your temperature. But I've got a thermometer at home, electronic, which I use on a daily basis, because that's the thing they do. If you go to any hospitals, before they let you in, they're going to take your temperature. They don't want you coming in there if you're going to start spreading things. It's a hospital, for goodness sake. What else? The UK Jews will not trust Labour for 10 years. This is after Keir Starmer decided to suspend Mr. Corbyn. I mean, I think basically it was his sort of couldn't care less kind of attitude. He didn't, not a happy day in Labour. Not a happy day in Labour. And online puppy sellers. A lot of fraudulent puppy sellers. One particular website closed down 40,000 adverts. People selling puppies that don't exist to part people for their money. And there are certain people out there, I can't imagine what sort of people, but they go around thieving puppies, because some of them are worth quite a lot of money. And they just break into somebody's house, steal puppies, and they just take them. Ghastly people, It's but luckily the court system is not slowing down. The court system is still going to be there, and they'll try and process as many people as they can. What was the other one that I quite liked, actually? Oh, Kate Garraway, speaking of support for William, because he offered her support as well, which was good. And, yes, Harper trying to get her teeth into a toffee apple. Because apparently, and Dave made some cakes the other day. He's so butch. And in between building a stadium single-handedly and just being an absolute huge celebrity. And they've got loads more things to show you. Each member of the Beckham family is going to be interviewed. That's going to be exciting, isn't it? I think I can live without that. I don't need to wait. It's the thing that annoys me more. People sitting on the bus or the train with the mask on under the nose. I mean, really? How thick do you have to be? It's embarrassing, isn't it? Over the nose. Over the nose. It's not difficult. God, blimey. Philip sent me a poem. We don't normally take sort of other people's poems. We generally have sort of a fairly good source of them ourselves. This is one called The Night of Halloween. Well, it seems okay, yes. Well, I don't know. It's not particularly long. It is the night of Halloween. When the dead come out to play, they'll make the most of it as it is their special day. So when you're lying in your bed and strange noises you may hear, pull your duvet up higher to keep things out you fear. Whilst cowering under your duvet, you hear a voice that you know. The radio switched itself on, and it's the Steve Allen Show. Hurrah! We like a little bit of poetry. Carol. Carol's with us this morning, and Kim. And Kim has just ordered 2 Prosecco glasses, which will raise a glass to you when they arrive. Kim's with Pete, still. And Zubir says, I personally love your show, been listening for 5 years. It's not possible. How can you listen for 5 years? And you're very funny. Thank you. Lovely. But Carol says, I felt it was time to send another email. Mainly to congratulate you on the choice of the Prosecco glasses. I'm now moving from furlough to job support scheme as times are hard down at St Pancras. However, not so hard that I couldn't manage to bag myself a brace of your lovely glasses, one for me and one for my lovely husband, Anderson, who hasn't been back to his homeland of Brazil to see his family for nearly 2 years. And Carol says, oh my goodness, your Auntie Enid is an amazing woman. Not only does she have needlework among her list of talents, but glass blowing as well. Yes, I expect she also engraved every glass by hand. Next she'll be telling us that she harvests her own grapes to make the Prosecco that goes into her glass. I'm totally in awe. It's amazing. She is unbelievably talented. I mean, God help us the day she moves on. I was also very impressed that my brother Cooper Muir, Chris managed to guess what you were going to be offering before I did. He knew after your first clue. And since becoming a regular listener, he's appointed himself, locally, as chieftain of the Groovy Clan. Not to be confused with the Groovy Gang, of course. She says, well, that's about it, apart from adding that I think I'll keep the glasses safe and use them for the first time to toast the release of the first COVID vaccine. I'm hoping I won't have to wait too long. Sending a big e-hug to you and a big e-hug to the lovely John Warrington, if he's listening. And if he's not, why not? Take care and don't stop what you do. That's lovely Carol down there at Times Are Hard at St Pancras. Our lovely girls down there for Eurostar. And to all those people, I mean, if you've managed to hang on to your jobs in this terrible time, well, you know, good for you. Good for you. Mark says you've not mentioned Sean Connery. What about Sean Connery? What about him? Well, he's not made another film, has he? Good Lord above. Something happened to Sean Connery, I can't believe it. David Attenborough proved in an hour yesterday that we're all still related to the jellyfish. I don't like jellyfish. We used to get them on the beaches in Hong Kong. They used to wash up on the beach, and they were just like masses of jelly, because they were jellyfish. And I remember thinking, I've seen lots of little baby jellyfish as well. When they swim together, they'd all, you know, go like that. But some of the big ones were absolutely enormous. Absolutely enormous. The Portuguese men of war, I think the actual bits that look like, you know, whatever they call it, seaweed, trailing off underneath them, they run for about 60 feet. Seriously, you don't want to touch any of these things. They're very nasty. We didn't like them at all. We really weren't happy. Yeah, Portuguese man of war. Look at that. It's a floating terror. So you get the actual thing, and then, I mean, they do have, presumably, they have sort of, I mean, there was an invasion a short while ago on Devon and Cornwall's beaches. I mean, one child was left in excruciatingly painful thing, because they tried to pick one up. Are you mad? I mean, even if you didn't know what it was, you don't pick it up. It was brought in by the Thai, separate sighting at Bovisan Beach, and it's got venomous long blue tentacles. Who hasn't? And these ones, you can cardiac distress, difficulty breathing, and a child tried to pick it up. Well, I think it was jelly. I mean, do you think parents might actually explain to kids, oh, look, a jellyfish. Don't touch it. Just leave it, okay? Bury it in the sand. Ghastly. Thank you for the glasses, says Andy in Huddersfield. You've solved a Christmas present dilemma. And somebody says, could you not do a rerun of the Tea Towels? I wish. We can't. We're not doing any reruns of the Tea Towels. In fact, I didn't know we were doing reruns of the tote bags until 150 of them popped up. I think it was either 100 or 150. And Darren and Gina in Staines by the river. Waj is locked into the spike. Niall says, Sean Connery didn't like paying tax in the UK, but he did like poking his nose into UK politics. He did, you're quite right. Because they all do that, though, don't they? People who say, oh, if so-and-so gets in again, I'm going to leave the country. They never did. They never did. Reggie's Hotel, Reggie Cray, was in Norwich. So, imagine, I mean, he's been dead for God knows how many years, and people are still wanting to book into the hotel to go in and stay in the same room. What do they think it is? The same bed or something? And the same sheets? Of course it's not. That would have been removed years and years ago. But, I mean, nobody cared. They had sort of their little sort of quasi-funeral in the East End, because apparently they were from the East End. And that made a difference, and you had various people there. I mean, the police were just filming everybody there, because it was like a who's who of sort of dated people who used to be sort of hard men. Now they're old. Fred Dinage does a lovely programme where he interviews all these people, and you can always tell them, because they've all got broken noses, but they're all wearing, like, really smart chipper suits and everything else. Yeah, because we do a lot, Ronnie and me, like, you know, we used to go around the old Richardson's place. And I used to think, it is like going back in time, isn't it, really? And somebody says, you can't go to people's homes at Christmas. I don't know yet. We haven't got that far, have we, yet? We don't know what's happening at Christmas. They haven't announced Christmas. And I went to St Thomas's and Guy's last week, and neither of them tested me. Did you see that thing on the television the other day? Somebody's put it up on YouTube, where and somebody showed it to me, which was them going around the test centres. Nobody there. Apart from people sitting there waiting for people to turn up. So they were filming. They were journalists, and they were filming. And this bloke comes over, like, Nick. And they go, yeah? And he goes, you're not allowed to film here. They go, it's a test centre. What are you talking about? There's nobody here. Well, you're not allowed to film. Go away, silly boy. You know, and so they went to 3 different test centres, nobody queuing at any of them. So what is the problem going on? Why can't people get tested? Get the test delivered? But these are people sitting in a car park, all with the cones and tents and all the rest. All they've got to do is put a swab in your mouth. It's not difficult. But there was nobody there. And they said, do you not think it's slightly peculiar that you're all sitting here doing nothing, getting paid? Niall says, I got stung across my chin by a jellyfish. Well, they travel in swarms of... it could be hundreds, little tiny things as well. Apparently Bond has passed, says Howie. Well, about time. I mean, he was 90, wasn't he, for goodness sake? So he's gone to wherever. Perhaps I should imagine he'd be a very crotchety 90. He was fairly crotchety when he was earlier on in his career. But because he was... I can't think of any of his films, apart from the Bond films and then a few other things, The Hunt for Red October. Most of his other films sank without trace, as far as I was concerned. I suppose he must have made all his money through Bond. And then they all stopped doing it, didn't he? But I don't think he made as much out of Bond as some of the other Bonds did. I loved all the films, but anything that went over 3 hours, that was out immediately. I wasn't going to sit down and watch anybody's film if it went for that amount of time. I think Fryfall or Skyfall or whatever it was, Skyfall went for ever and a day. Frank, you could grow a beard. It was horrendous. It was 3 hours. The new one's 3 hours. Well, I shan't be watching it. At the moment, it's called No Time to Die. Well, how appropriate. How appropriate. Obviously not true in the case of Sean Connery. Somebody else saying that they swam into jellyfish. You don't just go to the... Well, actually, the funny thing is, because our waters had warmed up a little bit, and that's why we ended up getting... jellyfish here as well, because if it's too cold, they won't be going there. But we used to see them. You say jellyfish, woo, jellyfish. It's like shark, Jaws, great whites and things like that, which come hurtling up from the deep. They're not the most intelligent fish, great whites, but they're still frightening. It would frighten me. People go swimming off Bondi Beach. They did a programme on Bondi Beach. It was a reality show where they sort of had the people who go and save you if you're drowning, and they all sort of stand there with their binoculars out and all the rest of it. And that's what they do. They're all terribly fit, and so they're able to rush into the sea at a moment's notice. But it's the people on the beach who are the worry. Bondi Rescue, it's called. It's lovely. I love it. I thought it was absolutely brilliant. And they've got also a lot of crooks who appear on Bondi Beach, and they're watching them through their glasses going, there's a man over here. What he's doing, he's going past people and looking to see if they've got bags that he can pick up. And so they actually got some kids there as well. And these kids picked up a bag and just casually walked off the beach. And so the lifeguards, because they've got no powers, the lifeguards, they can only sort of do it by felling them to the ground. And they got one of these kids who then burst into tears because his mummy and daddy were going to be told that they've got a tea leaf for a son. And, I don't do anything. Okay, we're going to take you out now, and we're going to take you to the police station, all right? Because you're a tea leaf. Honestly, you would have thought, admittedly, you have to think about it. It's Australia. We sent all our crims there. So it seems quite appropriate they would have children who were criminals. Because that's it. And Bondi Beach, that's where we sent them. We sent them on the ships. I went, go to Australia. I don't want to go to Australia. Go to Australia. Go and stay there. Well, it certainly is in these kids' cases, because they were there. And then they had one bloke who tried to lie about it and said, no, I wasn't nicking it. They said, we caught you on camera, you were nicking. Is this your bag? No, I was taking it back to my girlfriend. Didn't have a girlfriend. And it turned out he had history of stealing bags from the beach, because people take their handbags to the beach. Why? Don't take handbags. Just take a picnic. Take a flask, some sandwiches, or some pork pies or sausage rolls or something like that. Yes, and take your own bench, assemble it, put it on the beach, and slowly sink, in the sand. I've never fancied going on beaches that got a lot of people on. When we had that summer when all the people sort of went down to, was it Bournemouth Beach? They all went to, nobody was self-distancing. There was one couple, really dumb. They travelled down from up north with a pussycat, which they put on the beach, because they couldn't bear to leave their cat at home. It was a pussycat. It was a little kitten. And they put it on the beach. The kittens go, bloody sounds hot. Ow, ow, ow. And they took it down there. They're really stupid people. Goodness sake. Still to come, front pages of the papers. What are we celebrating? 60 years of Coronation Street and Boris Johnson. Front page of all the papers. And even Sean Connery gets a mention. 1930, 2020. It's 00 heaven. News headlines. Did you see Jeremy Corbyn, Steve, in The Independent with his mask under his nose? Well, some people seem to think that if you have your nose covered, you can't speak. Whereas, in fact, you can speak and you can hear quite clearly, I promise you. Connery was great in The Untouchables. One movie. I mean, I liked him as Bond. There you go. Look, there's Jeremy Corbyn. Hello, buffoon. And Ben Shepherd issues an apology. Was he was doing an interview. Was he doing an interview or did he not mention? Oh, that's right. He was not wearing a mask whilst paying for petrol. What? Oh, I completely forgot. Did you really? Did you really? Well, let's not bother booking you again for that dreadful Tipping Point programme. They've got a celebrity version coming up. I promise you'll only have heard of one person. The rest of them, I've got no idea who they are. No, lucky it's not the GC. They seem to be using Clara Amfo on everything. Nobody's ever heard of her. Nobody knows who she is, poor soul. You know, they don't go, oh, she's a great radio presenter. They just go, it's Clara Amfo. And you go, oh, lovely. Riveting. Steve, I've been listening to you for the past 10 years in bed. Don't start that rumour, thank you very much indeed. And, Steve, I'm self-employed. I'm an antique clock repair specialist. Piers Morgan gave me a shout-out a couple of years ago. Well, you're not getting another one. Got to wait another 10 years for that one. Goodness sake, honestly. I mean, you know, it's like being sort of a lamplight fitter, isn't it? You know, I fit gas lamp mantles. We've got gas lamps down the road from here, which is lovely, actually, which is great. And apparently, did you know the Portuguese man of war isn't a jellyfish? It's a hydrozoan. So there you go, it's a hydrozoa, whatever that is. But that's what it is. But whatever it is, it's dangerous. There's a place, they were doing a programme on a cruise ship the other day, and nobody's going on cruise ships at the moment because they seem to be the fastest places to spread a virus. But this was quite nice, and they all seem to be very jolly people. But at one point, they ended up might have been the Bahamas or something like that, and they all loved it. And it was where you can go and stroke rays, manta rays, which apparently love people. Well, I mean, they don't know we're people. They just think we're sort of some strange sort of arachnopod or something. And they sort of come out and they show you how to sort of stroke them. Remember there was that poor bloke, the Australian, who got killed by a ray because that thing at the back of it, you don't go anywhere near because it's sharp. It's Steve Irwin, yeah. I remember when they brought him over here because he was only known for wearing khaki shorts and a khaki shirt. Oh, good day, mates. And I used to think he was very entertaining. But unfortunately, he risked his life all the time. And now Bindi, his daughter, and they've got a son, and the ex-wife as well. I said the ex-wife. She's still his wife, still married, but I mean, obviously he's not with us. And they still run the zoo. Whether or not the zoo's open at the moment, they're not, are they? Zoos aren't open. The outside bits are open, but they're all closing. God, honestly. Just remember, get your hair cut for tomorrow. Start booking in, because you've only got till Thursday, and they're going to get very booked up, because none of them will be... Although I saw a hairdresser the other day, not my hairdresser, but another one, and they weren't wearing the plastic visor. They just had a little cheap mask on, which wasn't very good. Another one here, it says, I listen to you, Steve, all the time. Thank you very much indeed. We like people listening all the time, especially if you're going to buy my Prosecco glasses for charity, which is nice. And Donna says, we did a good job on the glasses. How much did we make? Well, so far, we're over £40,000 through one day doing the glasses, over £40,000. So we're looking to shift a few more. So we've now sold 3,300. But that was at the beginning of the programme, and I won't know till tomorrow morning how many we've sold. So we'd sold the breakdown was £35,800 with the Prosecco glasses, £1,500 from the last few tote bags, and £3,000 through extra donations that lots of you have very kindly given. Because I could see people giving money, and people saying, "How can I give money, Steve?" And a lot of people were trying to do that. The trouble is you had to buy a glass to actually then add the donation. If you want to see the glasses and to maybe purchase one for charity, you just go to google.co.uk and type in Steve Allen Prosecco glasses, and you'll find it. It's very difficult to find on the website. I don't know why. We had a little bit of a problem trying to find it this morning, so then the producer came up with this Googling Steve Allen Prosecco glasses, and that works a treat. So here it is. This is the easy peasy guide. Single adult households can form bubbles with one another. You can leave home to escape injury or to provide care. When we say escape injury, these are people who are being bullied at home. The lockdown will stay in place until December the 2nd. Pubs, bars, restaurants must close except for takeaways. Stay home from November the 5th. Work from home if possible. Can't believe it. So the day that we're actually closing everything down, it's November the 5th. Amazing, isn't it? Absolutely amazing. Non-essential shops, leisure, entertainment venues must close. I mean, are they ever going to get back together again? Are they ever? I don't think so. I think it looks a little bit worrying. Jane says, I've only just seen one Connery Bond film, but he was excellent in The Man Who Would Be King with Michael Caine, says Jane. But I don't remember that one at all. I'm sure he was very good, but most of his time, if you ask anybody, they'll know him from Bond. They won't know him from anything else. The grim Christmas on the high street, because this is what a lot of shops are relying on, aren't they? They're relying on you going in there to buy your decoration. I'm so glad I got my Christmas tree. So glad I got the Christmas tree. Can you imagine what kind of mood I'd have been in? But they've got in the papers 6 ways to save Christmas. Adele has turned down endorsement deals worth 40 million quid following her weight loss. She's bombarded with offers from brands, TV networks and marketing firms keen to capitalise on her new healthy image. But she hasn't taken up on them, so good for her. Good for her. She's snubbed them all and is focusing on her long-awaited album release next year. So it would be so if she'd been somebody on a reality show, they'd have lied through their teeth to get themselves some of these endorsements. But luckily she doesn't need the money. It's only the desperados that need the money. Oh, look, Christine McGuinness from the Real Housewives of Cheshire. What a ghastly programme that is. What revolting people. And she's no different from the other ones. But she's wed to Paddy McGuinness, clearly enjoying herself in the iconic black bunny outfit, which she got from Ann Summers. Oh, dear. Nothing worse than a cheap show-off, and Christine McGuinness is a cheap show-off. But the whole programme is so good. Everybody hates each other. I've never known people on the Housewives of Cheshire who are so ghastly. The one who is least liked appears to be somebody called Dawn. And that's all I could do. I couldn't tell you her name or anything else apart from she's called Dawn. And Steve, it's impossible to find the glasses, says Dominique. I had to email LBC to ask. They sent me a link and I bought 2. Well, just Google easy peasy. Okay, easy peasy. Just go to Google and type in Steve Allen Prosecco glasses and you will find them immediately. It'll take you straight there, which is much easier. Otherwise you'll be tiddling around for ages. Yes, who is Dawn Ward, Real Housewives of Cheshire star and wife of ex-footballer Ashley Ward. And she lives in a £15 million mansion. She's quite ghastly. Quite ghastly. Nobody likes her. She's horrible. Really horrid. She threw it. She's got an ongoing feud. In fact, with just about everybody on there. She thinks she's something to be reckoned with. Ghastly. Ghastly person. She's also just opened her thing. I think she's the one. They always put them down as business women. And she's got Sculpt. She's got a clinic. So she lives in this stunning mansion, and it's a 12-acre plot with 2 separate apartments. And she's got a clinic called Sculpt, S-K-U-L-P-T. So she's really good at spelling, as you can imagine. And she offers cosmetic procedures. She does fancy facials to non-surgical facelifts. I think she's the one who's come up with this injection for poor old Gemma Collins. I'm pretty certain. But as I say, the moment she stops taking the injection, the moment that weight piles on again, and you watch, it will happen. Sure as God made little apples. My neighbours laugh at me, Steve, because I'm in my 30s and I love to wear a dressing gown and slippers. Should I be wearing a dressing gown at my age? Absolutely not. Don't be so ridiculous. Of course you shouldn't. A dressing gown? What, are you mad? What, you just walk around with dressing gown and slippers on? Have you seen some of the people, some of the real chavs, where they go shopping with their pyjamas on or a dressing gown and slippers? I've seen people standing at the bus stop in slippers. And you look at them and you think, in Twickenham. Obviously strangers. They're not people from the local area. But, but a dressing gown and slipper. And you're in your 30s. I'm assuming you mean late 30s. And, that's... You can't wear slippers and a dressing gown. You don't? What, for lounging around? Why don't you just wear clothes? Well, just pants and vest. String vest, of course, absolutely. Knotted handkerchief on my head. Oh, no, you don't. No, definitely not. Oh, no. You're beginning to sound like the Beckhams. Apparently, he actually wears a dressing gown. And she's obviously got slippers. Somebody called Christine Quinn has a major girl crush on our own Gemma Collins. Well, it'll be the only thing she's been offered. Nobody else is interested. Apparently, Christine Quinn is from Selling Sunsets. I've got no idea what that is or who she is. Who is she? What is she? Is she an estate agent or something? She says, I love her. In my mind, we're best friends. Oh, she's very fickle with her friends, dear. So if she thinks you're famous, she'll latch onto you like a leech. I watch her, I'm literally wetting my pants, and my American friends are like, I don't get it. No, nobody does. Nobody gets it at all. So here she is, Selling Sunset Christmas. Takes her 3 hours to get him full glam. Let's have a look at the picture. That's 3 hours to look that bad. Go, Struth, love, you must really need some help. Really need help. She admits she's had plastic surgery. No kidding. Honestly, I love the way they do it as a surprise, don't they? The trouble is, dear, it's then you open your mouth and you kind of ruin it. It's a bit superficial. She says, I don't wake up looking like this. I shouldn't think so. Be a bit ridiculous, wouldn't it, really? But she's definitely got a crush on Gemma Collins. And even her mates go, don't kind of see that one, really. Going anywhere. Poor old Gemma, honestly. Feel a bit sorry for her. So will we know it's Christmas time at all? I mean, you can still, telly will have Christmas telly. Turkeys will still be available. Father Christmas, maybe not so. Carols, will still have carols on the telly. Booze you'll have, but no pantomimes. But there are a few out there. So, it's interesting, isn't it? Comedian Jason Manford has called his neighbour Alex Ferguson absolutely terrifying. This is an old thing in the Sun. I read this 3 days ago. Why they obviously had a little filler. They go, which one can we put in there? Hoping that nobody will notice. Wayne says, I've just woken up and I thought I dreamt about the second lockdown and the furlough news, and I realised it was real. Yes, it's very real. I know, I thought it was a bit of a joke as well at the same time. The Oxford Street lights are switched on tomorrow, says Heather. I don't think they're having a big switch on, though, are they? Because we can't do crowds. They're just somebody will come along and flick a switch, and we'll have them as well. Then they'll be all over the place, which is nice. It might make us feel a little bit better, mightn't it? And they'll be on the news bulletins. Connery was good in Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade. Untouchables, Hunt for Red October, Finding Forrester, The Rock and all his Bond movies. Not a bad body of work. Well, about 13 films. I think that's pitifully poor. 19 films. I don't know. No idea. I didn't see The Hunt for Red October. Finding Forrester I've never heard of. I've heard of Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade. Untouchables I think I might have heard of. But I couldn't tell you if I've seen it. And I've seen the Bond movies. Where he was very good, but he was quite lucky to get it. He'd only been a model for people who wanted to draw him years and years ago. He was sort of, you like Roger Moore? I like Roger Moore. Roger Moore was the bestest. He was the best. There was some of the other ones were quite nice, but Roger Moore was lovely. We liked Roger Moore a lot. Steve, delighted to finish my jigsaw in only 3 weeks when the label says 12 to 24 months. Thank you. I like all sorts of puzzles, like jigsaws and crosswords, but dot to dots are where I draw the line. Lovely. I was very tired this morning. Yeah, you're banned. Half an hour to do a jigsaw of a tiger, and then I realised it was on a packet of Frosties. No, the gag is, it's David Beckham's in the kitchen, and Alex Ferguson comes in and goes, "What are you doing?" And Dave goes, I'm doing a jigsaw of a cockerel. And Alex Ferguson goes, "Dave, put the cornflakes back in the box." Because Dave is not known for being the brightest penny, is he? He's just an image. He can look mean and mood, but then he opens his mouth and everybody falls about laughing. "I like you, Victoria." "Yeah, of course you do, dear." "Do you want to borrow some of my money?" Which she had to last time. Although they're constantly telling us how rich they are, but it can't be. She borrowed from him to prop up the company. And she is designing Brooklyn's fiancé's wedding dress. She's got a history of designing wedding dresses. It's going to be ghastly, isn't it? I can't cope with it, actually. My friend Ian's got an Iron Maiden dressing gown. He said, "You can't buy them. They were made for the band to wear when they come off stage, so I don't wear mine. I leave it on a hanger in the bathroom to impress people." Well, how many people come round to your place to go into the bathroom to be impressed by a dressing gown from Iron Maiden? Sorry, nobody from Thursday, exactly. No, he's in America. They might be different over there. God, have your company. Apparently, he was great in The Rock, says Darren in Staines, with Nick Cage. I don't think I ever saw that. Actually. And Steve, thank you. I just paid my credit card bill, and I've now got a Prosecco glass on order for my wife Charlotte at Christmas to add to her tote bag and tea towel. A growing collection. What next, says Simon and Nessa? Who knows? But that's a great collection. What do you do with your Wednesday off, says Richard? Well, I don't know. We haven't got there yet. I've got no idea. As you know, I don't do days off. And I've got no idea what to do with this one. I shall still wake up at the normal time. I shall be absolutely, wide awake. Somebody said, why don't you just come into work? And you could sort of, interject on the programme with, if you go to the website, you can buy one of my glasses, which would be very nice. And then Keith in Loughborough's obviously got me confused. He said, can you play anything by Elton John? Yep. Here it comes now, just for you and your mother Margaret's birthday. Goodbye, Norma Jean. Oh, yeah, no, it doesn't work, does it, really? You get the impression that maybe not. Steve, nice of LBC to give you Wednesday morning off. It is actually, isn't it? I've had it off before, believe it or not. I've had a day off during the week. I find it very confusing, as you can well imagine, if you sort of get up 6 days a week to come into work on that one day where I will be all over the place. The Yorkshire Ripper's whining that he struggles to sleep in hospital after a suspected heart attack. And boxing legend, I don't think anybody's told him yet, Frank Bruno is opening a gym to train people to fight mental illness. He's worried about the toll COVID-19 is having on the population. So he said this year is going to be a record breaker for people going through stress. He's worked with the council in Northampton as part of the Frank Bruno Foundation to convert a building where he'll run weekly mental wellbeing sessions and a non-contact boxing. I don't think he'll be doing anything at the moment. Definitely not. Great British Bake Off winner and attention seeker, Candice Brown, wearing a hat. I thought she was telling us she didn't want anything to do with it. Obviously, these people tell lies, don't they, and then try and prove it. And drone strikes by British forces have zapped more than 1,400 IS terrorists over the last 6 years. Wow, that's quite some going. 90s pin-up. This is apparently Jenny Powell. I can name one celebrity. Absolutely hated her. She was famous for Wheel of Fortune, I think. And she's pictured with sort of John Leslie. And her husband's called Martin. They met in a station cafe. So that's lovely. So she's talking about famous fellas and falling in love again. So there you go. Also, vote for your favourite, 60 years of Coronation Street. Can you believe 60 years? And the best strong woman, Rita Tanner or Deirdre Barlow. Well, I mean, Deirdre's not with us anymore. Sexiest male, Jason Grimshaw or Kieran McCarthy, played by Keith Duffy. Best battle axe, Ina Sharples versus Blanche Hunt. Ina Sharples, without a shadow of a doubt. The other ones I couldn't comment on, actually. I would have thought actually Keith Duffy would be the one. The best baddie, Richard Hillman. Yeah, I think Richard Hillman. Best mum, Gail Platt or Eileen Grimshaw. It's got to be Eileen Grimshaw, which is greedy, because I quite like the both of them, actually. Best bad girl, Tracy Barlow or Becky Granger, but I don't know who Becky is, so it'll have to be Tracy Barlow. Best vamp, Liz McDonald or Elsie Tanner. See, best vamp would have to be Elsie Tanner. There's no two ways about it. Best double act, Stan and Hilda Ogden versus Jack and Vera Duckworth. Well, I thought Stan and Hilda Ogden were absolutely fantastic, but I also thought that Jack and Vera Duckworth were absolutely fantastic as well. Best barmaid, either going to be Raquel or Bet Lynch. It's got to be Bet Lynch, hasn't it? I mean, there is nobody else. And best dad, Kevin Webster versus Tyrone Dobbs. Oh, gosh, that's a difficult one. Let's go for Tyrone, shall we? And wait to see what actually turns up on the day. Daily Star this morning, it's Lockdown 2, Bozo's COVID horror show, where they dress him up as a clown. The World in Mourning for Sir Sean Connery. He was 90. I mean, it's not as if he sort of died at the age of, 27 or something like that. So schools open, football open, playgrounds open, hairdressers closed. Work that one out. And a firm claims that its new £15 breath test for coronavirus can tell if somebody is infected within 60 seconds. Oh, that's a bit good, isn't it? And Neil Razor Ruddock, complete idiot. We remember him and his wife on Can't Pay, We'll Take It Away. They went round to collect a debt that they owed. He sparked a major airport security scare by claiming he had a machine gun and hand grenades. As the terminal was evacuated of 4,000 passengers, the football star was ordered to his knees, handcuffed, interrogated and strip-searched by armed police. Wow. The drama unfolded when he was already quite merry, ahead of his flight from Heathrow for a tournament with his then-club Liverpool in South Africa. Razor says, when the woman at the check-in desk asked me if I had anything in my bags, I decided to have a joke. I said, yeah, a couple of Uzis and about 30 hand grenades. At that moment, thinking she was game for a laugh, she reached under the desk and hit a button, because he's an idiot. Absolute idiot. I mean, seriously, he was very lucky. And all of a sudden I had messages going out saying, evacuate the terminal now, do not take your luggage, emergency. He said, I was surrounded by 10 armed police and told to get on my knees and put my hands behind my head. He says, when they eventually pulled me to my feet, I couldn't believe what I saw. A few minutes ago, there had been 4,000 people in the terminal. Now, all of a sudden, there was nothing. Luggage left all over the place. What an idiot. What an absolute idiot. He says, my only line of defence was that I'd been a bit drunk. I'd never have got away with it today. God, no. No, shame in it, really. I was hoping it was today, and they're throwing you in prison, but you can't have everything. Imagine what an idiot that would be. Also, a dad will eat 60 kebabs in 30 days for charity. So it's 2 a day. Well, it's not so difficult, is it? Two kebabs a day? As long as you're not eating everything else. Well, I don't know. I mean, it just doesn't seem very much, actually. Des Breaky. Well, it doesn't say. It just says, I've been training for this since I was 6 years old. I know I can do it. It's a charity close to my heart. So it's just 60 kebabs. So he'll do, presumably, 1 in the morning and 1 in the evening. Well, that would be quite easy to do, wouldn't it? Don't you think? A doner? You could do doners. Do you not like doners? Oh. Chicken? Well, I wouldn't say he's doing chicken. I suspect he's doing doner. Extra large. Doner. They're so expensive. Have you seen the price of doner kebabs now? They're seriously expensive. Are they open or closed? No, they must be closed. Takeaway. Oh, right, takeaway. I don't know. To be honest with you, the very idea of a steadily getting cold doner kebab in a bit of pita bread must be horrible. Have you... Yeah, brought to your door by somebody, all dripping. Have you ever left a kebab because you've had too much to drink, because most people buy them when they've had a few sherbets, and then if you looked at it the next morning, you don't want to touch that anymore. That's all in your stomach. All that fat that's in your stomach. Horrible, horrible. You only like them when you've had a few sherbets. I used to get the meat and wrap it round chips. I didn't care. I used to wrap the meat round because I didn't want the salad. I saw the way they made it, and I didn't want to touch that, thank you very much indeed. They used to make it in a washing up bowl. It looked very unhealthy. And I saw somebody making kebabs once. There was a local shop we used to have years, and it's not there anymore. Police closed it. And they used to make them, and then they put them on the thing, and then they put bacon all the way around it, and then do the next one on top. So it's all that fat that's dripping onto it. And for some reason, we like them. I can't quite work out. I could eat one now, but I might go home and have what am I going to have today? No, I'm not having sausages today. I might have bacon and beans and toast, smiley potato face. No, I was going to have, I might have toast actually, forget the bacon and beans. That doesn't sound too good, does it? I think I might have, I might go and get one of those nice loaves. And I've got some Sunpat peanut butter at home. And I could have peanut butter on toast, which is not with bacon and beans. No. Oh, that would be an interesting one. I've never thought about that one. Interesting. But it sounds delicious, doesn't it? Here's Love Island's Laura Anderson, set to become a TV presenter. I'm sorry, I've no idea who these people are. They go, Love Island's Laura Anderson. Apparently, she's been plotting her new career whilst topping up her tan in Dubai. Well, I tell you, if it's anything like Kim Marsh from... Have you seen that programme? Even one of the TV critics described her as more wooden than Sherwood Forest. She cannot present. Why do people think, I think I'll be a presenter? So this one here has been plotting it. She's been topping up her tan in Dubai with her photographer. In recent weeks, she's had a string of top-secret meetings about new projects. Of course you have, dear. Of course you have. I'm sorry, can you hold up the card? OK, that says round 2. There you go. Now go and change it. What's have you come? We were just having a quick look at poor Kim Marsh, who, to make her look more interesting, they've given a pair of glasses to on the BBC's morning show. Viewers are said to be distracted by the set. It looks like somebody's raided your great-grandmother's house. Mind you, at least it's sort of, I mean, the actual furniture is a bit naff. It is a bit naff. I mean, the whole programme is just a bit naff, actually. And she's not a presenter. I don't care what anybody says. It's, you know, it is that standard old thing. I can remember Spencer Matthews some years ago. Oh, I think I'll be a presenter. As if you sort of, I think I'll bake a cake. It's something like that, you know, because you have to sort of work it out. Whereas Kim Marsh is wooden. She can't help it. She doesn't ooze anything, which is why when we lost Frank Boff the other day, everybody was saying, you know, he was the best presenter because he was natural, it was effortless. For some of these, I mean, if you watch the Steph McGovern show, it is the worst cacophony of talentless people I've ever seen in my entire life. The budget must be astronomical. They've got a set, they bring in all these people, they must all be on fees, they've got cabs to get them in and out again, and they all appear to be co-presenters. I've never seen so many people on a programme that's really messy. Very, very messy. And they all sort of chip in. Whereas Steph, who doesn't have, yes, there he is, there's Frank. But Steph doesn't have any likability factor on the television. There's nothing that comes out of the television to make you go, oh, she's really what? She's, you know, I think she was stretching it, reading auto cue. You know, I just don't think that the programme adds anything to it. And apart, what is it, 2 hours? Dear Lord above, I mean, 2 hours of sheer purgatory. You know, it should have been canned. The moment they actually put her on television, somebody went, she doesn't have that magical thing that comes out of the television in the morning. So when you used to watch the breakfast programme with Frank Boff and Selena Scott, I mean, she was sort of, and he was sort of, he just led the programme. He was the one who was perfect. Whereas Selena Scott was doing a bit simpery, which didn't quite work. And then they let her cover Wogan. They let her cover Wogan, and she was okay, but she was, and when she interviewed Prince Andrew, it was the most embarrassing interview I'd ever seen. Second most embarrassing, yeah. I mean, it was really awful. And now I think she makes socks or something. I think she's got goats or something. I can't remember what it is. But it was just, things have changed. Television has changed. You know, and it's a case of, you know, is somebody a good presenter, or are they put on a programme to make up numbers? Because on Steph McGovern's programme, I've never seen anything with so many presenters on there, and they all seem to be chipping in. It's not question time. God knows it's not question time. It's just not offering what I thought it was going to offer. It was very disappointing. Very disappointing, I'm afraid. And, Steve, I once left a rolled-up kebab in the inside pocket of my suit jacket. Class. Actually, the funny thing, if you go to the Edgware Road, they do the rolled kebabs, whereas most of them, they do the pita bread, and then they cut the top off it and then make a pocket and then put the meat in there. But in the Edgware Road, they do rolled kebab, which are quite nice, actually. And they do sort of chicken. Apparently chicken's very popular around here. Chicken kebabs. Was it much healthier? Of course they are, yes. You know this for a fact, do you? They did. No, yeah. They just look, yeah. And then they've got all those other cakes in the cabinet, which nobody ever touches. Have you ever seen anybody go and have one of those ones covered in sugar? No, we don't have things like that. But we have to have a chicken kebab because we go, it's healthy. You know, my diet is working. It's like you see somebody sitting in KFC with three bottoms, you know, gradually trying to cram it all onto the seat, because they're always small seats, only made for little children. And they've got sort of like the party bucket and barrel, and then a Diet Coke. Like, that's going to make any difference. Oh, don't worry. Diet Coke cancels out eating. Yeah, so you're drinking Diet Coke. It doesn't make any difference at all. Seriously, have you lost weight since you've been drinking Diet Coke? Stones, yes. Gallstones. I'm still going with the woman here who has been eating chicken nuggets and chips for 15 years. So she eats it all the time. She's lived off the meal since she was 4 and refused to eat anything else. See, that's what I call bad parenting. What do you mean she's refused to eat anything else? You're eating this. Not eating it. You're eating it. You're eating it, and it's not leaving the table till you've eaten it. It's as simple as that. ridiculous. But anyway, why don't they just get her hypnotised? I mean, she's a gymnastics coach. The girl is, yes, I know. You can't believe it, can you? So she likes chicken nuggets and chips. My parents would try and feed me other food, but I'd get extremely upset and refuse to eat. Well, then don't eat anything. God, there's nothing worse, is there? And the parents, I'm looking at a picture of the parents. She looks very similar to her mother, just a thinner version. And her father looks as though he's been eating chicken nuggets and chips. I mean, to be honest with you, a portion of chips is nice, but I mean, these are big portions she's eating. She's not eating tiddly portions. Not very good for you. What's Gary Bushell talking about today? Nothing. Apart from Katie Price and... she went on, who Skyped a bankruptcy hearing to insist that she didn't lead a lavish lifestyle, staying in a £1,400 a night Maldives resort. All, it was all posy pictures and all the rest of it, because she's trying to get pregnant. Because she's going to marry the little boyfriend she's been going out with for less than 15 weeks. I mean, seriously, it's an absolute joke. But there again, she's always been a bit of a joke. They go, the pricey is not right ever. Hence bankruptcy. And so she had to have another thing. And then she said, I paid a lot of tax over the years. We're going, we've all paid a lot of tax, dear. But, you don't really do anything, do you, at all? I wish we knew. But she'll have another child, and then she'll get rid of this latest little Boise friend, and he can poodle back to his mates, or go, what was it like? And he'll go, dead in the water. Dead in the water. She now doesn't like me. She now slags me up. She will. She's done it to everyone. She's never changed. It's been exactly the same act for years and years and years. Sunset Star. Oh, it's Christine Quinn again. This is one who fancies Gemma Collins. I mean, I don't want to be rude, but I think Gemma Collins could basically crush her. I mean, this one here, all the people in America, have you noticed all the women in America, they're like stick thin. I mean, seriously, this one is stick thin. Unless she's been airbrushed, but her waist, it can't be any more than 18 inches, which is teeny tiny. And of course, she's got the fake hair stuck on, so she looks like some poor old reject from Towie. God, they were bad the other day. Oh, the arguments in Towie. Nobody. They had a thing the other day. They had poor old Chloe Sims, the old woman in there, who's she's about 70, 75. And they were all having a discussion about little Pete Wicks. And it was all very interesting, because I can't remember whether this is a current programme or an old programme. And Chloe goes, I'm sorry, I ain't going to listen to this. They all talk, seriously, I don't know where they were all brought up, but it certainly wasn't in Essex. And she says, I don't want to slag Pete off because he's like a mate of mine. I thought, no, I'm shouting at the television, we know he's a mate of yours, you've been sleeping with him for 2 years, because that was released to the press. It was a secret, and she got very angry that he'd so obviously... He's slightly odd as well, isn't he? Not blessed with height, unfortunately. And they all go out and they wear their little flat caps and all the rest of it. They don't look like anybody from Essex that I've ever seen in my entire life. Seriously, nobody. But they're all there, and half the girls aren't talking to each other. But Chloe Sims, obviously the one that if she takes the makeup off, you've got no idea who she is. She could literally put the makeup on, say hello, go outside the front door, take it all off, knock on the door, and you go, who the hell are you? You wouldn't recognise her. Unrecognisable. But they were all arguing about each other. Then you've got a couple of the boys. They've all got sort of little names like Gatsby. And then, luckily, Joey Essex hasn't materialised in this one. Diags. There's a boy who's got problems. Poor little soul, honestly. Well, the other one, you've got Pete Wicks, who, he gets a bit... And then there's another one who's got a bit of a temper. But again, because he can't speak properly, it sounds even funnier. It really does. Seriously. And one of them, he was going out with this girl, and they were all getting on, and I think he might have cheated. I'm not sure. They all cheat. And he goes up to the house, and the old girl's mother answers the door. She don't want to see you. And I'm going, I'm thinking, why? Why does she not want to see him? And of course, it turns out she does want to see him, and they meet up at a party. But the mother goes, if you go and see him again, I shall be, And now all of a sudden, you've got the naff mothers getting involved with it. Lydia Dim's mother looks like she's been plugged into an electric socket. She's got that, and she thinks she's personality. Seriously, you can understand where poor old Lydia Dim gets it from, can't you? She was another one who went out with Arge, who's been out with just about everybody, and now he's not going out with anybody at all. Although Gemma Collins was going, yeah, because I just had to click my fingers and you'd come running. I thought, not anymore, he doesn't, darling. He grew up. Yeah, very slowly he comes running, because he's so fat now. Funny thing, she's sort of lost the 3 stones they keep telling you about, and he's put on 6. So perhaps it goes like that. Perhaps it goes in tandem. So Meghan and Kate back together, invites to Brooklyn's wedding. Neither of them will go. the royal family would be saying, I'm sorry, a naff footballer and the fashion designer wife and the kids, you must be joking. You don't go to places like that. That's not for you at all. You can invite them to your wedding because you're making up numbers. And you know damn well that at the wedding reception for Meghan and Harry, you can invite Victoria and Dave. Well, she's not going to eat anything, is she? You know, you can lay all the food out. She'll just go, I feel sick. She's not going to eat anything. So you've saved food immediately. They didn't invite the kids. And now you're going to have to go there. I mean, what do you think Kate and Meghan are going to stand there chatting away animatedly? No, of course they're not. They won't be going to that. But they want to have two events. Brooklyn's put the wedding back to 2022. Now, so in other words, it ain't happening next year. Yeah, save that date in the diary, boys and girls, OK? Because I reckon they'll have split up by that time. Seriously, most of his girlfriends last about 5 minutes because Brooklyn, the bright one in the family, wants to have two events, one in Florida and one in the Cotswolds. So, have you seen the house that the Peltz family live in? It's this huge mansion. It is enormous. It makes the little place that the Beckhams have got look like an outhouse. Seriously, they are so... He's a billionaire. Buckingham Palace, they sold ages ago. Oh, that's gone. That's gone. I mean, that was a ghastly-looking place. I know that because I used to go past it on a regular basis and go, you know, like that. Really horrible brickwork. Yeah, throw things. Because in the wintertime, all the trees have got no leaves on. You could see straight through to it, which is very interesting. But, you know, Brooklyn and Nicola, she's 25, Brooklyn's 10, 13, I don't know, whatever he is. But I think they'll have finished by 2022. He's got very small attention span, and it'll be something like, oh, you know, because of his work and all that. They'll make up some excuse. I just don't think it's going to go another year. But they're obviously making that, because you know that they wanted Elton John to sing at the wedding. You know, just hire the piano player. Elton won't do that. There'll be no chance of him doing that at all. The reason being, he doesn't want to be used, and the Beckhams use people. So you know that Eva Longoria is going to go. I mean, she'll turn up to the opening of a fridge. You also know that... Who's that little short actor who's in loads of things? No, not Danny... No, not short as Danny DeVito. I can't remember. He's been in all the Mission Impossible films. Tom Cruise. Little short person. And so I bet they'll invite... He won't go to it either. All these people will be used by the Beckhams because they're publicity hungry. So the very idea they're going to get Meghan and Harry to go is just ludicrous. But as I say, you see the house that the Peltz family have got. This place is... I mean, you know, you'd need Sherpas to take you across the living room. It's huge. It's absolutely vast. Whereas the Beckhams are going to be going... Victoria says you like another vol au vent. You know, that's what it's going to be like. Whereas the Peltz family are used to fine dining. I don't think Dave's ever done fine dining in his life. If it comes in, you know, in a plate, Dave doesn't know what it is. Oh, I don't want to eat that. Well, how would you like to eat it? I only eat something in a polystyrene box. You know, yeah. We've got chips. And he eats, what do they call that thing? Mussels and whelks and other things like that, oysters and stuff like that. I don't think the Peltz family will be eating stuff like that. They'll be having caterers in, whereas Victoria will be in the kitchen with Harper attempting to make an Aunt Bessie cake. It's going to be so hilarious. So hilarious. Steve, Chloe Sims looks like the Bride of Wildenstein. I thought she was. Steve, it must drive real presenters like you to distraction when these actors suddenly decide they can present. It doesn't drive me to distraction at all. It really doesn't. It's like, you know, when you see presenters and they go, oh, I think I'll be an actress. It's like the latest one is somebody who went out with Stormzy, whose name totally escapes me, and she's gone, oh, I think I'll be taking up acting lessons. Maya Jama. And you think, obviously, hedging your bets, love. Hedging your bets on that one. Tall people make good presenters. Vernon Kay and Dale. Height and confidence to go together, says Roger. Really? Oh, I never thought about that, actually. He was tall. In fact, both of them are very, very tall. Steve, 2 presenters are not needed. Such a waste of money. And Steph was fancied by Andy Collins. I don't think he knew, says Jackie. Andy Collins. Didn't Andy Collins have a bit of a career on the television? Didn't he do... was it Family Fortunes or was it Catchphrase? I can't remember if he was short or not. I can't remember. I was just trying to remember. Yes. I mean, it's an odd one. Sorry. Oh, sorry, yeah. But I can't remember, actually. I was reading a thing the other day about presenters, children's presenters, who'd taken their own lives, and somebody reminded me of it the other day, and I suddenly remembered, good Lord above, things were very different. Andrew Castle's with you at 7 o'clock this morning for breakfast on LBC. Guess what? The latest on how the new lockdown will affect you. And then from 10, Tom Swarbrick will have the political fallout from yesterday's announcement. We'll be keeping you fully informed right throughout the day here on LBC. Warren says Cliff won't be going to their wedding. No, I mean, I can't wait to see it because she's going to be so desperate, Victoria Beckham, this is, to get people. But I mean, how can you book up something that's in 2022? I mean, half the guests might not even be alive by that time, which I think is hilarious. And poor old Warren, he says, I bit my lip today, then I followed it by about 5 more bites. Oh, the worst thing I've ever done is bit the side of my cheek. And you saw it, you bite something, you go, oh, and then you go, I could be really careful now. No, and all of a sudden you get a mouthful of blood. Oh, it's horrible. I know exactly how you feel. Not nice at all. When it comes to finding Mr. Right, Roman Kemp reckons you won't find a more shining example than his Spandau Ballet dad. Yep, they're sort of touring at the moment, doing bits and pieces, but I mean, he's been married 32 years. Martin and Shirley have been married 32 years. I mean, that in this business, a blooming miracle. Absolute miracle. Andy Collins was the one. He presented Game Over, and he presented... Oh, he did do Family Fortunes. Oh, right. Which was based on the American show called Family Feud. And he was... That's right, he was a warm-up act, wasn't he? I think he's done warm-up for Alan Carr, Jonathan Ross... and Strictly Come Dancing, Tipping Point. Tipping Point? What, there's an audience for Tipping Point? Good Lord above. He regularly appears in pantomime. He also presents the... oh, does he really? Oh, how nice. And so he's a Watford Football Club supporter. Whatever. I can picture him now, actually. But they were doing... somebody was saying to me the other day, do you remember that... oh, that's it. That's what he looks like. British television and radio personality. They always say that, don't they? I would never put on any of my CVs Steve Allen, radio personality. It just sounds so naff. Of course businessman I'd be. You know, philanthropist, yes. Lover of all things wonderful. I don't know, I mean, when you put down, personality, it just sounds so stupid. Of course you've got a personality. You're doing a job like this. You've got to have some sort of personality. Good Lord. Did you know that Sean Connery was a massive supporter of Scotland being free from England? Yes, we know all about that. Oh, yes, he never lived here. Not for many a year now. Another one which says, did you know Coningsby Church is the biggest one-handed clock in the world? Really? Coningsby. That's where we used to live. RAF Coningsby. Do you know, for years I forgot what it was called. I had to ask somebody. I said, where did we live in Lincolnshire? And they said RAF Coningsby. I remember it very well. Andy Collins, Steve, was presenter one series of Family Fortunes. He's an annoying warm-up. Oh, I thought they were all right. I like Dale used to do warm-up when he was looking for work. He did a bit of warm-up for all sorts of people. It's tough, but you can always get away with exactly the same act. You go, listen, the cameras might be on you. They never are. And so if you're sitting next to somebody you shouldn't be, move now. That was always, big laugh. And then they'd say, well, we just want to record something. So they would record the audience clapping or whooping so that if there were bits of the show that fell down flat, they could superimpose that over the top of it. They did that one year. I think it was on the with the Royal Variety Performance. One of the acts on there, they'd recorded the dress rehearsal so that if his main act was really bad, they could play it, and that's exactly what they did. They played out. The main act was terrible. Will you be stocking up on socks and pants? That seems to be a fascination to people. I am stocked up, thank you. And somebody says, if you won't put down personality on your form, what have you got in your passport? Richie, you don't have anything on your passport now. I haven't had anything on the passports for God knows how many years. It's just got your name and a photo, and that's it. I mean, years ago it would say, I think I had, when I first had a passport, salesman. But it's like, what's that old gag that used to be done by that comedian? He'd say, if you put down comedian, they go, tell us a joke. He said, so what am I going to do? Tell you my best joke? No, I'm not going to waste a joke on you. So I tell you my worst joke. And they go, not very good, is it? So you never put down comedian. Otherwise people go, oh, I had that comedian in the back of my taxi the other day. God, he wasn't funny at all. So I wouldn't put down radio personality. I mean, I just see, I'm a presenter, radio presenter. That's it. I suppose if I wanted to be journalist. If I wanted to be exciting, I could put down and part-time TV presenter, having done a little bit of television. It's just, you just don't do it. You just work. You just work. But, I mean, some people are obsessed with it. Have you read what some of the... Gemma Collins would have everything on hers. You know, businesswoman, larger than life, funny, not, and things like that. You know, have all sorts of things that they start putting on there to make her believe it, which is a shame. Somebody is, what's the total raise so far? Well, in fact, I've only got as far as Friday. I don't have anything. So we'd sold 2,500 Prosecco glasses by the time we finished the show on Friday, and then went on to sell another 800 Prosecco glasses after that by last night. And so I don't know what the total is after today. So we've raised over £40,000 since Friday. So if you would like to help us out and buy one of my Prosecco glasses with the Groovy Gang's name on there as well, all you have to do, you'll never find it on the LBC website. I have to tell you this, there's so many things going on at the moment. They've shunted things around. So, in fact, if you go to google.co.uk, just Google Steve Allen Prosecco glasses, and you click on that, and it's the first thing that comes up. It's me, because there's nobody else called Steve Allen who's selling Prosecco glasses. So that's why I'll be the first one. And we have a few left if you'd like to help us out. Thank you very much indeed. Somebody says boxers or briefs. Lord. Wee bit personal. Thong. And, yes, white fronts. I'm going to sneeze now. Dear. Ridiculous, isn't it? It must get really... I think all of a sudden, after 6 o'clock, the temperature plummets in this studio and I'm getting hay fever. Seriously. I sneeze all of a sudden. I walk in here, my little fingers, look, they've gone blue. I'll have to bring in some of those mittens where you've got, you know, the hand warmers. You break this little thing and then you slide it inside your glove, you know. Well, you try driving. Ridiculous, honestly. I need to go to Costco today. So I might do a little trip to Costco early on. I want to... There's a couple of... I'm not going to tell you what I'm getting, because otherwise people preempt me and they go there. When I get there, they've all gone, which annoys me. What else we got? Chris Packham on Birds, Badgers and Family. Bless. The Sunday Mirror. It's the Pride of Britain on television tonight. Radio is always more preferable. Tributes to Sir Sean Connery, dead at night. He'd been ill for some time. That's what they said, but he died peacefully. And the Shockdown. This is coronavirus crisis. Well, it might not be if we're all being good about it, but if people start being silly, and all the people in Leicester Square the other night were, as far as I'm concerned, being very, very silly. You know, we don't need people going around without wearing their masks and everything else. Also, the first flyers landed at a new international airport yesterday, 9 years after it was meant to open. This is eco-protesters at Berlin-Brandenburg Willy Brandt Airport held signs reading, "Flying is so" yesterday. Actually, we had a huge plane that landed at Stansted the other day. It was one of these enormous ones, whereby the front of it, they might call it a beluga, the whole front of the plane lifts up and you can put tanks, and this one took a sailing boat in it. It's absolutely enormous. Obviously not with the sails up, that would be a bit silly, but it's absolutely enormous. Absolutely enormous. It's one of these huge planes where you see it and you go, wow, how do these things take off? And the answer is very carefully, I should imagine. Actually, somebody said to me, they said, when you go to a garage, do you put a glove on when you fill the car up with petrol? I said, no, I don't. Never thought about it. And they said, well, have you thought how many people use that petrol pump? I said, well, no. Never crossed my mind. Yeah. And they said that they also check on whether the door to the shop where you pay is an automatic one, which most of them are now. You very rarely get a door you have to push, but in which case you do. I've seen people opening doors on trains with their elbows. You know, so yeah, or with their sleeve pulled under. Do you think that makes any difference? I don't know. Have to wait and find out. Oh, look, Roman Kemp again. Good Lord above, honestly. There's 2 newspapers he's in. And he says he's learnt so much from his dad and his mum in how I want to be in a relationship. He said, what I want is a family. We've got to find a girlfriend first. I mean, it's not easy, is it? He says he has high expectations of relationships. Well, let's wait and see. I mean, I could tell you stories, make your hair curl, but no, not like that at all. But so he says things have gone to the dog since he let his lover keep their pooch when they split. That's the trouble, isn't it? Did we have that with Ant McPartland? They had a dog as well, and he was always pictured out with it. And then I think the ex-wife got the dog. It's not the same, is it? It's not the same. Do dogs remember? I think they do. I think they know. I've seen it where they do the link-ups in America on YouTube, where somebody comes back from a war and the dog goes, "Whoa, whoa," and then all of a sudden it recognises them. It goes, "Whoa!" And they go, I love stuff like that. It's 6:13. Let's get the news headline. Morning, Sandy. Donny says, Feast of All Saints today, Steve. Looking forward to getting the Prosecco glasses. One for me and one for the grandma, Sandy, which is good news. I mean, we have got a few left. So, if you'd like them. Can you get a takeaway at McDonald's or KFC from Thursday? Yes, Sheena, you can. Yes, you can't go in there. You can phone up and order on your telephone and they can have it delivered. I'm going to run through, before the end of the programme, I'll run through places that are open to you and places that are not open to you. So it's the pubs that are closing completely, but you're allowed to get takeaway food. Although, I mean, I can't think of any pubs where you'd be ordering takeaway food from, but you can't buy booze from them. You can still go loads of places. I mean, there are seriously loads of places, vets and supermarkets and all sorts. You can't play golf, but you can go to university, go to school, you can go to all sorts of things, but gymnasiums you can't go to. But I'll run through the proper list very, very shortly. A lot of people talking about Bobby Ball, who died aged 76 after catching COVID-19. I mean, there was no doubt if you looked at the act, it's like if you looked at Morecambe and Wise. Eric Morecambe was the comic, and Ernie was the straight man. And I think exactly the same in Cannonball. Bobby Ball was sort of, rock on and all this kind of stuff, which I think they pinched from somebody else. I can't remember where they got it from. I was reading a bit about it the other day, which was I thought they were very funny. I thought the little song that they had at the end of the programme was very catchy, and it just worked. I think on one bit they were doing, because they sort of sold it as maybe Bobby wasn't sort of as old as we all knew he was. And I think he sat there and he was sort of, and then he went to sleep. And I think that Tommy sang a song, because he was a good singer. They weren't bad singers, actually. They were quite passable. And then Bobby had nodded off and he picked him up and carried him off stage. And people like that. They seem to have that likeability factor that comes with people from that profession. I was watching, was it Eggheads the other day, and there was a nice lot of ladies on there, all from the past, including Anita Harris, who was on there as well. It was lovely. It was really nice. Also, picture of Mick Jagger. What is he now, in 70s? 70s? I mean, they don't seem to go, these people, do they? They seem to go on forever and a day. The Biden files in the Mail on Sunday today, and Mrs. Sean Connery talking about my gorgeous model of a man. Plus, what is this one here? Wait a minute. Turn over my pages. The Queen gets away for a long weekend with Philip as the lockdown looms. I mean, to be honest with you, they're both highly sort of risky. But here they are now. He's 99, and he's semi-retired. He still turns up to things. I mean, they've been through so much together. When you think about it, I mean, it really is amazing. Prince Charles has spoken of his sadness at not seeing grandson Archie for more than a year. I mean, this is such a stupid story. Such a stupid story. So he's told of his sadness not seeing his grandson. Has he heard of an aeroplane? Has he heard of Skype? You can do all of these things, FaceTime, you can do that. He could get on a plane and go out there and then come back. He could self-isolate for 2 weeks. Not difficult. Goodness sake. Sean was a gorgeous model of a man, and I was there as he slipped away without a fuss. This is his wife, Diane Cilento, and that was his first wife in 1962, and then left his second wife, who's called Micheline. I mean, they say he'll continue to influence actors for years to come. Will he? Perhaps I don't know enough about the business. But I just knew as Bond, I mean, they must have, searched around to find the right Bond, and it obviously worked. So there's no church services. You could do private prayer, allowed in place of worship, but not church services. Vicars everywhere going, what's going on? And this is going to run till December the 2nd. So, as Boris says, we have to be humble in the face of nature. I think he was forced for this one to come out and make this announcement, because everybody was saying, excuse me, it's no good saying, are we going to do it on Monday? People want to know now. And I think they had to really work fairly fast. So, churches, Gillian, not open. You can have private prayer in place of worship, but not church services. Okay, Kevin, The Warburton's driver just ordered 2 Prosecco glasses. We'll enjoy them with some bubbles. Good. I mean, I have to be honest, we're calling them Prosecco glasses. You don't have to put Prosecco in them. You can put orange juice or beer or anything you like. I don't really mind. As long as you help us out, we're fine. Hima says, I'm a dyslexic tutor and speech therapist that does home visits. Will that be allowed? No. You can go to school and do it, but I don't think you're allowed to go into other people's homes. Good luck with Costco, Steve. Went to the Watford store yesterday, queuing from the door, right back onto the A41, went home. Lunatics creating the world. Yes, I mean, to be honest with you, I don't know, perhaps today might not be a good day to go. Perhaps I might just go tomorrow instead. Steve, this would be a very good time for the BBC to relaunch Grumpy Old Men. Arthur Smith was great. So much material. You'd be great at it. Yes, I'm not grumpy. I've just been in a bad mood for the last 42 years. Safest place on the planet of not catching coronavirus is a petrol garage, because people think it's not going in there. People not wearing masks, says Richard. Well, I don't know. I mean, I just go into them. I don't queue in a garage. Mostly you won't be queuing at all. But if people are not going to be going out as often as they would be, then they won't be using the petrol up. People will be hanging on to it. And also, I mean, you don't know, do you, whether or not you've still got a job at the end of the year. Camilla was in Watford recently, and she did wear a mask, says Jacket. Yes, I've seen the pictures. It's the people who are buying... It's at the Costco store, and they're buying loo roll. And the trouble is, they make it out as if they're doing it. This is how big their rolls of loo roll are. They're big. You're bulk buying. Okay, this is for people who might want to sell it in their shops and things like that. So they haven't bought over and above. There's a few people who might have bought a few, but mainly... Oh, there's one couple here at Watford grappling with multi-rolls. Peasants. Sorry, do beg your pardon. And no, so you just, I mean, just, you know, one pack of toilet paper would be quite sufficient. It's only going till the second. There's no shortage. I love the way they sort of go, oh, you know, there's going to be a shortage of toilet paper. No, there's not. Absolutely not. Life's a beach for Sienna's gorgeous family with a scandal in the air. Ooh, crikey. I like Sienna Miller, actually. And also nibbling on a bar of chocolate. Come on, put your hands up. Who nibbles on a bar of chocolate? Nobody nibbles on a bar of chocolate. You just shove it in your mouth, don't you? But there's less of a reason to feel guilty. There's a new brand being stocked at Fortnum & Mason's, claiming to be the first to have virtually no adverse effect on the environment. I wasn't aware chocolate did have an effect on the environment. But apparently sailboat chocolate is said to be 99% free of carbon emissions, even though the downside is a small bar costs £8. I think we'll be leaving that one. Thank you very much indeed. The cocoa beans originate in a rainforest in Grenada in the Caribbean. They're processed in a solar-powered factory. The resultant giant 55-stone slabs of chocolate then cross the Atlantic in a 77-year-old two-masted Dutch sailing ship called Tres Ombres. The reason the chocolate isn't fully carbon-free is because the vessel needs to carry a supply of fuel in case of emergency. And after a 4,000-mile journey taking up to 8 weeks, the cargo eventually lands in Carlingford Lock in Ireland. It's then transported by rowing boat and horse. It's a bit faffy, isn't it? For an £8 bar of chocolate to Neary Noggs, the oldest chocolatiers in Ireland, where staff break up the giant slabs, put them through a further production process in another solar-powered factory, and then package them. From there, I mean, it hasn't finished yet. The bars are taken by another sailboat to Bangor in North Wales and finally driven to Fortnum & Mason's Piccadilly store in a fleet of electric vans. There, the Royal Grocer is selling the chocolate at $24.95 for 3 60-gram pouches, each with a different concentration of the Trinitario cocoa. What? Oh, I'll have a Kit Kat. I tell you, this sounds... Oh, it's faffy, isn't it? Shipping is responsible for 2.5% of global carbon emissions. Who cares? I mean, there will be people listening to this programme going, we're going to Fortnum & Mason's to go and get some of this chocolate. Sailboat chocolate, it's called. But, I mean, it seems to be... So it's 99% free of carbon emissions. Has that really tempted you to spend £25? Honestly, I don't know where we're going. Seems an awful lot. Here's it's a lovely lady. She's 103. She's Britain's oldest surviving female Second World War veteran. and she battled top brass to be allowed out from behind a typewriter to play a vital role defeating the Nazis. This is Ina Collymore Woodstock, one of the first women to set sail from the Caribbean to help the Allied effort after answering a recruitment advertisement. She objected to being given a clerical job at the War Office. She said, "I've not come all the way from Jamaica to be a typist." Good for her. Good for her. Actually, I was watching a guy the other day. He normally does house programmes, but this time he was learning how to throw pots. It looks terribly complicated, doesn't it? Throwing pots. You know, when you put a lump of clay on, and then they were watching some guy who was doing it, and he was like brilliant. And this other guy was doing it, and it's sort of a bit all over the place. He had to be helped out just a little bit. Navy alert: a spy boat washes up in Scotland. This is an old story in the Mail on Sunday. I read this more than a week and a half ago. What is the matter with them? Richard Burton's warning to a young Gabrielle Byrne, and it came dramatically true when the Usual Suspects star fell into a vortex of drink and depression. Wow. It's amazing how many people are affected by that, isn't it? I've seen no end of people within show business who actually get carried away with the... And I gather that Richard Burton liked a few sort of bevies. Quite a few bevies. Oh, the arguments him and Elizabeth Taylor had were legendary. She'd been married, 8 times? 8 times. She must have been very lonely. Michael Bublé is touring. This is for 2021. They think by July we might be allowed to have concerts. I don't know whether or not that's the case. Plus OMD. I'm assuming that is Orchestral Manoeuvres in the Dark. OMD, isn't it? Blondie are touring. Special guest, Garbage. What the hell's that? I've got no idea on that one. But they're all out there touring, aren't they? I quite like it when people go touring. I think it's a good idea, although there's not really enough of them at the moment to make it different. But I do want to read the authorised biography of Victoria Wood. 600 pages, says the reviewer. Victoria would have cut it. It's too long, they say. Too long. It's a shame. I don't think it can ever be too long. Ever too long. Also, what was the other? I'm trying to find some other Oh, there we go. Holidays. Nobody's doing holidays at the moment, are they? Well, not at the moment, but you never know. Round the corner, could be doing holidays. Eddie says, Eureka, you could go on a tour of the UK, Steve. How brilliant would that be? Well, probably yes. And somebody says, a few years ago, you used to have a source that would let you know who'd been thrown out of Strictly. I know. Because what they used to do, they used to film the throwing out show at the same time as the other show. They'd finish filming it, then they'd go straight on to the next one. And then they'd show it on the Sunday. But I had people who worked around, I'll just say, you know, because it was a while ago, and they would send me a text saying, oh, so-and-so has just been kicked out. And it's amazing the abuse you used to get from people going, I was saving that programme, I wanted to watch that, and you get, well, kind of tough. So I haven't had that recently, but I bet you I will now. Shane in Sydney says, I think I'll just have Cadbury's chocolate. It's a lot easier, isn't it, really? It's so expensive, that other thing. So, these are the new restrictions for England, OK? This is your Sunday morning restrictions list. Only leave your home for specific reasons. So, education, work, if you can't work from home, exercise, medical reasons to escape injury or harm, shopping for food and essentials, and providing care for vulnerable people. No mixing of households inside the homes except for childcare and other support, okay? No mixing of households outside except for exercising or visiting a public place with one other person. People who shielded in March don't have to shield again, but clinically vulnerable and over 60s are advised to limit social contact and follow rules carefully. All pubs, bars and restaurants to close. Takeaways and deliveries allowed, but no takeaway alcohol. All non-essential retail to close, but supermarkets can still sell non-essential goods. Click and collect can continue. So in other words, the supermarkets are open as per usual. Workplaces should stay open where people can't work from home. I'm an essential service. You can sit on park benches and have picnics. Probably November. Couldn't work this one out at all. Services in place of worship are banned, but private prayer is permitted. Funerals allowed, but close family members only. Now, I don't know whether that means 30 people or not. So, manufacturing and construction to continue. Playgrounds to remain open. Medical appointments to continue as normal. Vets to remain open. Courts to remain open. Job centres to remain open. Professional sports allowed, but for some inexplicable reason, amateur sports are not. And yet I seem to remember reading the other day that one footballer had infected so many people at the club he was at. Anyway, Premier League matches will go ahead. Don't want to upset those little people, do we? Hotels and hostels remain open for people travelling for work and limited other reasons. OK, so there's loads of places have we got the list of all the shops that are open? Have you got the, which was sort of, I mean, everywhere it was, I mean, you're not going to sort of go out of kilter on this one. There's full details on the LBC website as well of all of these things which I've mentioned. You can find it all on there, which is lbc.co.uk. And you can find my glasses as well, but you'll need to Google Steve Allen Prosecco glasses for charity. So here is the list. I think I've just about got enough time to sort of whiz through the list of shops which are open. Okay, this list of businesses remain the same. Okay, so any questions? We start here. Supermarkets, pharmacies, chemists, takeaways and food deliveries, health shops, medical services like dentists. We think that would also come under quite a number of other things as well, possibly opticians, vets, newsagents, pet shops, hardware stores, garden centres, that's good, isn't it? Retail shops in hospitals, of which there are many, petrol stations, bicycle shops, launderettes and dry cleaners, undertakers, banks and building societies, short-term loan providers, credit unions and cash points, storage and distribution centres, post offices, car rental services and car parks near vital services such as supermarkets, public toilets, car garages and repair shops, and food banks and shelters. Now, the shops which will be closing, restaurants, pubs, bars, non-essential shops, including electronics and clothing. They don't think clothing is essential. Hairdressers and nail salons and gymnasiums. Okay, international travel is banned, except for work. No overnight stays. Not that I ever do that. I hate overnight stays. All non-essential retail will close, and then a ban on people mixing indoors, except for children. Nurseries and schools remain open. So that's except the childcare. Okay, so that's the rule. You'll find that all on the LBC website, if you can negotiate it, and it's all available there. You can't miss it at all. And you could probably also pick up one of my Steve Allen Prosecco glasses, seeing as we've sold. I think we've actually done more than 4,000 Prosecco glasses. I think so. We'll find out tomorrow morning. So don't disappoint me. Please don't disappoint me. So we've raised on Friday just over £40,000, 35,800 through the Prosecco glasses, 1,500 from the last few tote bags. They've all gone. And £3,000 through extra donations that lots of you have very kindly given. And this is for people who have suffered hardship during the pandemic. And if you're in a position to be able to buy one of our glasses, or even a pair of our glasses, which would be even nicer, then please do so. All the money goes to Global's Make Some Noise, and we can help people out who are suffering quite badly. There was one lady we heard from on Friday. She's got 2 children, one of whom is autistic, just diagnosed, and she has to rely on the help of a charity, so we can help the charity. What about car washes? I don't think so. Well, we haven't found out whether it's open or not, but on the other hand, most people in car washes stay in the car. More to be announced in the coming days. So, what about aerobics? Well, I don't know. I don't think you're going to be... Yeah, that class is gym, so I don't think you'll be doing that. I don't think so. Can you travel abroad? Nope. Somebody says I'm supposed to be going to France on the Eurostar next week. Nope. Don't think so. Sunday, Steve, is one of Costco's busiest days. You might be better off going first thing Monday morning. I might be, actually. I mean, to be honest with you, once I bought the loaf of bread, producer thinks I'm mad. Yeah, I'll be having a piece of toast with peanut butter, and he goes, you can't have that. Honestly. As you say, he said, toast is not anything to look forward to. I thought it is when you eat what I eat. Toast is very exciting. Sometimes I can manage 3 pieces on a Sunday morning, because I've got a four gang toaster, and it does 4 pieces of toast. Not that I ever have 4 pieces of toast, but I mean, I could if I wanted to. You know, I might just have just in case, might as well stock up. And I might have cheese on toast. I don't know. See how I feel. But yeah, I've had those little pockets that Warburton's make, and it splits it up, and then you pop a piece of cheese in it. That's quite nice. I tried doing peanut butter in it the other day. Didn't work at all well. And Steve, I bought my glass on makesomenoise.co.uk. Good for you. Good for you. And Steve, driving lessons? No, that's not allowed either, as far as we know. They're going to be making more announcements in the coming days. So if you stay tuned to LBC, you'll hear it first here before anybody else. Everybody else sort of trails behind where we are. So keep listening. It will all be absolutely fantastic. That's just about it, actually, for this morning. Just to tell you that the Mail are doing lockdown sparked Tory civil war, as if we're surprised. Sean Connery, front of the Telegraph. Johnson says the health service may not be there for us unless the virus is halted. They have to halt it. That's what they have to do. They have to be seen. So if after we've got to December the 2nd and there's no change in the audience figures for people dying and people surviving, then we might continue with it. So we might write off Christmas completely. Audience figures? The people who sort of passed on. Because I don't know what the figures are at the moment, but no doubt this could easily be changed. So December the 2nd could go out the window and we could run all the way through to the new year. Fears of a medical disaster is the thing which has prompted the Prime Minister. They're saying, listen, there's all sorts of problems. Goodbye, Mr. Bond, the Hollywood giant. Sean Connery dies, age 90, licensed to thrill on so many, many occasions. And so it's basically a toss-up between Sean Connery and Boris in all the newspapers. The name was Bond, James Bond. I don't think anybody made as many films as he did.